18 months. I think that's all we've got for you from the north today. Just a final line about Mr. Wilson, which has come through from our northern newsroom to say that Mr. Wilson actually left Liverpool for London this morning to the skirl of bagpipes playing Scotland the Brave. Now down the counter to Tony Barker on the southwest desk.
We've got no bagpipes in the southwest of England this morning, but we have got 6 black triangles on the map which indicate 6 Labour gains. One of them, the very dramatic first Labour gain at Exeter. Labour took Exeter on a swing which must have surprised themselves of 5.5%. And further west, in Plymouth Sutton, they won with 4.9% swing. But the other 4 black triangles, the other 4 Labour gains, are not quite so good from the Labour point of view, and there must be an element of disappointment in at least some of them. In northwest Bristol, Martin McLaren was taken out with a swing of only 1.8%, but this contrasted with the striking Labour gain in northeast Bristol of 5.4%. The other 2, Southampton Test and West Portsmouth, were also rather on the low side. But the other thing we're looking at in the West region is how the Liberals are faring. And broadly speaking, they are not faring very well. It now looks as if the Liberals rather had their Liberal revival, in the West Country at least, at the last election, just as the North Country may well be seeing one at this election. The West Country Liberal vote has gone down, and it's sometimes gone down badly by 10%, for example in Exeter and Tiverton. And even the personal influence of Jeremy Thorpe in North Devon did not prevent his own share of the poll going down some 7%. Out of 22 southwest results we've got so far involving Liberal candidates, their vote share has gone down in 18 and has gone up in only 4. And it's interesting that where they have improved is in the eastern part of our region, Devizes, Winchester, Isle of Wight and Chippenham. So what does this mean now? What does Friday hold for Mr. Grimmond in the west? It looks as if their chances of taking North Cornwall, even on a tiny swing of 1% from the Conservative Party, are now rather slim. Their chances of taking Torrington on a rather bigger swing must be correspondingly less. They seem then to be doing less well in the far west than in Wiltshire. Have the Liberals had their revival in the west? This morning, this afternoon, we shall see. Now, over to Michael Barrett on the Midlands desk.
Quickly recapping first on what happened last night. It does seem that the West Midlands area has at last shed its apparent reluctance to follow national swings to the left. Indeed, this time it's actually led the national swing, and Birmingham City itself has been the highest swing in the whole of the country. It was practically 7%. It meant a good gain for Labour in Perry Barr. In the surrounding black country, sweet revenge, of course, for Labour at Smethwick, and at least as sweet in West Bromwich, where Maurice Foley, who was the minister responsible for immigration affairs, was not only returned, but with a very substantially increased majority. Now, many people felt that immigration was going to be the issue here, as it was in Smethwick last time, and that his seat was in danger. Well, this didn't even remotely happen. And if you were with us in the early hours of this morning, you may have heard Brian Walden, who increased his majority substantially in All Saints, saying this has killed the immigration bogey stone dead. I believe that this is probably going to be one of the big talking points when all the counting is over. And if it's killed the immigration bogey in the Midlands, it seems also to have been fairly lethal to the Liberals. Several of them have already lost their deposits. Their votes have been down by a good 4%, and they had really bitter disappointment in Ladywood in Birmingham, where Wallace Lawler was really very confident of winning a seat. In the East Midlands, well, they've pretty well followed the national trend, again just keeping their nose in front. In Nottingham and Leicester, both these cities recorded precisely the same, a 4.4% swing to Labour. But it was over in East Anglia that this figure went down. East Anglia is, at the moment, something like a 3.2% swing, and the Conservatives held on to Lowestoft, which the Labour Party was really hoping to gain. They only held on by the skin of their teeth, and I would suggest that the Conservatives are going to lose 1 or 2 seats there today as the results come in. Among them, Yarmouth, where Anthony Fell, who's been the MP for 15 years now, looks like toppling. In Norfolk South West, I think that's an absolute certainty because it needs only a 0.2% swing to Labour. In Norfolk South, there could be one exception in Norfolk North, where just a 0.1% swing to the Conservatives could produce a gain. And Bury St Edmunds is going to be especially interesting because there, Eldon Griffiths, who's performed well in the House, although he has a fairly good majority, has no Liberal intervention this time, and a 4.9% swing could lose the seat for him. That's all for the moment from the Midlands. Now over to Wales and Kenneth Morgan.
Wales has produced some of the most striking results in this election. Labour, in fact, has done better in Wales than at any previous election. It looks like holding 31, even 32 of the 36 Welsh seats, better even than 1945. There have been the usual enormous Labour pluralities in the South Wales mining seats, 6 Conservative deposits lost here, not very surprising. There have also, however, been 3 Labour gains. One is in Cardiganshire, a seat Labour have never held before, a seat they won from the Liberals, a seat the Liberals have held since the election of 1880. It looks as if the Liberals here have suffered because Mr. Roderick Bowen, in some sense, was removed from the party controversy as Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means. And so, with a 3.2% swing, Labour have won this seat, and Mr. Elliston Morgan goes to Westminster as the Labour member for Cardiganshire. And then there's Conway. Labour held this seat last in 1951, and now Mr. Peter Thomas, one of the most able of the Conservative front benchers, Mr. Peter Thomas has now lost this seat to Conway. A very high poll, a 5.5% swing to Labour here. An interesting feature, perhaps, is the Labour candidate in Conway, Ednabe Davis, is a prominent television personality, as was the Liberal victor at Cheadle, Mr. Winstanley. In Pembrokeshire, we had a rather unusual result, a 2.5% swing to the Conservatives. Mr. Desmond Donnelly fighting a very unusual kind of campaign, perhaps he suffered from it. In industrial South Wales, again a Labour gain here, Cardiff North. Cardiff North, a seat Labour have never held. Now, on a 4.4% swing, Labour won this seat from Donald Box with a young candidate, a lecturer, Mr. Edward Rowland. This indicates, I think, that Labour has been able to diversify its support in Wales, winning a suburban commuter constituency like Cardiff North. It indicates, too, I think, that the Conservatives may do even worse in Wales today. They may very likely, for example, lose Monmouth, where Peter Thornycroft, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, has been the member since 1945. Another likely Labour gain, in addition, Barry, they need a 4% swing there, and Mr. Raymond Gower could be in difficulties too. Even colder comfort, therefore, for the Conservatives, perhaps, when the results come in from Wales today. The Liberals, disappointing on the whole. They've lost one of their 2 seats in Cardiganshire. It looks as if they might continue to do badly in Denbigh today. And finally, the Welsh Nationalists. The Welsh Nationalists have at least saved their deposits in Carnarvon and also in one of their other strongholds in Carmarthen, where Gwynfor Evans is the candidate. It indicates, I think, that national sentiment is still strong in Wales. Now, Wales and Scotland, I think, are not just regions, they're nations. And let's go now from one nation to another, to Esmond Wright in Scotland.
Can I take up that last point first? Because the striking feature, if one steps back from the 50 results that are in so far, is that taking the same time 17 months ago, the Scottish National Party are doing far better than any other parties where Scotland is concerned. They've doubled their proportion of the vote polled. And in 1 or 2 cases, their success has been very striking. Mr. Milne, for instance, Stirling and Falkirk boroughs, a 14% poll. Dr. McIntyre, West Stirlingshire, a 26% poll. Now, these are certainly portents for what well may be happening around midday today. One of the results we're waiting for with a special interest in Scotland is West Lothian, where last time Willie Wolfe, the Executive Vice Chairman of the Scottish National Party, polled 15,000 votes, still 9,000 votes away from taking the seat from Tam Dalyell, the young Labour member, but nevertheless for Scottish nationalists an important issue. The 2 striking results, of course, for Scotland out of the 50 that came in yesterday overnight are the 2 victories for Donald Dewar, who defeated Lady Tweedsmuir on a 5.7% swing, partly, I think, explicable on housing changes from North to South Aberdeen, partly explicable on Liberal intervention. Mr. Norman King, the Liberal, lost his deposit, but he polled 5,700 votes, and he would seem to have taken a fair proportion of those from Lady Tweedsmuir, thus presumably ending a long 20-year career in the House of Commons. The other striking victory was John P. Mackintosh in Berwick and East Lothian, a smaller swing, 2.5%, but noticeable. We have been hearing from Bob Mackenzie earlier on that turnout was low. It wasn't low in Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles, 85%. It wasn't low in Berwick, 85%. It wasn't low in Ayr, 85%. Where the marginals are key marginals, the vote was got out this time. There is a certain solace, I think, for Scottish Conservatives. They held Ayr narrowly, 484 votes. They held Pentlands, now the most marginal of all constituencies thus far, by a narrow 44 after a recount. They held Cathcart. But Pollock seems to have gone decisively Labour, and this perhaps is the writing on the wall for the character of urban Scottish conservatism. The rethinking for conservatism has still got to go on. For the Liberals, a point that's been made by my colleagues, I doubt whether there is great satisfaction here. David Steele certainly held Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles, his majority cut savagely by a campaign which in fact was hardly any swing at all, a very strong campaign fought by Ian McIntyre, the Conservative. Now what does this portend for today? Because up in the north of Scotland, well, there's Orkney and Shetland, we shan't know that result till late tonight, Joe Grimmins. But Caithness and Sutherland we heard last time about 5 o'clock on the Friday. Ross and Cromarty we heard about 6 o'clock on the Friday. And Inverness we heard about the same time. Now all of these are narrow Liberal held seats. Caithness and Sutherland is traditionally the most marginal of all northern seats. And it's quite clear there in 1945, 3 candidates were all within 50 votes of each other. Now certainly these 3 seats are crucial, plus Orkney and Shetland of course, for the future of the Liberal Party and certainly for the future of the Highlands. On the issues of Scottish nationalism that Kenneth Morgan was raising, I think this perhaps is the most striking feature of all. The Scottish National Party were fighting a radical cause. They fought 5 of the 15 constituencies in Glasgow, and it certainly looks as if the character of the Scottish National Party is becoming radical, a real rival to the liberalism in urban lowland Scotland. And now, over to Cliff.
Well, for those of you who weren't with us last night, let me now apologise about this regional thing. We know that Scotland and Wales are not regions. What I said last night was we now apologise in advance if ever you think we do call them regions, but we've divided the country up electorally into 6 areas and we have 6 representatives here. So if the word region drops in for Wales or for Scotland, our apologies and your understanding, we sincerely hope. And now let's catch up with the news as we go to Alexandra Palace and Michael Aspel.
More reaction on the election, this time Rhodesia, where we've just heard from our correspondent in Salisbury, Ronald Robson. He says there's no surprise there at the result, although many whites wanted to see Mr. Wilson lose. There's interest whether his increased majority might mean a tougher line on Rhodesia, but no one thinks the Labour victory will have any influence on the course that the Rhodesian leaders might take. In Paris, the election result hit the headlines, as our correspondent in Paris, Donald Milner, reports.
The French press this morning hails the election, in the words of Figaro, as not a landslide, but not far short of one. The result comes as no surprise in France, where it had been long predicted, and it appears to be widely welcomed. The emphasis of all the politicians and commentators I've spoken to is on the hope that Mr. Wilson will now lead Great Britain into Europe, but it's not expected that he will make any move in that direction in the near future. There's relief that the electorate has clearly shown its will, and a hope on the part of opponents of the French government that Britain will now assume the leadership of the European half of the Atlantic Alliance. In the words of one commentator, the result gives the British an opportunity to demonstrate that they have a sense of history.
The common market theme was repeated in West Germany. Television commentators there talked almost exclusively about what Mr. Wilson's attitude to Europe would be. Apart from Britain's relations with Europe, the election results' effect on the pound was also of major interest. From Switzerland, a report by Alan McGregor.
First reaction in Zurich is apprehension that the substantial Labour majority may divert Mr. Wilson from the policy decisions needed to make the country pay its way. So, on the Zurich Exchange today, the immediate effect of this feeling is expected to be a weakening of the pound. But not by very much, for the election result has already been discounted in the exchange rate. After that, for a week or so, it's going to be a matter of wait and see. Dealers will hold only the sterling needed for immediate commitments. The rate will drift a bit lower, but no panic. And as soon as the government again displays what one banker called economic realism, the favourable effect will be immediate. He added, we all want to keep the pound where it is, and we just hope that Mr. Wilson, for he seems to know what's needed, will be tough enough.
In America, television commentators called Mr. Wilson the British Lyndon Johnson, a political giant, Texas style. One remarked that it couldn't be disappointing to Washington to have the prospect of another 5 years of the by now familiar Mr. Wilson, Mr. Stewart, and Mr. Healy. But today's New York Times hopes that Mr. Wilson will come round to the Heath view that Britain's future lies in Europe. In Vietnam, a terrorist attack in Saigon during the night, with at least 6 people killed and more than 80 others injured. It started when a group of Viet Cong attacked an American officer's billet just before dawn, killing 3 guards with machine gun fire and hand grenades. The terrorists then drove up a truck packed with explosives, and the blast, when it went off, tore out most of the first 2 floors of the building, where more than 150 Americans were asleep. Military police and other rescue workers found 3 bodies in the rubble and helped the survivors out of the shattered building. It's feared that others may still be trapped. As polling ended last night, not everyone was at election parties or watching the results. The Duke of Edinburgh, for instance, was the guest of honour at a boxing dinner given by the Anglo-American Sporting Club. Also there, the man who may soon be fighting for the world heavyweight title, Henry Cooper, the British champion. The Duke, polo player, yachtsman and cricketer, was presented with a golden salver for his contribution to sport and a cheque for £5,000 for charity. Then the boxing and a 4-round victory by Billy Walker over the Swedish heavyweight Lars Norling. And 2 more overnight's results. First, soccer. Chelsea are through to the FA Cup semi-final again after beating Hull City 3-1 last night. And tennis, the Mexican Pancho Gonzalez won the BBC Two World Professional Championship at Wembley, beating Rod Laver 6-3, 5-7, 12-10. Officials are meeting at Moscow Zoo this morning to discuss the next step in the case of the reluctant pandas. There'll be talks about whether London Zoo's Chi-Chi may stay in Moscow until the autumn to mate with Annan, the Russian Zoo's panda. Keepers had a rush-in with brooms yesterday to stop them from fighting after they'd been put in the same cage together for the first time. Perhaps the lady was worried about the election. Now back to Cliff Mitchellmore.
Must, I think, Michael, have been worried about something. Here you are. Can you hold this for me? A leading Dutch paper, I've just been told, has described Harold Wilson today as being as solid as granite. I don't know if you'd be flattered by that, but that's how they describe Mr. Harold Wilson. Now we're going to the place that Mr. Harold Wilson left on time at 8:15 this morning. We're going up to Liverpool, and Bob Perrin at the entrance, or, well, entrance and exit to the Mersey Tunnel.
50,000 cars come through the 2 miles of this tunnel, even on a very, very rainy day like this. But we've managed to stop a couple of cars with the help of the police. Tell me, sir, what would you like this government to do for Liverpool?
I think that the transport problem is one of the biggest problems, I think.
What would you like to see them do on the transport problems?
I would like the roads to be better. Some of the sets are very bad, and the traffic seems to be congesting in the town centre all of the time. I think it should be detoured around the town and just let tunnel traffic especially come straight into the city. And
how do you think the government can help on this?
I think they should help financially, which the local council are trying to do with their schemes, which they have got afoot.
Fine, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Perrin in the Mersey Tunnel.
Well, to anyone who's travelled along the main Wolverhampton-Birmingham road, you will have seen just on the right-hand side driving into Wolverhampton those tall grey-green chimneys of Stewart & Lloyd's steelworks. We've already heard from a number of people about steel nationalisation, their fear of it. What do the men up there think about it? Well, I hope that Derek Hart has made his way up there, because I told him how to get there. Are you there, Derek, and can you hear us?
Okay, what are we doing now?
Now, I can see Derek there. Can you hear me?
Here we are at Bilston, the Stewart & Lloyd Steelworks, and with me in the melting shop is the works manager, Mr. Jeff Forster. Mr. Forster, it now looks absolutely certain to you, does it, that Mr. Wilson will carry ahead with his plans to nationalise steel?
I suppose he will do. He's said this. How he's going to do it, of course, is the question.
What's your own feeling about it?
My own feeling is that old-time nationalisation, as we understand it in the past, would be quite disastrous to the prosperity of the industry.
And if he goes ahead on that, I think it's quite a disaster for the country. But I think it is quite possible to discuss and sort out some better way of nationalising, better way of organisation for industry, and I hope that this will happen.
But do you think that there's been a change of heart amongst management now in the steel industry towards nationalisation of some kind?
No, I don't think there's been a change of heart. I think it's essential that we have to have a private enterprise element in steel, but steel is such a basic industry that obviously public accountability is important, and there may well be alternative methods of getting this public accountability far short of old-style nationalisation.
But in other words, do you think that the steel industry is reconciled to some kind of nationalisation of public accountability?
I think the steel industry is reconciled and would cooperate in some change in the organisation.
What form would you like to see?
Well, a form of organisation which is being considered at the moment is something similar to the European coal and steel community pattern, where you have two bodies responsible for the industry. At the top, a small, very high caliber, slightly Olympian body who are accountable to the minister, and below that a working body of more people representing steelmakers and customers and the unions, and they would be directly responsible for the industry and the working of it. And the important thing is this would take the industry out of politics, and I think that's the most important thing, to get it out of the political cockpit.
How far would this affect and change drastically life for you here at Stewart & Lloyd?
Well, one can only speculate on that. I would expect in the short and medium term that one would not notice any change. In fact, my responsibility here is for the efficient, competitive running of Bilston Works, and whatever happens, that doesn't change. I want to make this an efficient place.
Whatever happens?
Whatever happens, yes.
Awesome, thank you very much indeed.
Right.
I talked to some of the workmen here. Are you happy about the results of the election?
Well, it's been terrible too, but...
It's been what?
It's been all right. I ain't heard much about it, to tell the truth.
You haven't?
No.
Do you think it's going to affect things here for you at Stewart & Lloyd's? It looks now as Mr. Wilson will nationalise steel. Do you think it's going to make a difference to your life here?
No, I don't think so.
Can you come forward just a moment?
No, I don't think so.
Not at all?
Might improve the pay.
You might what?
Might improve the pay.
You might improve the pay?
That's what they're interested in, really. I think it'll be a good thing if the steel's nationalised anyway.
You think it will be a good thing?
Yes, and plough the profits back into the state. Perhaps increase benefits to one and another, deserving cases, pensions, old age pensioners, disabled men, servicemen, plough back into them and develop the country as a whole, I think.
You feel that's what's likely to happen?
I think that's what should happen, anyway.
Thank you very much indeed.
Now, that was Derek Hart at Bilston at Stewart & Lloyd's Works. And now let's go across the far side of the studio, join Kenneth Harris. We've been hearing a lot of foreign reaction from the news. Now we can get some from him. Kenneth?
Well, we've got three very distinguished foreign journalists here. On my left here is Olivier Todd, Nouvel Observateur Paris, and on his left is Karl Marr from the Washington Post, and on his left is Henry Trofimensky of Moscow Radio. I know you've been studying the campaign and been around the country quite a lot. Do you agree with what most British journalists seem to be saying, that the campaign was rather dull? What about you, Olivier Todd?
No, I don't, and I must say that most French journalists have found it dull. I think that's a very superficial point of view. I think it's American and Latin. It hasn't been a noisy campaign. There were far fewer posters than in 1964. I think some people have found it exciting if the Prime Minister, instead of getting a stink bomb in his eye, had received a bullet or something like that, or if you've had a lot of majorettes in the street. I have found it an extremely serious campaign. Quiet one, but serious.
Karl Marr?
think descriptively it's accurate to say it was dull. I don't think that was the significant thing about it. I think there's been altogether too much self-criticism, too much negativism about the election here. On the contrary, I'm quite impressed by the fact that any country that can produce three attractive, able, first-class political leaders like Wilson, Heath, and Joe Grimman, I think that no country has to apologize if it can produce three men like this, and that the state of the British body politic is extremely healthy right now.
Henry Menkov?
No, I can't agree that the campaign was dull, and I was wondering why some American newspapers wrote it so off-key campaign. I think it was rather lively campaign, and maybe it was a little bit dull on the national, so to say, debate, but in the constituencies, it was quite sharp confrontation between the various parties. And also, to a certain extent, of course, the polling yesterday was a little bit dull, and someone would not notice maybe even that the elections are taking place in comparison, say, with the United States.
This depends on the constituencies. Yesterday afternoon, I was going around Hampstead, which I found very interesting, and I found it extraordinarily active. I mean, there were lots of young people on both sides campaigning, and canvassing and getting people out. It was very powerful.
But in my vicinity, in Notting Hill Gate, when there is an early closing day, there was nothing distinguished the day from the ordinary working, so to say, day.
I do have one regret, though. I think that the results will strengthen the awful tyranny of the opinion polls.
Oh, yes.
And I'm so sorry that they've turned out to be right.
Oh, they haven't. I mean, one opinion poll has disgraced itself completely and is out. Can one mention it or not? No, I suppose not.
Well, quite apart from the campaign, now what do you make of the result itself? Toby Menkov?
I think the result, of course, it was forecast. I think it's quite a natural result in this situation because of the three parliamentary parties. Labour Party was really presenting coherent economic program for Britain, because Britain, to my judgment, needs most of all the modernization of economy, some pushing ahead. And in this respect, the Labour Party stood ahead of Conservative and Liberal parties in presenting some really coherent plan with its attempts to have more government guidance, to give leadership, so to say, to the economy, and to introduce some elements of national planning. And I think this appealed to the voters.
Yeah. But I think there's one thing which is odd to Frenchmen, and that is that the Labour Party as a whole seems more rational, more coherent, more progressive than the Tory party. But Mr. Wilson's personality still remains very, very elusive, even to French socialists. They don't quite know what to make of him. They think that Heath is a European and more looking forward, more forward-looking, but that Mr. Wilson is not doctrinaire enough.
Yeah. Could I come back to that in a moment? Karl Marr?
I was struck by the same thing. You know, Wilson has been compared to practically every prime minister in the past.
Except to Wilson, yeah.
And, and I see that he's gotten the ultimate American accolade, that he was compared to Kennedy in 1964, and now he's being compared to Lyndon Johnson. As to the results, I have found myself of very divided minds on it. Looking at British domestic problems, I had the feeling that Labour presented the better case of the two in the sense of offering a coherent policy in the future, and in the sense that the Tories had 13 years and it was time to give the other side a chance. I must say, though, that as an American, I have felt that the Tories in the past have tended to strengthen people in the United States who were for coexistence, who were for a non-Cold War approach to diplomacy. I have been disappointed with what I think has been the excessive, the excessive uncritical attitude of the Labour government to American policy. I say this as someone who thinks that this kind of criticism is useful for the Americans.
In France, this opinion, oddly enough, would be shared by Gaullists and non-Gaullists. Non-Gaullists feel that Mr. Wilson has been very, very weak over Vietnam, and Gaullists also feel this. They're interested in Mr. Wilson's approach to the common market because he's against the supranational business, just like the general. They can't make him out at all, I think, for the moment.
No, what I would like to say is, though of course the foreign policy problems were in a way excluded from the national debate,
Nevertheless, in the constituencies, many left-wing candidates criticized the American policy, and I think it helped to Labour to win bigger majority. On the other hand, this exclusion of foreign policy problems from national debate, it also sort of played to the hand of Labour Party. Because though these problems, say, like the disarmament and the decreasing tensions in Europe, were not thoroughly discussed, but by implication, the fact that Mr. Wilson made a trip to Moscow, the fact that during the election campaign he sent Lord Chalfant there, sort of appealed to the feeling of the masses who are striving for peace, and in this way the Labour Party appealed more to the rank-and-file people than the Conservatives or Liberals.
Yes, I have a vague feeling that Wilson is still in many ways a little Englander, but that he's groping his way towards Europe. Some French papers this morning are suggesting that he might now take a slightly firmer line with the Americans over Vietnam. This is really the big question in France.
Karl Mayr?
I think that the point about the exclusion of foreign affairs, that every democratic election focuses on domestic issues. It's very exceptional that foreign affairs become an issue, and in fact, in 1964 in the United States, we had a situation where foreign affairs was an issue, and God save us from another campaign like that. I think that this is not necessarily a bad thing. I am troubled, though, by the fact that on Europe, that Mr. Wilson has not shown which way he wants to go on this. And he represents a coalition of interests within his party, and I think the problem for him is to shape a new consensus on this subject.
One got the impression that the common market issue, when it was raised, was a slight gimmick on both sides, perhaps corresponding to the fact that the English are getting far less insular than they used to be, and that somehow a foreign policy matter had to be brought into it, into the campaign.
What about you?
You see, I can't agree with the fact that as my colleague says, in democratic countries, the elections are waged on the basis of domestic policies. I think we should see what the next American elections, on which ground it would be waged. Well, but what I want to add is that the heavy voting for Labour, to my mind, was a sort of an advance payment to the Labour Party to carry out those promises.
Thank you very much. Then we'll come back and hear a little more from you later. And now back to Cliff.
We will indeed. I've just got two pieces of news. Mr. Heath has just announced that he'll be holding a Tory post-mortem in Smith Square this afternoon, together with the chairman of the Tory party, Mr. Edward Buchan. He'll be summing up his campaign for the past month at a press conference and assess the election results then. And a new MP is in hospital. There was no change today in the condition of Mr. Irvine, who's QC and 56, who's in Sefton General Hospital in Liverpool after suffering a cerebral vascular incident due to election strain. Mr. Irvine retained his seat for Labour at Edge Hill, Liverpool last night. He was sleeping when the result was announced. And now, let's look at one of the most dramatic moments of last night's results. The moment when Smethwick, which in 1964, you'll remember, became a permanent focus for national and indeed world attention, that swung the other way. Conservative Peter Griffiths, elected in 1964 on what everyone thought was a racialist policy, also the world thought, loses out in 1966 to Andrew Folds. In Smethwick, Desmond Wilcox talked to both of them.
Go ahead now, Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Griffiths, you've now lost Smethwick, the seat that you gained from Patrick Gordon Walker at the last election. Do you regard this as a personal rejection of your policies which brought you to victory last time?
No, I don't think so. We appear to have had the same sort of swing as elsewhere. I think this is just part of the national trend.
But Smethwick was not part of the national trend last time. Smethwick has always been reckoned to be an odd constituency because of the issues that have been brought out in an election which you fought last time. Now, could it not be said that this time Smethwick has in fact rejected and changed its mind about what it did last time?
Oh no, there would have had to have been a much larger swing against me. We've kept the support we got last time, where the swing here is in line with all the others, so we've kept the people we gained last time.
Oh, Mr. Griffiths, aren't you quibbling with the results somewhat?
No, the swing here is the same as elsewhere, so we've kept the gain we made last time. I'm quite pleased that we've done this, though I'm disappointed that we've lost.
Will you fight the constituency again?
Oh yes, as soon as we can, yes.
Do you think that the issue of race here in Smethwick will be effective as political ammunition in the future?
I certainly hope not.
What do you mean you hoped not? It was in the election that brought you to victory, was it not?
No, it most certainly was not.
No. What are you going to do now that you no longer have a living as a Conservative MP?
I'm going to prepare for the next general election.
Are you going to go back to being a headmaster at a local school?
I really haven't given any thought to it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Foulds, you've won back the seat that was taken away from, I wonder if I can turn you this way.
Yes.
Won back the seat that was taken away from Patrick Gordon Walker. What do you think this indicates about the voters of Smethwick?
I think it indicates that they tumbled, that they had a rather nasty trick played on them last time. The campaign here, the last election, was something that was totally unacceptable in British political terms. And I don't think anybody doubts this. Anybody who studied the campaign, anybody who knows what went on, accepts this. This time, for reasons that no doubt we'll discuss at a later date, it was a much more honest and straightforward campaign. I think our opponents were probably warned off fighting the same sort of campaign again. And of course, the fact that we've now got something like a 3,500 majority, I don't think Mr. Griffiths has really checked his figures. I think there's been an enormous movement back to Labour. And I would hazard a guess, I haven't checked the figures, he hasn't, I would hazard a guess this is something above the national swing.
Old gentleman, the old walking wearily.
I am both.
With a hearing aid, isn't it?
And now, let's go down to Albany. This is where Mr. Edward Heath lives. Presumably waiting for him to come out of I don't know who our reporter is down there, but perhaps he'll go ahead if he can hear me down at Albany.
Reg Abbas at the Albany.
Sorry, I couldn't see who it was. We're over with you now.
Mr. Edward Heath's flat is in Albany House here. A few reporters around this morning, a few photographers, but so far no appearance by Mr. Heath. It's felt that he will emerge shortly. He may well go to Conservative headquarters. No one knows. For the moment, we're awaiting the leader of the Conservative Party, Reg Abbas at the Albany.
There we are. I thought he was just about to come out. One thing is sure to happen now. It's 10 o'clock, tea break time at Ford's Works, Dagenham. Fife Robertson.
They've just started a tea break here at the great Ford Works at Dagenham in Essex, and very welcome it is, because these men have to move pretty steadily, everything else doing the same. Come and tell me what you think about the election results. Now, you're the shop steward here, aren't you?
Yes, I'm the shop steward here in this department.
Is it going to affect your life, do you reckon?
I don't think so, no. I don't think it will affect us at all in any way, one way or the other.
But I would have...
Very good result.
Do politics not enter into industrial relations here at all?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, politics doesn't concern me.
No?
I'm not interested in politics. I'm a strict trade unionist, and I don't think it's a very...
You have your own politics mind, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you think of the proposal that there should be a merger of some of the 21 car industry unions? Would you like that?
Yes, I would be very pleased with this. I think the sooner this comes, the better.
How many unions would you like to see in a great place like
I
this?
would say that in this place here, I would say 3 unions would be ample. One to represent the trade side, and the other 2 to represent the production and non-productive workers.
It would make your job easier, would it?
It would make our job a lot simpler. It would make negotiations.
Job easier too,
it would make management's job easier. It would make negotiations very simple and very quick. Expedience is what we want.
Now, how do you boys feel about the result?
Oh, I mean, we're all very pleased with it. We're all shocked because we didn't expect such a big majority.
But why are you shocked, I should think?
Well,
I mean,
we're delighted in one way, but it's a shock in another way because although we expected Labour to get back in, we didn't expect them with such a big majority.
Well, what's the trouble about a big majority?
Oh, there's no trouble at all. I mean, it's just a shock in one way and happiness in another way.
What do you reckon the Labour government will do now that they're so safely back?
Well, I think now they've really got organised. I think they're really going to this nationalisation problem. They're really trying to steal. I think so. I think in this computer age that we are living in now, I think to safeguard the lads, like myself, I think nationalisation will save it. I mean, if it goes into private enterprise, it'd be...
Wait a minute, would you say that men working in nationalised industries have done better than men working in a private enterprise firm like this?
Yeah, I think they've got more security. I mean, it's dog eat dog in this type. I mean, as we work...
Not so bad now it was, is it?
No, it's not so bad, but I mean, it is. I mean, they're not running a benevolent society, are they?
They're here. The British Railway.
No.
Come forward and tell me what you think. You look very happy about the result.
I think the best party won.
Best party in what way?
Well, I'll just say in every way, like.
Well, surely not every way. I'd have thought trade unionists might be a little bit wary about the proposed trade union legislation. They are a warning bill. What do you think of the Prices and Incomes Board?
Well, same as...
if you had a pay claim coming out, would you be prepared to see it go before the board and abide by the results?
Well, we all got to abide with it whether we want to or not, don't we?
I don't know. You haven't always done that, you know, have you, eh? This is a happier place to work in now, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Has that anything to do with politics? Can you come forward a little so that they hear better? Is that anything... Do politics enter much into labour relations here?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Well, what do you think of the proposals the Labour government has already outlined? You know, the Prices and Incomes, early warning bill.
Well, I suppose if Mr. Wilson has got to get the country back on his feet, I suppose he's got to stick by a policy of keep wages down, I suppose, as much as he can.
Well, it was your keeping your wages down, if you think, eh?
Oh, well, I don't think
that... among the best paid manual workers.
Oh, I would... Far from it, I would...
What kind of a rise do you want to satisfy you then? Well, and do you think you'll get it under a Labour government? Easier than under a Tory one?
No, I wouldn't think... I wouldn't say that. We get it.
Well, look, here's a difficult one. Would you rather see them devote their attention to bringing the lower paid workers up and leave you blokes where you are for a while?
Yes. Yes. Good thing, yes. Especially
now, what
in
about
railways.
some of the other declared policies? Council rents are tending to go up, aren't they? How do you feel about that?
Well, I think everyone should, like the strike problem, I think everyone should pay a tax regardless where they live or where they work or anywhere. I mean, at the moment the ratepayers and people that live in council houses are being well lumbered, aren't they, on this issue? But everyone, I mean, there's people that are in digs, there's single people, they should pay.
This is what a lot of people think. But do you think it's right and fair, as some people do, that if a man can afford it, he should pay the economic rent for a council house?
Yes. I think council house rent should be paid according to the income of the house.
You don't mind a means test there, then?
No, I would not. I would not.
What do you, if a Tory government had got in, what would you have been most afraid of?
Unemployment.
Unemployment, I think mostly, yeah.
The old stop-go policy again, you know.
Yes. Would you say that that was much to the fore in the last half the 13 years?
I think so. Yes. I mean, where a hell of a lot of things, like where the Polaris missiles, money wasted on these type of things, and where the Ferranti business, you know, the old fiddle, and where the other scandals, which we won't talk about, but we all know. And, I mean, there's endless things. He helped the sewer taxpayers out. There's always helping the big man out. But we were left in I mean, what happened? Every time we put the credit squeeze on, we were on short-time working.
My time's up. This is Fife Robertson at Dagenham.
Now, the credit squeeze, I think, takes us very neatly indeed, because not only do we have our cameras out all over this country, but we're also connected, of course, with Eurovision. Now, I believe this gentleman is going to talk about finance to Kenneth Harris. Kenneth?
Mr. Hartman.
Yes?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, it's all right. I understand you, Mr. Harris.
Good. Could you tell us what the gnomes of Zurich make of this election result?
Oh, I think the gnomes of Zurich expected all that Labour Party might get the victory. But I think we didn't expect that they will get such a large majority. It may be interesting for you that the foreign exchanges markets opened about an hour ago in Zurich, and that, contrary to some expectations, the pound sterling was slightly firmer than it was yesterday.
You think that reaction is going to be the permanent one there?
I think that will depend mainly what the new government will do.
What?
And it will depend perhaps more than in the past even on that.
Why is it firmer? You say yourself that most people would have expected the contrary reaction.
Some people thought that if Mr. Wilson gets a larger majority in the parliament, that he might have some difficulties in his own party and might be obliged to make concessions to the left side of his own party. It seems that the general opinion today is that Mr. Wilson has such a majority that he can carry for a considerable long time a steady policy.
Do you yourself think that he will have to make concessions to the left wing of his party because he's got this large majority?
We all fear that, and including myself.
Now, what kind of concessions do you fear, and why?
Some of the measures the Prime Minister took during the past 1.5 years were not very popular ones, and I think stroke mostly the small men. And it may be that he will have to make concessions with smaller interest rates, especially for housing, that he will make concessions for increased wages, and that he will have a deficit in his budget on account of several expenditures he promised during the first election campaign.
Yes, but whatever the Zurich gnomes think of what he did in the last Parliament, he didn't make many concessions to the left. What is it you fear?
No, I think, on the contrary, we admit and admire even that Mr. Wilson did many things in order to help the British balance of payments and to get the pound sterling firm. Things which may perhaps be more difficult in the future if he has some opponents in his own party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hartman. Now back to Jeff.
Whatever you may have read on your television screens there, that was not Stuart and Lloyd's at Bilston or anywhere else. That was Mr. Hartman, who's a Swiss banker, and he was talking to you direct over the Eurovision link from Switzerland. And now, down to what I think to be one of the most glorious parts of the country, one of my very favourite places, and Tom Salmon's down there. We've got a result. We've got a result.
This, in fact, is an overnight one that came in very late from Northern Ireland. Armagh and the Ulster Unionists have held this pretty comfortably.
The Unionist vote goes up 7% there, but there was a Northern Ireland Labour candidate last time who's withdrawn. The Republican Labour candidate goes up. The Republican candidate goes up 5%.
Just to remind you, the Ulster Unionists have lost one seat in Northern Ireland, Belfast West, overnight.
All right, now we really will go down to Barnstable, to my friend down there, Tom Salmon, who I hope will send me a couple of market bunches. Tom, from the Pannier Market.
Good morning, and you join us in the Pannier Market at Barnstable in North Devon, this cross between almost a Victorian railway station and an enlarged church bazaar. It's to this market for 100 years now that farmers have brought their produce, fresh vegetables, flowers, good Devonshire cream. And this, of course, is the Liberal country, Jeremy Thorpe's constituency. There's no... I can needn't ask you who you voted for, Jeremy again.
Yes.
But the majority was reduced.
Reduced. 3,000 something.
Why do you think that was?
Well, I couldn't say at all.
Disappointed about it?
No, not at all. Not at all.
What about you? What did you think
No, we're not disappointed, but we know we have a good man, and he'll be with us the next 50 years.
Now, what do you think about the...
Well, I think personally he helped the National Liberals up and down the country more so than he should have. I think he should have stayed more with us.
He couldn't spend as long as
he couldn't spend as long as he could. No, I think that's what happened, yeah.
What do you think about this, what looks like being a certain big Labour majority in the country?
Well, as an ordinary working person, I'm very pleased about it.
But
we can't get the Liberals in, can we?
No, you can't get the Liberals in, but would you be satisfied with Labour?
I think so, yes. We haven't given them a chance yet, have we?
You're not a bit worried that the socialism may be a bit heavy?
No, I'm not, no.
You just don't like the Tories in this part of the world?
No, I don't like the Tories. I never have.
This is the point here.
Quite right, yeah, quite right.
Well, let's move across to the other side of the market, and we seem to be blocking the gangway here. It's pretty crowded here this morning. What do you think of the Labour majority over the country?
Well, from my own personal point of view, I don't... it's not my political view, really. I am really a Conservative, and I don't think it'll be a good thing for the country.
Why don't you think it'll be a good thing?
Well, I'm an ex-naval man, and I've been served in the Royal Navy since 1906 until 1929. I don't like the attitude of doing away with aircraft carriers or reducing the Navy as such, because by having a strong Navy, which will be employing men to man the ships, and the ships will have to be built in shipyards where I have been connected for over 40 years.
What about you, sir? What do you think of this, looks like being a sweeping Labour win?
Well, that's exactly what the National Opinion Poll forecasted, really, isn't it?
But here in this constituency here, I think Mr. Thorpe has lost a great deal of these supporters in votes because he has been sitting on the fence on this overspill development.
Oh, this has been a big issue here, you think?
It certainly has. And Mr. Kegwin, the Conservative candidate, he's definitely come out against overspill.
And do you think the people in North Devon generally are against the possibility of London overspill coming down here?
Well, on a poll that was taken here by an overspill resistance movement, there was 12,000 signatures against overspill development.
Yeah. Why do you think Mr. Thorpe lost some of his vote? Well, not his vote, but the majority is reduced here.
Well, I think the main reason was that he had so much to cover throughout the country. He didn't spend a lot of time in Barnstaple.
But he was, in fact, one of the national figures.
He was one of the national figures.
Yes.
But on the whole, he's an excellent fellow. He's doing a good job in this area. Very likeable.
What do you think of the national picture? It looks like being 100 majority or over.
Well, it gives Mr. Wilson a chance to carry on his programme, and we shall see what happens. He may make a good job of it. If not, well, people will know what to do in the next election.
But it'll probably be 5 years before they get this opportunity.
Yes, it will
Are you perhaps in a sort of liberal constituency such as this, are you a bit afraid that the socialism may be a bit strong, a bit undiluted?
I don't think so. As long as they don't nationalise too much.
If it wasn't going to be a Liberal government, as obviously it wasn't, would you prefer a Tory one or a Labour one?
I think a Labour one, because it gives Mr. Wilson a chance to carry on his programme that he started.
What sort of things do you think Wilson ought to concentrate on?
Well, it seems that he's, in his manifesto, he's very much for nationalising several industries. This, in my own personal opinion, I'm very much against. I like to see free trading wherever possible.
What about you on nationalisation? Afraid of it or not?
I don't like it at all. I'd rather, as my friend here says, private enterprise every time. I don't agree. I mean, say, if they could prove that nationalisation was paying, such as railways or mines or anything like that, then yes. But it's not. It's failing, isn't it? It's costing you more for your coal, or I more for my coal, and more for your train fares, wherever you travel. I would say, certainly we must have these things, and I don't see why they should be nationalised at all.
What about you? What's your feeling about this overall result? Not this constituency one, but the Labour win throughout the country.
Well, I'd much rather see a Liberal balance of power. I think a Liberal influence on both parties is a good thing. It keeps them on their toes. Instead of bickering among themselves or becoming, with a really big majority, they become very lax and they can push anything through they like. They get very lackadaisical. It's a bad thing. But with a very narrow majority and with a good, strong Liberal influence, they can keep them on their toes and keep them at it.
Well, you too, although you're not wearing a badge which says I like Jeremy, it's obviously the way you think. But given an alternative, either a socialist government or a Tory one, which would you have gone for?
Very hard to say. I would tend towards the Tories. But again, I'd much rather see a very strong Liberal influence, whichever way it goes.
Why do you think the Liberal influence in this part of the world seems to have been diminished? Your friend was saying the possibility of overspill.
Well, the overspill issue is a very live issue here. The overspill resistance movement did try to keep it out of politics, but it was brought in. Jeremy has, to many people, sat on the fence. Tim Kegwin came out positively against overspill. A lot of people, this appealed to them, and they've obviously voted for him.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all very much indeed. And this is Tom Salmon, the Pannier Market, Barnstaple.
Nice to. But before we go on, Ian, you were saying how interested you were in some of those remarks.
I found this fascinating. I thought that a lady there, in a single sentence, really summed up this election when she said, "We haven't given them a chance yet." I feel certain that this one sentence really sums up what's happened, that there's a great feeling that the Labour government's only had 17 months, and this is really the country deciding that they should be given another chance. I think it's as simple as that, in a single sentence.
Thank you very much indeed. Now let's go and join, if he's ready for us to go and join him. I don't know if he is. Kenneth Harris, who's got with him, as I can see, a group of trade union leaders. Kenneth Harris.
Well, I've got sitting with me here, from my left to right, First, Sir William Carron, the president of the Amalgamated Engineering Union, the second biggest union in the country. And then next to him, the president of the Electrical Trade Union, Mr. Les Cannon. And on his left, Mr. Harry Nicholas, the acting General Secretary of the Transport and General Workers Union, Mr. Cousins' union. So, William, during the campaign, one of the matters that has been much discussed has been the reform of the trade unions. And many people, rightly or wrongly, will be expecting this government, with its big majority, to push forward the reform of the trade union movement. Now, are you expecting that?
I wouldn't know on what basis the expectations have been made. Could I say that it's been made very, very evident and emphasised by the Conservatives that if they return to power that they would take steps which would be very adverse to our interests, and right up to this, up to last night. The leader of the Conservative Party had indicated that the aspects of trade unionism was one of the major facets of Conservative policy, and this has been most decisively rejected by the electorate. Individual Tories have made, I would say, vicious attacks upon certain unions, including mine, and certainly at least one of them has gone overboard, and so I think this is an indication that the country as such are not prepared to accept the Tory concept of vicious attacks on the unions. Now, we would expect our Labour friends, well, to help us, to help ourselves, which we're doing all the time, no more and no less than that.
Les Cannon?
I think in the first place that reform is necessary, both of trade unions and employers' organisations, and indeed many other types of organisations in the country. I would be strongly opposed to any legislation, if that's what you mean by the government pushing the unions. Certainly they need to be encouraged, and facilities for further amalgamations and improved forms of coordination and cooperation can be brought into being. The recent legislation, for example, to make easier amalgamations is one of the things the government can do. The danger about a government interfering, especially by legislation, is that if they make a mistake, you've now got a structure backed by law which is no more effective than the present one. I think reform is bound to take place as a result of the unions themselves grappling with their own problems.
What are you expecting, Mr. Harry Nicholas?
Well, the trade unions are free associations of working people. There's a great deal of legislation already applying to them. In fact, were it not for legislation, they wouldn't exist. Now it seems to me that the Tories overemphasize the need for legislation to almost put the trade unions out of business. And I think they made a tremendous error in overemphasizing that point of view. I think that the Labour Party will await the conclusion of the Royal Commission that's sitting at the moment, both on trade unions and employer organizations, and I stress the latter. And I would hope that they wouldn't start thinking about the introduction of legislation which would inhibit trades unions from doing the jobs that they've been set up to do.
So, William, do you think a Royal Commission was necessary? Surely we knew what was wrong with the trade unions 16 months ago.
Well, I would want to emphasise what Harry Nicholas has just said, that the Royal Commission is looking at employers' organisations. Now, for a long, long time, the trade unions have been an open book. The faults that we have, and we have them, have been exposed and they've been emphasised and re-emphasised. One of the advantages of the Royal Commission is that we would hope that a spotlight would be turned on employers' organisations. I think that a Royal Commission is of value because it's going into these matters very, very deeply, and its conclusions would probably help us in doing what Leslie Cannon so rightly says, that we've got to move with the times and not be too slow to move with them.
Yes. Now, you, Les Cannon, you said that you thought that some reforms were required. What are the kind of things that you have in mind?
Well, I think that in the case of unions which associate with each other in a given industry, where there's more than one unit in an industry, at the moment we bring separate policies to bear on a meeting. I think we ought to give the representatives of the different unions in a given industry, negotiating in a given industry, a little more power to decide things as though they were an executive representing the workers of all the unions in that given industry. There are many ways of improving cooperation. I think, too, that what is necessary in order to increase the effective cooperation of trade unions is to revise the whole of the negotiating machinery, which involves, incidentally, a radical reform in many employers' organisations, and let me say, particularly the Engineering Employers Federation, which hasn't
effected a single change in the way they deal with things in the engineering industry almost since their existence. Not a single change. The interesting thing is that you pose this question, was a Royal Commission on Trade Unions necessary? It's supposed to be a Royal Commission on Trade Unions and employers' organisations, but everybody forgets the latter point. But the fact is that the employers' organisations also need reform.
Mr. Nicholas, could I move now to the question of an incomes policy? Now, many people feel that the government has one incomes policy, the Transport and General Workers has another incomes policy. Mr. Cousins, of course, is the General Secretary of your union on leave of absence. He's also a member of the Cabinet. Now, do you feel that Mr. Cousins supports the Transport and General Workers Union incomes policy or the government's incomes policy?
Well, I think you ought to put that question to Mr. Cousins. What in fact is happening is that the General Executive Council of the Transport and General Workers Union is carrying out a policy that it has long ago determined to carry out. And we say that the existing incomes policy applies to far too few of the people in this country. There are far too many who can fall outside the net. My own view about it is, certainly the view of my executive too, is that the incomes policy is being applied to trade unionists who submit claims and other people, if you like, in the realms of management, in the professions, don't come into the net at all. So that therefore I think the quarrel is rather more about means and not ends. And again, we think that the policy is negative. It tells you what you mustn't do rather than the things that we ought to do. Remember, it's supposed to be a productivity prices and incomes policy, and productivity seems to have been completely forgotten over the past few months, and that's where we put the emphasis.
Mr. Nicholas, do you think that the government, with its new big majority, are going to push their version of an incomes policy and therefore possibly come more in conflict with your union than it has up to date?
No, I don't think so, because the manifesto already refers, and the manifesto on which the election was fought, refers to a national conference on productivity being held with the Prime Minister in the chair. It also talks about wages and productivity councils being set up. I think we're going to have a much more positive emphasis on these things to make the national cake bigger, rather than the purely negative angle of a prices policy which says you can't exceed this or you can't exceed that.
So, William, do you feel that the government's big majority is going to have any effect on the pushing forward of the incomes policy as we know it at the moment?
Well, the incomes policy is part of the Labour government's plan. I think that the government will most probably put more bite into the plan now that it's on the grounds that it is with the majority that it has. And in consistency with that, I certainly don't think that the government will back down on its incomes policy.
What do you mean by more bite, Sir William?
Well, taking over from the original Conservative government's planning, which was hardly planning at all, it was really a series of reports, and then going into the field which set up the EDCs to go into detail into the various industries, there's been a vast mass of detailed information collected, and I think that the government now will be able to go on from that into more precise planning than hitherto has been the case.
Thank you, Sir William. Thank you, Les Cannon. Thank you, Harry Nicholas.
Thank you.
Now back to Cliff Mitchell.
Now I can see the rotunda of that complicated complex called the Bullring at Birmingham. And I think somewhere around the Bullring at Birmingham, Kenneth Alsop.
Well, in Birmingham, Labour made one gain in the Conservative marginal seat of Perry Barr, which gives them 9 of the 13 Birmingham seats. In fact, the Labour swing here was 6.7. But let's see what the individual Brummagem feel about this result in the Bullring here at Birmingham. So, what do you expect from the certain next 5 years of Labour rule?
Well, I expect we'll have some proper government and that we'll be free of a lot of these restrictive unofficial strikes and things like that. And people are at last satisfied that for the next 5 years we can really get down to the things that really matter.
You're the market superintendent here. How do you think this is going to affect trade on the pavement level here in Birmingham?
Well, I think the Bullring market has always been one of the best markets in the country, and the cost of living for people who shop in big shops could be cut down quite considerably if they came to the market a bit more and got more bargains in the market, because there are a lot of bargains to be got here.
What do you think is the biggest single factor that brought about this result for Labour?
Well, I should say it's Wilson's attitude and putting it over. He'd make a good soapbox man, I think. You know, he's wrapped the article up well and the public have swallowed it.
You run a stall here in the market. Well, what do you sell?
I sell clothing, remnants and fabrics.
And how do you think it's going to affect you? In any way?
No, I don't think at all. Unless they interfere with the emigration. Because that, to me, is a great thing. I do terrific business with them. They're charming people, lovely people, and very good spenders.
I'd like to have a word with the gentleman over here, because it's been said in Birmingham that this result kills the immigration issue stone dead. How do you feel about this?
Well, I feel Labour has prospered because he has a great aim in the Colombian immigration scheme of equal equalization, which I pray and hope that he will give equal rights to the colored immigrants here. See,
what constituency are you in Birmingham?
Well, I'm in the... What do you mean?
Well, I mean, in your own constituency, was the racial issue brought up very much this time?
Well, they just pinch it a little bit, you see. But I want them to give us equal rights in the government work offices, such as giving us a chance to join the police force as well. I wonder why they won't give us a chance, because I know that the colored immigrants here is capable enough to do that work and other works here.
Do you agree with that, madam?
Well, they have started, haven't they? I mean, there is one coloured person in the police force, and where one can get in, I think others will.
Only in Bristol, but he's not paid.
No, but you've got to start somewhere, haven't you?
Well, yes, we quite agree.
Do you feel that the racial issue is an important one in Birmingham this time?
Well, I think it's a bit overrated. I think it's just something that they get their teeth into, and it's like a dog with a bone.
What do you expect from the next 5 years of Labour rule?
Well, I think given a chance that they can do. They've done a lot so far, in my opinion.
What about you? How did you vote this time?
Well, it's the first vote this year, and I voted Conservative, so I'm a bit disappointed.
Your first vote, you voted Conservative. Why was that?
Well, I think that the Labour can't do so much as the Conservative. I think the Conservative did quite well when they were in. I don't think the Labour are any better.
So you feel very unhappy about this now, do you?
Yes.
What about a word with you? What do you feel about the result of this?
Well, I think it's very good, and I think that in the next 5 years it'll bring the economy up to something like Sweden or Germany.
What's your particular trade or business?
Well, I'm a subcontractor, and I don't think Labour go much for that, you know, but still I voted for him.
You think it'll be bad for your particular business?
It will be, yeah, in the short run, but in the long run it'll be good for the country as a whole.
One last word now with you. What do you feel about this result?
Well, I feel that a large majority in the House of Commons by the Labour Party might be into detriment as far as democracy is concerned.
You mean you think they've got too many?
I think they've got too many. They may well ride roughshod over minorities, and this I think is a very, great constitutional danger. But otherwise, I am in support of such items as corporation tax, which I think will help capital accumulation in industry.
Thank you very much. Kenneth Alsop in Birmingham.
Well, Kenneth Alsop in Birmingham was raising the immigration issue on which you want to work. David Butler.
It is quite plain that immigration, which was such a factor in a certain number of constituencies in the last election, has not been a factor in this election. The swing in the constituencies where there was a high level of immigration, where there was thought to be something of a coloured issue, was in fact slightly more to Labour than in other parts of the country. So this doesn't suggest that there was any adverse effect to Labour from the immigration issue. Secondly, there were 8 independent candidates standing on a avowedly racialist, anti-immigrant platforms. They averaged only 4% of the vote, about half what the similar candidates averaged in the previous election. There was no instance whatsoever where you can suggest that immigration adversely affected the Labour result, or indeed had a major effect on the result in any way.
You were also saying something about the assumption that people are making about that it is automatically 5 years.
Oh, well, this was simply that people keep on talking about 5 years. The Conservative Parliament of 59 to 64 was 5 years. That was unique. Almost every other Parliament has been 4 years, occasionally 4.5, but 4 years has been the norm, and though it legally can be 5, I don't think one should get to set the idea the next election will be in March 1971.
fact, Prime Ministers on the whole prefer very much not to leave it to the last possible moment because it gives them no elbow room at all. They like to think in terms of 4.25 years, something like that.
And Mr. Wilson has just demonstrated the enormous advantage of the Prime Minister's power to choose the date of the election. It is a great advantage which he has certainly used very successfully today.
It is the great very political decision that a Prime Minister has to make on his own. It's a tremendous test, and Mr. Wilson has obviously timed it quite superbly from his own point of view.
And one of the great differences between British and American politics, where you have fixed election dates.
Just like people keep on talking about large majorities, I think they're really quite two different things here. It has been suggested that if the Labour Party got a large majority, this would greatly increase their left wing. There's a certain number of surveys that have been made of the new Labour MPs. On the whole, discount this. I think the Sunday Times did a survey into this. And certainly there's no evidence that there's going to be a great wave of left-wing MPs coming into the Labour Party.
The new MPs are in fact rather young men, and I think they're more significantly professional, technocratic sort of people who may be on the left, maybe on the right. This is more significant fact about them than whether they're on the left or on the right. It's a different sort of parliament we're going to have quite appreciably by being a younger parliament.
The new Labour MPs, they're pure working class. One finds university lecturers, barristers, professional people, technocrats, as David said. The other point about large majority, though, which I think does cause some concern to any government with a majority of over 100, is that it does have an awful lot of backbenchers swanning around Westminster with not very much to do. And I know certainly in the 13 years of the Conservative government, they found that their party was most difficult to handle when they had their biggest majority. In the 59-64 Parliament, they used to look, when they had a majority of 100, they used to look back nostalgically to the days when they only had a majority of 17 and everything was much quieter.
The Labour Chief Whip has in fact, of course, said that he's got plans for study groups and other activities to keep the MPs busy and not making trouble.
I tell you one very important thing that is going to happen.
Tell us quickly, because we're going to have a display. Yes, go on.
Well, there's going to be a tremendous move to reform Parliament to get the committee system, American committee system going. We can talk about that later. It's a very big thing.
We'll have a look at that. Now, what we want to do, we've been here this morning for just over 4 hours here, haven't we? We have indeed. We have indeed. Good morning to anyone who's just joined us. Almost good afternoon from where we are, really. We think it'd be useful at this time to go through all these changes so far. Here they are. They will just go by on your screen so that you can see them if you've missed them before.
These are the seats that Labour won in all the 461 results that declared overnight. The two Bristol seats, which were expected in fact to go at the last election. Chislehurst, that's Pat Hornsby-Smith's seat. Conway, a bit unexpected. Exeter, that was the first seat. Hampstead, that was Henry Brooks' seat. He put that one up twice. Harrow East, that was Commander Courtney's seat. Lancaster, Humphrey Barclay's seat. Lewisham North, Christopher Chataway's seat. Leighton, that's where Patrick Gordon Walker won, who with us earlier, you would have seen him being interviewed.
And Christopher Chataway, incidentally.
But Plymouth Devonport was just held. Preston North, that's Julian Amery out. Reading, Peter Emery. And the famous Smethwick revenge by Labour. Stretford, the chairman of Ways and Means. Uxbridge, Charles Curran. York, Charles Longbottom. And that's Roderick Byrne, the deputy chairman of Ways and Means. And here's the gain from the Ulster Unionists in Ireland, in Belfast West. These are the unexpected Liberal gains. Dr. Michael Winstanley in Cheadle. And Richard Wainwright, this win from Labour at the Colne Valley.
There you are, the changes so far. David Butler, a quick comment.
There are 5 seats due to come which are almost certain to join that list. Bedfordshire South, High Peak, South West Norfolk, Monmouth and Rushcliffe. On the form so far, those all have over 90% chance of joining them. Then there are about 7 or 8 seats, which we should be very much watching forward to, around 50% chance of moving, about even chance they're going or not going. Some of them probably will go, so we end up with somewhere 99, 101, 103 Labour overall majority.
We've got these East Anglia seats, which are always fascinating because they invariably produce very close results, and often the other way.
Well, I know where we're going now, to Belfast, to Holland and Wolff, on top of that great giant oil rig. I don't know if Bob Coulter's still on top there. Are you still up there?
Here in Belfast, the question, as always, is what does it all mean in terms of men and jobs? As an economist, Dr. Black, how do you feel?
Well, I don't think there's any reason for alarm in Northern Ireland over this result. We now have a Labour government, a strong Labour government at Westminster committed to national planning. We have a unionist government at Stormont committed to regional planning, and the thing to do is to ensure that they have the closest possible relationships to get on with the job. There are 2 issues that I think might be important in the future of Shorten Howlands, the aircraft producers here, and the future of Holland and Wolff producing ships. Guinness has left Holland and Wolff a bit out on a limb. I think this is likely to produce a very substantial problem for management in Belfast, and I think that possibly the relations between management and Labour will be the key to the solution of this problem in the future.
That takes me over to our friends. Jimmy Graham, you're chairman of the Works Committee at Short Brothers and Howlands.
That's correct.
A prominent union leader, Mr. Brian Graham, union leader with DATA. Now, this whole challenge between management and Labour, how do you see it coming?
Well, I feel that the incoming government, the relationship between it and the trade union movement will be dominated by the incomes policy and how they apply their incomes policy. Secondly, in Northern Ireland, of course, our position, especially that in aircraft and in shipbuilding, will be dominated, I would say, by a position of change from one job to another, retraining. This might be easier in England, where there would be relative overemployment. Here, viewed against a background of 6.2% unemployment, the question of change means that there's fear, insecurity in people's minds about the future with regard to work, etc.
Mr. Graham, you have a design problem always in Short Brothers and also in Holland and Wolff. Whether you can keep your design team together if the whole thing becomes so specialised.
This is one of the problems of the proposals contained in the Geddes Committee report on shipbuilding, in that the possibility for centralised design raises particular problems for our members. The proposal to have a specialisation that relates to the type of ships we build also raises serious problems for our members.
The unions are coming a long way towards this already, are they not, with management? You're kind of getting more mature and mellow with it as the years go.
Let me put it this way. I think that we're learning to live with one another. For people outside of industry who don't really know the background of it, piecework prices, changes in techniques, shifting people from one job to another, there's a tremendous amount of massive work which goes on, which the general public knows nothing at all about. And generally speaking, relationships, and speaking personally about my own firm, we've learned to live with one another. We have our differences, but we get over them.
One of the key things, of course, is this diversification, both for Shorts and for the whole country. Now, will this be helped at all by national planning as you see it?
Well, I think it will be. I think that the view that the Labour government has taken is that if an old traditional industry goes down, we must try to find something to put in its place.
Yeah.
I think we've got to strive to do this as much as possible in Northern Ireland.
You don't see any danger in this grouping across the water, in shipbuilding, for example?
I think that we've got to watch this very carefully. We must, I think, protect ourselves against the possibility of Northern Ireland being left out on a limb in shipbuilding in the same way as we've been left a bit out on a limb in aircraft production.
Where can the government step in here with direct action?
Well, they can make the maximum sort of representations to Westminster to ensure that we get all that we're entitled to.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. This is Bob Coulter in Belfast.
And I think the logical place to go from there, if we possibly could, would be to hear from Mr. Ray Gunter, who's the Minister of Labour. There he is in Transport House, and waiting to talk to him here, Robin Day.
Good morning, Mr. Gunter.
Good morning.
How are you feeling?
Not very well, but very happy.
You did quite well in Southwark, I think?
Yes, indeed.
15,401, that's good enough, isn't it?
I think that's sufficient.
Take a lot to shift you there, wouldn't it?
I'm hoping so. Yes, I think it will take a lot to shift me there.
Mr. Gunter, the news is this morning from the stock exchange that the pound is forging ahead against the dollar, and that opinion abroad seems relieved that after months of government on a knife-edge majority, there's now the prospect of an administration with a strong majority. Does that cheer you up?
Yes, indeed. I think that this is the lesson of the election, that the country has had 18 months of strong and real government, and now They have said we'll give the Labour Party an increased majority to continue in that way. That is, to go forward with strong and real plans in the interests of the economy of the country.
What do you think the government will be able to do now that it was not able to do before?
I think we can proceed now with detailed plans, particularly in the field of industry, which was always rather precarious because of the tiny majority in the House of Commons. We can bring perhaps an even deeper sense of purpose into the solution of the problems that we have to face. And there are those real problems still left, and let no one imagine that this election solves them. They are left, and therefore I imagine that Harold Wilson, with a strong government and a majority that will enable him to rule, will get down to the task of solving, as I say, these problems that have affected our economy now for so long.
You mentioned industry, Mr. Gunter. I've just been chatting to Mr. Harry Nicholas of the Transport and General Workers Union, and he said he would be interested to know when are you going to push ahead with local tribunals which can go in and deal with industrial disputes on the spot, on the scamp pattern?
Well, I think that there will have to be a period of reflection as to the path we take in this field of industry, but it is certainly true that my thoughts have been going as to how the experiment that has been so brilliantly successful under Jack Scamp might be adapted and in other industries. Thought will have to be given as to the question of industrial courts, whether they be the right one, the right course at the present time. I don't think we are quite sure, but certainly, as I have said in public speeches, my mind has been working along that road for some time.
Mr. Gunter, do you think that the Prime Minister will want to reconstruct his cabinet?
Oh, you'd better ask the Prime Minister that. I don't know.
Well, I asked you because I don't think he'll tell me if I get an opportunity. What do you think yourself? Do you think it's likely?
I say you'd better leave that to the Prime Minister. He is the only man who can determine that, and I just await his decisions.
You're happy at the Ministry of Labour?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I've had a very exciting 18 months at the Ministry of Labour.
Could I ask you this, Mr. Gunter? What do you think about the complexion of the new Parliamentary Labour Party? It appears that quite a number of them are what might be called middle class, and I've got a note here saying there were more advertising and PR men in the than manual workers among the new intake. Do you think this is a good thing in the sense of broadening the basis of the party, or a bad thing in the sense that there won't be so many people from the shop floor and the factory?
Well, I don't know how many advertising and PR all people are included, but I think one of the significant things about the new Parliament will be the number of laddies who have come up from the working class but are now had their university educations, the new technicians as it were. Indeed, I think there is a deep significance in the fact that perhaps the old class consciousness that lingered on within the Tory party and indeed within the Labour Party, this image of the cloth cap and the rest of it, is perhaps now finally over.
What is your comment, Mr. Gunter, on the warning which Mr. George Woodcock gave day before yesterday to all politicians about interfering with the trade unions and speeding up the prices and incomes policy too fast?
Well, I read with interest what Mr. Woodcock had to say, and of course there was a tremendous degree of truth in it. I have never argued any other than that there should be the minimum of government interference in the field of industrial relations. There is bound to be in a modern state a degree of interference. In other words, the state itself must have measures of control over matters that are so fundamental for our national life. But industry, in the end, must go most of the way to solve its own problems, as I hope in a spirit of cooperation.
And a strong Labour government will go ahead with a strong early warnings bill, will it?
Well, that again is a matter that must be decided by the Prime Minister and my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Gunter, very much.
I think the best thing we can do now is usefully have a comment from you, Ian.
Yes, I think we must say that one certain thing is that if Ray Gunter is more than likely to stay as Minister of Labour, he was certainly regarded, I think, by everybody as one of the big successes of the Labour government in the first 17 months. Great question mark, of course, over the early warning bill. And one other point in this field, the National Conference on Productivity under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister, which appeared in the Labour manifesto. It'd be interesting to know when that might be called and what the action might be. The other interesting thing, of course, was to hear Ray Gunter discussing the changing shape of the Labour Party. I think quite reasonable to speculate that the young technocrats, university lecturers that are coming through now as Labour MPs, 30 years ago they would have come through as trade union MPs, and it's part of the changing development and the broadening educational base of our whole society.
Good, thank you very much indeed, Ian. We'll now go over and join Kenneth Harris.
Well, on my left, I've got Mark Abrams, whose poll was by far the most successful in predicting the result of this election, and next to him is Nicholas Deakin of the Institute of Race Relations, and on his left is Alan Watkins, the political correspondent of The Spectator. Well, your poll did very well, Mark Abrams. What about the polls as a whole?
Well, all of them, of course, predicted the victory of Labour, and I would have thought most of them showed that polls are now capable of measuring public opinion pretty accurately.
Well, what did the polls show you about your special interest, Nicholas Deakin?
Well, I think the Midland poll showed very interestingly a decline in interest in the immigration issue during the course of the campaign. It had, of course, been feared that the immigration issue would be very potent again in the West Midlands as it was last time. It hasn't been. I think all those concerned with good race relations in this country must be very relieved that the immigration issue hasn't proved to be very strong, that the Smithic aberration's over, and the miasma of fear associated with the issue is to some extent dispersed.
As a political correspondent, Alan Watkins, do you agree with what Mark Abrams says about the polls?
No, I don't. I agree that the polls have been quite good. But I think what has been extremely depressing about this election result is the way that the swing has operated uniformly throughout the country from 2 to 6%, without, so far as one can see, very much regional variation one way or the other. Well, this makes it easier for political commentators, it makes it easier for pollsters. I don't think it's a very healthy thing for democracy.
What do you think lies behind this particular result, Mark Abrams?
Well, I would have thought that what dominated the election this time, among several issues, of course, was the sheer personality of Mr. Wilson himself. And this affected two main groups. First of all, I think it helped to mobilize a section of working class people who were potential Labour voters, didn't vote last time, and this time they were able to identify themselves with a man who they felt clearly came from the working class. Now, they haven't been able to do this, you know, for over a generation. Every preceding Labour leader has been middle class or even upper middle class. And this is the first one they've been able to identify with in that way. Now, the other main contribution to the Labour gain, I think, has come from the young, white-collared, professional, semi-professional middle class, people who have moved up socially, so to speak, and these too have been able to identify themselves very much with Mr. Wilson. So that in this way he has merged two very important groups who see in Mr. Wilson themselves, their aspirations and their achievements.
Would you agree with that, Alan Watkins?
Yes, broadly I think I'd agree with it, but I think that there's something else, possibly more important, and that is that Mr. Wilson has turned the Labour Party into the sound, rather dull, almost dreary party. He's reversed the positions that obtained in the 40s and 50s, where the Labour Party had its Bevernites and its rows and so on. As the Conservative Party now has Enoch Powell, it's now the Labour Party which is sound and solid, and the Conservative Party which is exciting in an odd sort of way.
For the time being, we'll go right back to Cliff Mitchellmore.
And the first result of this morning, Bodmin, good news for the Liberals. Peter Bessel has held the seat. His majority is down a bit, but on the drop of Jeremy Thorpe's majority, he might have lost the seat.
Not very much change there. Liberals down about 1,000, but the pattern very similar to last time. This must be comforting. The drop is a good deal less than it was in North Devon.
They must now be hoping to win North Cornwall, which they need under 1,000 vote turn, and possibly Torrington off the Conservatives. That's the first result of this morning. The Liberals held Bodmin.
The Prime Minister's train left Liverpool on time at 8:15. It's now in Bletchley Station, I see. We've got cameras on the train and we've got a reporter on the train. It's due in Euston at 12:05. So as it stands in Bletchley Station, let's go and join John Morgan aboard the train.
We're here at Bletchley for another minute or two. Then we set off London for Euston. As Cliff said, we'll be getting in about 12:05. It looks as though we're going to be on time getting there. Well, the Prime Minister's on the train with his entourage, his secretaries, his family, his friends, and he's been reading the papers, and he looks in very good mood. He looked very buoyant this morning, even though he only had about 3 hours sleep last night. But He doesn't wish to speak to me on the train today. He refuses to, in fact. He proposes to make a statement when he gets to London, when he sees what the position is. He doesn't want to claim victory until he's absolutely certain the victory is his, and then there doesn't seem a lot of point in doing so. He's going, as I understand it, to go either first to Downing Street or to Transport House. He may later go to the Palace. Well, if he's not going to speak to us, there are other people on the train. The train is very crowded with journalists who've been following the Prime Minister around and who probably as fatigued as I feel now after the excitements of last night up in Huyton and in Liverpool. Well, three have come into the compartment I have here. Well, there's Marsh Clark of Time magazine, American, Geoffrey Goodman, The Sun, Anne Sharpley of the Evening Standard. Sharpley, could I ask you first of all, what is the Prime Minister's appeal, if any, to women?
I'm not at all sure, because he has a kind of avuncular charm, but it's a very curbed one. You know, I was thinking last night, if only he'd waved his arms about and said whoopee. There was no joy or even gratitude. It was a kind of almost consolidated smugness, if it's not too strong a term, that, you know.
One does hear that women are mesmerized by him. This is not so.
Well, I'm personally not, and I haven't met anyone who is. I'm sure that it is that they feel secure in his intelligence. I think this is it. I doubt if it's an emotional thing.
Marsh Clark, as an American following the Prime Minister, Mr. Heath, around, how do you find you're received compared with the way in which journalists are received by candidates in America?
Well, insofar as the candidate himself is concerned, John, very, very well. The Prime Minister is undoubtedly far more accessible to the average reporter covering the campaign than would be the President of the United States during a campaign. And the working conditions from our point of view were excellent all the way along. I think the campaign here is far calmer than, perhaps saner than a presidential campaign.
But when you say saner, do you think this is an improvement in the American system?
Well, I wouldn't want to compare them in that way, say one is better than the other, but certainly there's far less of the pomp and the panoply here in terms of bands and buttons and all that sort of thing than there is in the United States. And yet I think that the Prime Minister's message and Mr. Heath's message got across very, very well. Because the campaign was well covered and the audiences, I feel, were politically quite sophisticated.
Geoffrey Goodman, do you think that after this campaign and after the politics of the last 18 months and before that, the public is now not going to want so much political reporting?
No, I don't think the public will want less political reporting. In fact, I think there's a great sophistication, political sophistication, developing in Britain for politics. It's growing all the time. I think one of the interesting features of this election has been precisely this. There's been a quiet attitude towards it, going around the country. It's not really been possible to see this great swing in operation. Now, plainly it was there, and I think this reflects sophistication, deep political thinking.
But does it also reflect that journalists now seem not capable of discovering what the public is thinking about? It's up to the polls to do that.
I think journalists would be capable of discovering it if they were prepared, if they, as journalists, were prepared to go into it a little more deeply, and indeed if the public were prepared to let journalists discuss it with them more deeply. I think the sort of the superficial answer to the journalist or the superficial question from the journalist is no longer relevant in terms of political reporting. I think we're going to see in the next 5 years much more reporting in depth, much more interest in depth. I don't think there's going to be a decline in interest. I think that the interest is going to develop differently. We're going to see a different form of political reporting. And indeed, as the world issues develop much more, embrace Britain, I think this is going to force British public opinion to think about world issues much more deeply.
Fine. Well, thank you.
May I put one thing in here? The worst place to cover a campaign is with the candidate, because it's like being in the eye of a hurricane. You go from one town to the other without being able to stop and to really make the sort of interpretive report that Jeff refers to.
Would you agree with that, Andrew?
Yes, I think we are the last to realize what, the public foment is thinking and saying. Trying to get down to issues with them was impossible because they wanted to be secretive about it. To discuss it with an individual would take an hour, and you would only have then one individual's answer. It's a very difficult thing to try and assess.
Well, all three of you, thank you very much. I believe this is the first live interview there's been on a train in this country, though perhaps not in America. And I now hand you back, John Morgan, on a train going to Euston Station with the Prime Minister.
At the moment, it doesn't seem to be going very fast. I'm a bit worried about it being stuck at Bletchley. Now, I don't want to worry the four of you in that carriage there, but you know where that line goes through, do you? Because the next place you go through is Linslade. And there has been an occasion in the past of a distinguished train being stopped by a number of people. So I don't want to worry you, but perhaps there's somebody in front of you clearing the line. Now, Ian, you want to say something?
Yes, we just saw the news that the Conservatives had held Truro, and this was a seat which was, in fact, slightly outside the swing, but not all that much.
Well, the Conservative share of the vote stayed just the same. It was a switch of 5% from Liberal to Labour, which may not have happy implications, though the Liberals were third last time, for the Liberals in North Cornwall. On the other hand, it might be the radical thing, the radical vote going to the further up of the two candidates, opposition candidates in the West Country.
And now we're going up to Birmingham to join Kenneth Allsop in the middle of a lot of people from Birmingham, I should imagine.
Yes, well, here in the Bullring Market in Birmingham, I'm surrounded by housewives and lady shoppers. How did the cost of living affect what you voted?
Well, I can't really... Well, I find the prices are much better now than they've ever been before.
How many children do you have?
5.
And you found living easier, you mean?
Oh, a lot easier, definitely a lot easier.
Have your husband's wages gone up in the past 17 months?
Yes, we're getting better wages now. I'm able to clothe the kiddies better and feed them better than I was before.
So you're happy about the results?
Oh, yes, I'm delighted, yes. Mr. Wilson every time.
Let me come across to you. Are you an old age pensioner?
Yes, and my sister also. There's just the two of us.
How do you find living? Is it easy or difficult?
Well, most things are pretty dear, and coal especially, tenant threatens, and you can't afford that hardly.
But of course you have had a rise in the past year.
But we get £4, like the pair of us. And I went 5 years without a pension, which made me 14 and 6 more. But you don't get any help, then that you spoil it. You work 5 years for nothing, and then you don't get any help.
But how important was the cost of living to you and the way you voted this time?
Well, I don't think it's very cheap. I mean, you couldn't buy a joint, not we couldn't. You just could have chops or something like that, or bits of chicken.
How long have you been in Birmingham?
I've been here for 9 years.
And how have you found the cost of living while you've been here?
Well, it rises more and more all the time.
And are you now thinking that it will go on rising because Labour's been returned, or do you think this may help to control it?
Not that because Labour has the control of the government now, but that Mr. Wilson on a whole, as I think, it will be one of the best prime ministers that England have ever had or seen since since I become old enough to be interested in politics. For 17 months, I think he has done well. I do not say that the cost of living has not cost me quite a lot of sad points, but in order for the government to make success, they would have to do something to prevent England from falling into a very serious position she had found herself.
Thank you. As a housewife, how do you feel about the result of the election?
Well, I voted for the Conservatives because I feel the cost of living has gone up quite considerably.
It's gone up, you mean, since Labour came into power?
Yes, I feel so. I've got 2 children and I found this. And I did, well, we wanted to vote Liberal, but there wasn't a Liberal candidate, so we voted Conservative.
Do you think the Liberals have helped to keep the cost of living down?
I think they would probably have done if they'd have got enough seats now.
Well, why do you think things are going to get worse now that Labour's back?
I don't really know, but from what I've seen, from the last 17 months, I can't see it getting much better.
Thank you. Kenneth Allsop, Birmingham.
Ian Sound studio result.
Now we have the figures for Truro. Geoffrey Wilson, his majority is down. He's held this seat since 1950.
A 2.8% swing to Labour, essentially a switch of just over 5% of votes from Liberal to Labour there. Turnout the same as last time. It went up actually in Bodmin, which is the seat next door we just heard from, 1.5% increase in turnout there.
And now we can go back to Kenneth Harris. Kenneth, you ready for us again?
Yes, and I'm going to put a few questions to Alan Watkins this time, who is the political correspondent of The Spectator. He's taken part in the kind of group discussion we had, but I want to put some particular questions to him now. How do you think Ted Heath did on the whole?
I think he started off rather badly. He didn't show much self-confidence. He didn't deal with hecklers very well. He didn't seem to have any rapport with his audience. He improved tremendously in the campaign. I think his Birmingham speech on the Friday before the poll was very good indeed. I think he's come out of it with enhanced prestige, but it is arguable, of course, that any opposition leader going into a campaign of this sort does emerge with enhanced prestige unless he makes a complete mess of things, which Ted didn't do.
What do you think his position is going to be? Do you think he's going to be criticised from within the party?
I think there will be undertones of criticism. I think, however, there will be a very strong move to dampen down these undertones for the very good reason that the Tories have had 3 leaders in the last 3 years pretty well. They don't want to make themselves look even sillier than they may look at the moment in some people's eyes. I think there will be a great closing of the ranks, which the Tories know how to do very well. I think Ted is safe, I would say, for another year or so.
From the point of view of policies rather than personalities, what impact do you think this result is going to have on the Conservative Party?
I don't think it's going to make them change their policies at all. I think that most Conservatives believe that they had too much policy rather than too little. Or let me qualify that and say that the policy was put forward rather too near the election. It didn't have enough time to percolate either to the party itself or to the electorate. And this is different from Mr. Butler's policy after the 45 defeat, which was completed by 47, 48, which gave 2 or 3 years for the main proposals to sink in, as it were.
Assuming that at the moment there is a progressive tendency within the Conservative Party, do you think this is going to be heightened as a result of this election result, or braked?
Broadly speaking, I think it's going to be heightened. I think that the backwoods Conservatives are not, shall we say, very articulate. They certainly are in no mood to make very much of a fuss. A lot of them have lost their seats. Here, I take Mr. Enoch Powell as a fairly progressive Conservative. I think the Powell-Light dispute will go on, but I think that old-fashioned conservatism, as we've understood it in the past, is pretty well dead now, and I think that Mr. Heath will see to it that it's buried outright.
Now, turning to the Labour Party for a moment, Alan Watkins, a number of people feel that with this big majority, the general character of Labour Party policy is going to be more left-wing. Some people have assumed that, in fact, the Prime Minister didn't want a big majority for that reason. Now, first of all, do you think that he did have misgivings about having a large majority?
No, I don't. I think that it's the simple view that's the right one, that the bigger the majority you have, in the last resort, the greater your control. Because although you may have a big majority, and although in those circumstances people may make a lot of fuss and may be allowed to make a lot of fuss, they cannot exercise real voting power. And in a sense, I suppose, you can say that the left lost its opportunity in the last Parliament when there was a small majority, and there were a number of cases where the left could have exercised influence, as Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Wyatt exercised it over Steele. They didn't choose to take their opportunity. I think they've possibly lost it forever now.
Are you looking forward to any great changes in Labour Party policy as a whole as a result of this election?
No. No, I think the policy will continue very much as it is at the moment, with possibly higher social expenditure in the next 3 or 4 years, say, but certainly nothing immediate, because Mr. Wilson is very anxious to impress foreign opinion that he's behaving in a responsible way, and he hopes that his large majority will reinforce foreign opinion and lead them to have even greater confidence in Sterling and so on. No, I don't expect any great innovations in policy.
Now, you may have seen that I had 3 distinguished trade unionists sitting in these chairs a few moments ago, and well, I think we better go back to Cliff Mitchellmore for the moment. Thank you, Alan Watkins.
Well, you're only coming back to me, really, so that we can take a look at the state of the parties, because it's now 11:05. We really meant to have taken it at 11 o'clock, Bob, to be honest.
Yes. There we are, with 166 more results to come. Labour still has almost exactly twice as many seats as the Conservatives, but of course the balance will begin to shift a little the other way as these rural seats come in. Labour's 42 gains, the Conservatives 43 losses. Still a complete failure by the Conservatives to break into any single Labour marginal, however narrowly held. The Liberals are 1 up on what they might have expected to be at this point. They made a net gain of 1, and if they hold all remaining seats, they'll come out of this election with 1 more in the House of Commons. The others, of course, are the Speaker and the Republican Labour in Northern Ireland. The party lead position then, shortly after 11, Labour's lead 150. That will come down almost certainly. We're expecting a Labour lead in the vicinity of 100, give or take 2 or 3 either way, depending on how some of the very marginal ones go. Interestingly enough, by the way, if it breaks around the 100 mark, we're going to end up with an extraordinarily near approximation in reverse of what happened in 1959. That is, Labour, the Conservatives then had a 100 lead over the others and ended up with 365, which might well be the figure Labour has in overall at the end of the day today.
Bob, don't go away, because in the middle of the public opinion poll discussion, you were straining at every leash that was holding you down in your seat to say something, and I was dying to know what it was.
Oh, I was just going to say that I think Mark Abrams, to some extent, closed ranks with his fellow pollsters by implying that they're all very good all the time, equally accurate, etc., etc. Now, I don't want to get into an argument with any individual pollster, but it is quite clear that they were all over the place, all on the side of a Labour win, of course, but there was a very wide range in their predictions, and there's no use ignoring that fact. We'll come back to it on the chart later.
How far does the man on my right agree or disagree with you, David Butler?
I agree entirely with Bob. The polls did well in that they all predicted a landslide. This is a relatively easy thing to do. What's hard is to get the actual number of seats. If, in fact, the result had been a close one and they'd had the margin of error they had, people would have been talking of the failure of the polls in this occasion.
The other interesting thing is what effect the polls actually have on the campaign. One or two people have mentioned this. Does it have a bandwagon effect? Does it feed complacency? Does it dispirit the party, which is shown to be well done?
I think that its main effect is, in fact, on...
Sorry, Dave,
yes.
Yeah, it's just a result from Folkestone and Hyde, which the Conservatives have held. That's indeed, they have ever since 1945.
It seems to me that the polls, in fact, have a main effect on the in-group of people, on the party officials, not on the mass public. When they've had polls on the polls, the public is surprisingly unaware of what the polls are showing. But certainly when you go into party offices on a Thursday when NOP has come out during the campaign, you're enormously aware of the lift in morale or the depression. The Conservatives believed that the polls would show a trend towards them, and it was a great blow to them each Thursday during this last month when that trend didn't in fact materialise.
Well, Judo, you say this, but travelling round, I discovered that there were quite a lot of people who were rather resentful about the polls. They were saying, I don't want people to tell me how I'm going to vote and why I'm going to vote like that. And it was particularly so towards the end of the campaign. It was much more noticeable towards the end of the campaign. And I noticed particularly when I went with George Brown throughout North Wales, where they are very independently minded politically, of course.
I would have thought this time that more than ever the public has been battered with the polls. Almost every other day.
I think the polls would have had a very different effect if it had been a very close election. It was because it was a landslide people resented being told there was no contest.
Let's take this result from Folkestone and Hyde now. Well, this is a seat that the Conservatives have held ever since 1945.
I just had a John Horn made
2.6% swing.
The professions of the newly elected Labour MPs.
That's Costain, who's held the seat for 7 years himself with the Conservatives.
And in the middle of all that was Robert Mackenzie talking on a telephone and not pushing the cutout switch down on his microphone, so that we could all hear what he was saying on the telephone.
He didn't leave on the other side, sorry.
Well, but it's interesting.
He didn't leave one on the other side. He's come to join us now. It's on great main horseshoe desk. Now we're getting one or two results.
That's three results we've had in today. Two have been held by the Conservatives. The third, Bodmin, have been held by the Liberals. And we are beginning to get the trend which Bob Mackenzie's been talking about. This Labour majority will tend to come back as the country areas, the rural areas, which are largely held by the Conservatives, begin to report. David?
Well, according to the computer, there are 5 seats due to come in where there is a virtual certainty of a Labour Party gain: Norfolk South West, Rushcliffe, High Peak, South Bedfordshire and Monmouth. And South Northampton looks a better than even bet, and Peterborough a better than even bet. That would push one up to a 99 Labour majority. The 2 or 3 others are just trembling, even odds either way.
But can I raise the question, just a moment, Ian, about how much local variation, because I think all of us remember in 1964 the variation within East Anglia, which seemed to upset a lot of the predictions.
Well, the computer was trying to make allowance for the local variation, for the results in rural and urban seats and the like. In fact, people have been exaggerating the extent of the variation, I think. I thought Alan Watkins was quite right just now when he stressed that the swing had been very uniform. In all of our 6 regions, the swing is within 1% of the national average swing. And in individual constituencies, over half the individual constituencies have a swing that is within 1% of the national average swing.
So it's all built into this likely majority that you're talking about, 100, give or take 1 or 2.
One seat that we must watch particularly, in addition to the list that David mentioned, is Bedford, which is Christopher Soames' seat.
A 34% chance, according to the computer, of Bedford taking, less than even chance, but 1 chance in 3 of Christopher Soames losing his seat, according to the latest computer figures.
No, it's the best chance in the world that we're going to hear from Robert Mackenzie.
Well, we've been doing a little breakdown of the occupations of the newly elected Labour MPs, and it's quite fascinating. The largest single group are university lecturers. 9 of the 42 are university lecturers. If you throw in teachers, another 6, you've got 15 who are in the profession of education, which gets on for half the new Labour MPs. What's also fascinating is that journalists have 6, for example, and the manual workers have 2, which happens to be the same number as business executives. There are 2 manual workers, 2 business executives, for a total in all, if you add trade union officials, of 4 of strictly proletarian background and immediate occupation, combined with 37 who are middle class of one category or another. Only 1 listed as a housewife, surprisingly enough. But the weight in favor of journalists, of educators, of business executives adds up to a large proportion of the new members on the Labour side.
You must excuse our laughter when you were talking about university lecturers, Professor Mackenzie, weren't you? We shall now go to Manchester, 200 miles up there, to Michael Parkinson, who's standing, it looks like, in the rain in Manchester, somewhere near Peterhouse, I think he is.
That's a very soggy Manchester. Why do you think that Labour have won so handsomely?
Well, for the simple reason that it's a working class majority by working class people, I hope. And as for Mr. Wilson, I'm very proud of him. He's worked hard, and he's getting the country on its feet again.
And what about Mr. Heath? How did he come across to you in the election?
Well, he's a stranger. He came from nowhere, and his idea of putting prescriptions back to payment for old folks is wrong.
Some candidates have made crime an issue in the Manchester area. What do you think about this?
Well, I think if they're on the majority that can get by that, I think it's a failure.
Thank you. What about you? You voted how?
Conservative.
And you must be a fairly disappointed man.
Well, I like Mr. Wilson. He's got good ideas, but is he sincere? That's the point.
Well, what do you think?
Well, you'll have to see now.
Well, what about Mr. Heath? How do you think he showed in this?
Well, I think he's been rather childish. In fact, I think they both have.
How do you mean childish?
Well, the way they're sort of bickering at each other. I think if someone would come along and say, this is the policy, it doesn't matter what the other parties think, this is the policy, this is what we should do, this is what we've got to do, I think everybody would swing to them.
Are you looking forward to 4 years of Labour rule?
Not really, no.
Why?
Well, I think the first 12 months will tell whether it's going to be good or not, and after that time, we'll know whether it's going to be good and we'll know whether they're going to be happy or not.
Thank you. Did you vote, love?
Yes, Conservative.
Conservative?
Yes,
Why?
Conservative. I don't know, because all my family voted, I suppose.
And what do you think of Mr. Heath?
Well, I think he's a good man, and I'm Mr. Heath.
And what about Mr. Wilson? How did he show to you?
Well, I doubt I'm Mr. Heath, I think.
What about you? How do you vote?
Conservative.
Conservative, why?
Because I think they're the best party by far.
Are you disappointed?
Well, not really.
Well, why do you think they lost?
Well, I don't really know. I think that it's probably as well that they got in. Let them get out of what they've got into.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, you know, generally.
Fine, thank you. How did you vote, sir?
Pardon?
How did you vote?
I didn't vote at all.
Why not?
Well, it's very unfortunate. I removed in the...
Well, if you had voted, who would you have voted for?
Pardon? Oh, Labour.
Who showed... what do you think to Mr. Wilson showing in this election?
Well, I think he's a grand chap. And I think you should give him a chance. He hasn't had a fair chance just these last few months, but I think if the working man will stand by him and do a fair day's work for a fair day's pay, I think he'll get the country out of a mess that they're in.
Well, what do you think, what do you hope from Labour in the next 4 years?
Oh, full employment and the national debt, I hope they'll solve that in the next 5 years.
What about you? How did you vote?
I vote Labour.
Why?
Because I feel that probably, with a 5-year team, they could probably make God the promises, frankly.
And what sort of promises do you want them to keep? What do you want at the end of this 4 years?
Personal, I would like to see them tackle the Land Commission and possibly push through comprehensive education. I think these are 2 big issues. I wasn't terribly concerned about the economics, because I think that neither party, for a long time, can really do very much about this. Comprehensive education and the land prices, I think, are very important.
How do you think Mr. Heath showed on this election?
With a very limited argument, probably towards as the campaign went on, better, frankly, from the beginning, with virtually one hand behind his back, kind of thought.
Thank you very much. How did you vote?
I voted for the Conservatives.
Why?
Well, I think there's too much to the left swing on the Labour Party.
I'm sorry?
There's too much of the left swing with the Labour Party.
Are you frightened of this?
Well, yes, I am. Actually.
Why?
Well, I think the Labour left is just the opposite to the Conservative right. And I think in the seats that have gone, I hope that they haven't gone too far to the left swing.
How do you think Mr. Heath showed?
Well, I think he showed rather a defeatist attitude to the whole thing.
Do you think with another leader they might have pulled it off?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't like to comment on that.
How did... What's marvellous?
That the Labour Party's in.
Why do you say that?
Because it's a damn good thing for this country.
Why?
Well, really, I think God would be in a hell of a mess if the Tories had got in.
And what do you hope as a young person from Labour in 4 years of rule which we're going to have now?
What do I want personally? I don't know. I'm more concerned about the future of this country and the future of our economic position, and I think...
Well, where do you think we'll be in 4 years after the Labour Party have been in for 4 years?
My God, some way towards a socialist state, I hope.
How do you think Mr. Heath showed to you?
Oh, I think he's been very gentleman about it, especially as he acknowledged his defeat early on in the evening and didn't act like that other man, his name, who just pretended that we'd wait for the last boat to come in to see what would happen. You? No.
And what about Mr. Wilson? How do you think he should?
Well, we've lost the sound about there, but it's interesting. The girl underlined what Robert Mackenzie was saying last night about him conceding defeat. Now let's go down now to Bilston to join Derek Hart at Stewart and Lloyd's.
Here we are in the melting shop at Stewart and Lloyd's Steelworks at Bilston. Now, are you all happy about the result of the election? You are?
Yes.
This is what you hoped for, is it?
This is what we hope for, yes, in my opinion, anyway. I think Wilson's a far best leader the country's had since it was born, anyway.
Yeah. What about you, sir? Are you as pleased about the results as your colleague?
Well, I didn't think they'd come as far as they have done.
You didn't?
No, I didn't know.
What did you expect the result would be then?
Oh, I thought they'd win, the Labour.
We've heard a lot in the last 24 hours about the mesmeric effect of the Prime Minister on the people of this country. Do you think that this is a true state of affairs?
Yes, I think he's a fine man myself.
Well, I think so. I think he's based his way of life on the same as Mr. Churchill at the time of his political career. I think he's the double of Mr. Churchill.
What do you think have been the essential issues in this election?
I think they're pretty good.
Well, what have they been for you? What caused you to vote the way you did?
Well, we'll have to wait and see for that, won't we?
You have to what?
Wait and see.
What do you expect then from this Labour government in the next 4 or 5 years? What are the things that you most hope to see?
A fair deal. That's what we expect from the working man to put the Labour government in, to give him a fair deal for the country and for the working man.
But what do you mean by a fair deal exactly?
To help the working man. That's what the working man put them there for, didn't they? To help the old age pensioners and things like that. That's what the Labour government stand for, and that's what we stand for, the working man. That's why we put them in, I think, and I think everybody's the same idea.
Yes, I think so. I think if they fight for the good of the country and get the old Union Jack flying again, I think that's what we all want.
What about the country's economy as a whole? How do you think that this is going to be affected by this Labour government this time?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you feel that the cost of living is likely to go up or to go down?
Well, I think it might. It will go up, but I don't think it'll be much. I think it will go up.
Are you happy to face that?
Well, we've got to be.
Come on, Bill.
I don't know what to say.
It's pretty certain, I would think now, that the Prime Minister will go ahead with plans for nationalising steel. Now, how is that going to affect you in the steel industry, on the floor?
Well, the last time it was nationalised, I don't think anyone found any difference at all. Not on the working floor at any rate. I didn't see any change in the management, right from management level right down to working class level.
Do you think there'll be any difference?
Well, I wasn't here the last time, so I don't know.
I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think so.
I don't think it should affect the working man anyway.
No.
I say I don't think it should affect the working man.
Derek Hart at Stuart and Lloyd's, Bilston.
I'm from Derek Hart in Stuart and Lloyd's. Let's go down to the city of London, to Throgmorton Street and James Mossman.
Well, here in the city, we're just starting to try and find out the effect of this general election on the markets and on money. And I have here, first of all, a gold expert who's just come from the gold fixing meeting this morning, and he's going to tell us what effect on gold prices the prospect of a Labour landslide has had.
Actually, the effect, the market has taken the news of the election very calmly. Actually, the price against the dollar rose slightly this morning, but on the other hand, the price against sterling fell by a halfpenny to 251 7p. This fall was occasioned mainly by the firmer tendency of sterling against the dollar in the exchange market. And I think one can say that the first reactions in the market to the result of the elections are not unfavourable for sterling.
How significant are the first reactions in the long run? Is that possible to say?
Well, not always, but they are quite a good indication.
So you're feeling fairly optimistic this morning, are you?
Yes, that's right, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now back to Cliff Mitchell.
All right, I was talking to my man upstairs. Now, I think we're going across to join Kenneth Harris, if I'm not mistaken, aren't we?
Well, again, I've got some distinguished foreign journalists here. Olivier Todd again on my left, Karl Marr from the Washington Post, and Hans Gressman from Die Zeit, who arrived in this country only yesterday. I meant to ask you earlier, Olivier Todd, when you were going around the country covering the campaign, did you think the main issues were that determined this result?
Well, I feel that for ordinary British people, the main issues were very concrete ones. Housing, the cost of living, pensions. I think that the Labour Party managed to convince by Mr. Crossman that if its aims were the same as far as building is concerned, everybody's been talking about the magic figure, $500,000. I think the Labour Party managed to convince people that it would give a fairer deal to the lower income brackets, that people would be able to get better mortgages and so on. That's on a short-term range. Yeah. The larger issues, and that is my impression, the fundamental one, I think, is can a democratic socialism work? After all, seen from abroad, this is the main point. Can a non-authoritarian socialism work? Of course, this begs one question, is how socialistic is Mr. Wilson?
Karl Marr?
I think an interesting footnote to that. I was struck by the fact that the Prime Minister hardly ever used the word socialism in the campaign. He spoke about social justice instead, which seemed to me one of the issues, the concrete issues in this campaign. We saw it in the interviews people have had in the streets, the question of pensions and mortgages and so on. I think that every campaign, to some extent, is a tribal function in which there are war whoops and wind machines and tribal dances. This isn't an exercise in reason or platonic dialogue. And I think that where the campaign failed to bring up the real issues is that on a short-term basis, England is going to have to go through a process of arduous and difficult readjustment, possibly involving unemployment, possibly involving deferment of growth. This is something that none of the politicians really talked about, frankly, I think.
Hans Gressman, now you came only yesterday, didn't you? Yes. So you won't have covered the campaign, but perhaps you can tell us what you think the reaction in Germany is to the results as we've had it so far.
Well, I tell you, the most important single point, of course, is the European issue, and there's a brand new news from Bonn, the reaction of the two big parties, a West German Social Democratic, that is opposition party spokesman, said, we are confident that Wilson's policy will advance European and Atlantic cooperation. And a spokesman for Chancellor Adenauer is still with us, for Chancellor Ludwig Erhard's ruling Christian Democratic Party said it was to be hoped Britain would not miss its chance to join Europe. And I think this really is significant, that the two big parties comment on this outcome of the election in a European framework.
Now, what do you think the leaders of the two parties think about the chances of Harold Wilson taking this country into Europe?
Well, I wouldn't know what the two party leaders think, but anyway, the one who is in charge, Erhard, is trying his best to push this question. As you know, Ludwig Erhard, in his own party, as well as Schröder too, Foreign Minister Schröder too, has been criticized again and again because he was apparently too pro-British. But in general, I would feel Erhard will try to advance and improve the bilateral contacts between the Federal Republic and Great Britain. The old quarrel about the cost of the Army of the Rhine, maybe he will try to get over the disagreements in the nuclear question. But in general, really, the only important thing is Wilson prepared, finally, to arrive at a new policy toward Europe?
May I come in on that?
Do.
I think that overseas observers will be looking very closely at the man the Prime Minister appoints as the Common Market Ambassador. He said that he's going to appoint someone to inquire into the possibilities of joining. Depending on who he chooses, I think we'll have a better idea of what his real intentions to Europe are. I've heard several names, Gordon Walker, Lord Chalfont, and even George Brown. I think this is going to be the next thing that people are going to be looking for.
Yes.
Olivia Todd?
Yes, since we're throwing names about, I think that Jenkins would be a very popular man in France from that point of view.
Perhaps we could come back and have a word about that later. Now back to Cliff. Yes, indeed, because we want to bring you up to date with two results.
Berry St Edmunds, and a good result for Eldon Griffiths.
Only 0.4% swing to Conservatives. This is very important because there are 3-4 marginal seats still to come in rural Norfolk. Here is one in a Liberal withdrawal which may have helped the Conservatives, but almost no swing. This must put Labour's seat in North Norfolk possibly in jeopardy and reduce their confidence in capturing southwest Norfolk and Yarmouth, and certainly the outside possibility of South Norfolk teetering on the brink.
Ludlow, Jasper Moore holds this for the Conservatives, but his majority is done.
4% swing there, next door to the Wrekin, which was Labour's gain of their only seat in Shropshire.
There was a Liberal withdrawal there. Now Easington, and this is Manny Shinwell's seat, which always returns 20,000, 25,000. It's one of those rock-solid Labour seats in Durham.
1% swing in this safe Labour mining seat.
Manny Shinwell was the oldest MP in the last Parliament. He's 80, but he's still decidedly active.
Presumably will be the oldest one in this one too. Now, just before we go on, a very brief comment. We don't want to encourage people to phone. Someone asked, what is the Republican Labour candidate Belfast going to do at Westminster? Increase the Labour majority by one or not? Ian Trethard. What a dreadful question to put here.
I think you can assume he will increase the Labour majority, but he'll also have some Irish issues of his own which he'll want to push. Now, you've just seen that the Conservatives have held Morecambe and Lonsdale. That's Ian Fraser's old seat. Majority is down by 4,000. That's
big swing there.
But it's a safe Conservative seat. They ought to hold that one.
The last Republican Labour candidate from Belfast West didn't attend a great deal, the House of Commons.
That's true. But I think that his vote won't be crucial if the Labour government's got a majority of 100 anyway.
All right, now we're going to the Labour Party headquarters. We're going to join down there Peter Woon. Oh, he's not up there.
Transford House, the morning after, and Labour's bandwagon still rolling. And some of the talk here this morning is about how this campaign was masterminded, because believe me, it was masterminded. This majority is no accident. Now, as I understand it, the organisation committee of the Labour Party met in this building literally within a few days of the last election and decided to concentrate on 40, note that 40, not 20, 40 Tory-held marginals. And it's no accident, as I say, that they've taken practically every one of them. They moved their best agents into these marginals. They made sure that weekend speeches by political leaders were made in these same constituencies. They made sure that what money was available went there if it possibly could. And as a second priority, they then looked at the Labour-held marginals and put some effort into there. But it was those 40 Tory seats they were going to, leading to a potential majority of 80, and that's how they've done it. Now, the sort of man that this campaign has got back into the House, Michael Barnes, the new member for Brentford and Chiswick. Now, was your campaign nationally based in its appeal?
Yes, it certainly was. I mean, basically what we were saying to the electors of Brentford and Chiswick was that give Harold Wilson a chance and the Labour government to carry on with the job they've started so well in 17 months. But at the same time, we were very careful to tie this national campaign to those issues that were highly relevant in Brentford and Chiswick.
Now, you're one of these advertising men who's come back into the House. I think you were involved, in fact, in picking the slogan last time, let's go with Labour. Do you think these sort of things matter?
Yes, I do. I think it's a great help if you can get the right slogan, because if you get the slogan that sums up the total appeal that the party is trying to make at any given time, then I think this can be a great help.
And what about the one this time?
I think it's good. You know Labour government works. I think this makes people think. I think it's a good slogan.
And the sort of pop art aura, is that good?
I think it is. It's contemporary, yes.
As an advertising man, what sort of accounts have you dealt with?
Well, most of my time has been spent on a motor car account, one of the biggest in the country.
Now, is there any similarity in selling glossy motor cars and selling glossy political parties?
I don't think so at all. I think there are very important differences. The techniques are the same, the basic techniques, but there are very important differences because they're very different things in different areas.
We don't think, as Robin Day was saying to Ray Gunter recently, of advertising men as being typical Labour Party MPs. What do you think about that?
I don't see why they shouldn't be.
Now, you've got 5 years ahead of you as a new MP. What sort of thing do you want to achieve?
Well, what I want to see most, I think, are big steps forward in the field of housing and in the field of education, because these are two fields where in Brentford and Chiswick there really is a great deal to be done.
Mr. Barnes, good luck and thank you. Peter Woon, Labour Party headquarters.
Back here in our great studio, we're going across in just a moment to Robert Mackenzie. Bob?
Just a look now at the fate of the Liberals so far. We've gathered them here together. They've lost one seat, Cardigan, where Roderick Bowen went out. You may remember that result was declared when Joe Grimond was himself being interviewed, and I didn't think he showed any signs of bursting into tears, because it's a well-known fact that Mr. Bowen had taken a rather independent line in deciding to become Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means, and thereby losing, for the time being, a Labour vote in the House of Commons, a Liberal vote in the House of Commons. They had their two gains, remember, Cheadle, Cone Valley. They've held North Devon, Orpington, Eric Lubbock, of course, and Roxburgh, David Steele, and Bodmin with Bessel. Now, to glaring today are the following 5 Liberal seats, which could give them a strength altogether of 11 if they hold them all, including Joe Grimond's, Orkney and Shetlands, which may not, in fact, of course, finally be known till tomorrow. But that's the run now, and I think we ought to see how their prospects seem in some of the regions, including Southwest, first of all, with Tony Barker.
Remember that in the southwest we're looking at 3 constituencies which lie directly together: Cornwall North, Truro and Bodmin. Remember that the Liberals have held Bodmin, but Labour moved ahead in Tory Truro. Now, the Liberal share of the vote is down only 2.4% in Peter Bessel's Bodmin, and that's better than Liberal experience in the west so far. In neighbouring Truro, Labour did much better. There was a 5% switch from Liberals to Labour. And so it seems to me that North Cornwall is still very much in doubt. It is, we think, Bodmin rather than Truro which is out of line in this part of our region. Because I think that although Bessel is in possession of Bodmin, he has the power of being the incumbent Liberal MP, it is in North Cornwall that we shall be looking, because Bodmin is out of line rather with the rest of the region. They're neighbouring seats and there may be influences spreading across their borders.
We've just got the results from Banff, where the Liberal ran second, but the seat was still held by the Tory. But there was a sharp drop in the majority down to 1377. Now, this was one of the seats that was hoped to be won by the Liberals. It does rather suggest the swing to the Liberals is not going to be nearly so great in Scotland as we expected. For instance, if one looks at those seats in which the Liberal Party is fairly strong in Scotland, the swing this time and last time was only 0.3% to the Liberal Party. Now, to win West Aberdeenshire, which is their main hope, in addition to Caithness and Sutherland, Ross, Cromarty, Inverness and Joe Grimond's seat, to win West Aberdeenshire, on which they're pinning their hopes, there would have to be a swing of 6.7% Conservative to Liberal. Now, this is the figure James Davidson, who made a great fight last time, but clearly things aren't running their way this time. On to Ken Morgan on the Welsh desk.
Well, Wales has proved to be very much the weak link for the Liberal Party in this election, and this confirms, I think, the steady decline of the Liberal Party in Wales ever since the end of the Second World War. We've had no Torringtons or Roxburghs in Wales since 1945. In this election, we've had 8 results so far in Wales in which Liberals are concerned. Their vote has gone down in 4 of these seats. They've also lost 3 deposits. Their main strength still clearly is in the rural areas of Wales with declining population. In fact, they did disappointingly there. In Meirionydd there was a swing to Labour, although the Liberals of course still came second. In Carmarthen there was a disastrous drop in the Liberal vote of 6.2%. And the most serious of all, Cardiganshire. After all, Mr Bowen, although as Bob Mackenzie said he is Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means, he'd been the Liberal member for Cardiganshire since 1945. It's an old Liberal seat, it's been a Liberal seat since 1880, one of the 2 Liberal seats in Wales. To lose this seat is a crushing blow for Welsh liberalism. This confirms, I think, and possibly Denby later on today will again confirm it, the decline of the Liberal Party, the irremediable decline, it would seem. The Liberals, to use Arthur Schlesinger's distinction, have become a party of memory rather than a party of hope as far as Wales is concerned. We may well be looking, therefore, at, indeed, the strange death of Liberal Wales. Back to you, Cliff.
No, not back to me. David Butler's going to have a dreadful accident unless he says something.
The Banff result actually has a major implication for the rest of the results. It's the first North Scotland one of this sort. It showed, in fact, an 8.8% increase in the Liberal vote. If the Banff result is reflected in East and West Aberdeenshire and South Angus, the Liberals may hope for some gains there and may hope to hold the 4 North of Scotland seats that they have got at the moment. It really is a major departure from the trend. The Liberals pushed up from 3rd to 2nd place with an 8.8% increase in their vote.
Well, I was watching Mr Grimond down at the Liberal Party headquarters when Banffshire was declared, when we gave you the Banffshire result, and whether it was anguish or delight I wouldn't know, but Robin Day will now discover.
That was about what I was going to ask. Mr Grimond, after having slept on these results, what is your verdict as regards the Liberal Party?
Well, let's look at Banff. My expression was anguish at the extraordinary comment made about it. I don't think whoever made the first comment can know anything about the situation. Of course, David Butler is quite right. This is an extremely good result from our point of view. This is a constituency in which we were 3rd and therefore might have been squeezed, and it is a constituency in which we have built up immensely at this election.
Robert Mackenzie said a little earlier that you didn't show any sign of bursting into tears at the news of the loss of Cardigan. What is your comment on Professor Mackenzie's comment?
I don't burst into tears much anyway, but as far as Cardigan is concerned, of course I am sorry to lose a Liberal seat.
Mr Grimond, generally the Liberal share of the vote appears to have gone down and will probably have gone down from 11.2% of the total vote last time to about 8%. Now, do you think that's due to having less candidates or a decline in Liberal appeal?
Well, certainly most of it is due to having less candidates. Also, I think it should be remembered that we've now, I understand, got over 1.5 million votes. And for this we have received 6 seats. This is a result of our extraordinary electoral system.
Mr Grimond, how do you see the Labour government shaping now with Mr Wilson having a strong majority? Do you think he's going to change at all, either in terms of political direction or in terms of political tactics?
I'm not sure that these 2.5-second views on the next 5 years in Parliament, tossed off before the election is even over, are really very useful. But I did say during the election that I think it will be dangerous to have a very large Labour majority unless there is also a strong Liberal contingent in Parliament. I still think that. I think the Labour Party is all too likely to slip back into its most conservative and restrictionist attitude, but I hope that we shall still see this strong Liberal contingent in Parliament, and we shall certainly work in Parliament to keep Labour a progressive party.
Forgive me for putting another question of this kind, Mr Grimond, but we have infinite confidence in the instant wisdom of politicians on these occasions. What do you think is likely to be the main task of the Liberal Party in this Parliament as we see it shaping at the moment?
You certainly have plenty of confidence. The main task over 5 years will take me some time to explain, but certainly one of our tasks will be to press the policies on which we fought the election. No doubt the first thing we've got to turn our attention to is the economic situation and the budget, and then to really make a very powerful campaign for regional development. Also, we hope, of course, to influence the Labour Party to change its foreign policy.
Briefly, Mr Grimond, have you any further thoughts this morning on the question of your possible retirement in view of the large Labour majority?
No.
Thank you, Mr Grimond.
Here at Aberdeen, we're just about to hear the result of the West Aberdeenshire election. The returning officer, Sheriff MacDonald, has lined up the candidates, and this looks, from the order of the candidates as they do them in Aberdeen, that this is going to be a surprise result. He's just about to announce it.
The result of the poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for the West Aberdeenshire constituency is James Duncan Gordon Davidson, 15,151. Alexander Forbes Henry, 13,956. John Henderson, 6,008. I therefore declare Mr. James Duncan Gordon Davidson to be duly elected Member of Parliament for that constituency. I'd like to say to the electors...
Esmond Wright, are you going to correct that? That said no change. That's not right, is it?
This does, of course, indicate the profound difference between liberalism south of the Highland Line and liberalism in the country north of the Highland Line. Because this is a victory of a figure who fought a gallant campaign last time, reduced Forbes Henry majority from 12,000 to 4,000, and has now won the seat. Indeed, he was talked of in The Economist, no less a newspaper than The Economist, as a potential leader of the Liberal Party, should Mr. Grimond retire from that party. Quite obviously, this is a result that will bring great strength and great heart in Ross and Cromarty, in Caithness and Sutherland, and clearly Liberals are still on the march in the north of Scotland. Over now to Cliff.
Let's make it absolutely clear, that was a Liberal gain. Ian.
Aberdeenshire West. Well, the Liberals are really pulling up very well. I just saw they haven't got South Angus, but they're now, if they hold all the other seats, they're going to be up to 12.
And they haven't got Torrington. There was another seat the Liberals were hoping for, and they haven't won Torrington.
No, but if they hold the ones they've now got, they will now have 12 seats in the new Parliament.
There's a 9% jump in the Liberal vote in West Aberdeenshire, and that does put North Angus and possibly East Aberdeenshire into the melting pot.
Now we've got the Torrington results, and in fact the Conservative has increased his majority here.
This was Mark Bonham Carter's seat, in which he won in the by-election in 58, lost in 59, and again in 64.
The new Liberal candidate, Mr. Lacey, but Conservative majority has gone up.
Up 1,600. 86% turnout.
Now, shall we take one or two more results?
Let's take one or two more results.
Morecambe and Lonsdale. Now you have a string of safe Conservative seats that you've seen flickering across in headlines. This is a seat the Conservatives have held for 20, 25 years.
2.5% swing to the Conservatives in Morecambe and Lonsdale, to Labour in Morecambe and Lonsdale.
Salisbury. Michael Hamilton took the seat over the by-election last year. He sat for Wellingborough in the 59-64 Parliament, lost it, and then became the MP for Salisbury after John Morrison got a peerage.
2% swing to Labour compared to Major Morrison's result in 1964.
There we go. Bassett Law, Labour majority. All right, now, let's hold it there, because we interrupted Mr. Grimond for that result from Aberdeen West, and I don't think he minds one little bit having been interrupted. Robin?
Grimond, would you like to comment on Aberdeenshire West and Torrington?
Yes. First, I would say it has shaken my faith in the instant wisdom of the BBC. First, not put no change on the screen, and then describe it as north of the Highland Line. I must beg of the BBC to learn a bit about Aberdeenshire. But of course, it is a wonderful result. It is thoroughly deserved. He's a first-class candidate and will be a very great addition to the House of Commons. And his organisation were stupendous. But I'm delighted with it, of course.
Mr. Davidson is a young farmer, is that correct?
He is. He was also a naval attaché, and he has considerable experience, both of defence and foreign affairs.
Going to be useful to you in the House of Commons?
Very useful.
Torrington?
Torrington is a disappointment.
Well, I'll pass your comments on to my colleagues, your censorious comments. I've no doubt they'll take note. We'll perhaps be hearing more from you later, Mr. Grimond.
Put on your fiercest face.
Put on my what?
Fiercest face.
Oh, they wouldn't take any notice of me, and they know anyway I'm much kinder than I look. Thank you, Mr. Grimond.
We do really apologise, not only to Mr. Grimond, but to the millions of you too, for I think, one of the very few mistakes we've made in the past goodness knows how many hours since we've been here to put up no change. All of us here screamed our head off. It was one of those little operational mistakes, and we beg the indulgence of Mr. Grimond and, if I may say so, of you. Shall we now take one or two more results here?
Banbury. This is Neil Martin, who's a very active Conservative backbencher, former junior minister. not a bad figure, David.
Very low swing in this rural area, under 1% swing to Labour in Banbury.
This is a rapidly expanding.
Sharp contrast with Oxford, where there was a very high swing.
Harrogate, one of these safe North Riding seats, Yorkshire seats. James Ramsden, former Conservative minister.
Liberals just keep second place there. Hardly any change in the result from last time.
Angus South, Jock Bruce Gardine, holds the seat with an increased majority.
The Liberals may regret not having put up a candidate in that part of the world.
They got nearly 20% of the vote last time.
And a headline coming up, I'm told, the results. Newcastle under Lyme.
This is Stephen Swingler, who's the Parliamentary Secretary at the Ministry of Transport. He's held this seat, which Labour, in fact, has held ever since 1918. So
the majority up to 4,000.
Expected.
Big West Midlands swing now.
Bassetlaw, Fred Bellinger's held this seat, another safe Labour seat.
2.5% swing.
He's a former minister, but did not serve in the Wilson government in the last Parliament. Henley, John Hay, former Conservative junior minister, now front bench spokesman on housing. His majority has fallen a bit.
2.8% swing in that other Oxfordshire seat.
But we're beginning to see these Conservative rural seats now reporting, and they will gradually shade down the Labour lead, but it'll settle down eventually to around 100. There's nothing sensational happening.
The Torrington result we just had must be slightly depressing for the Liberals, who are still on edge about North Cornwall, which is their one real chance of a gain still left in the West Country.
North Cornwall is extraordinary. They've been knocking on the door there for election after election and somehow just falling short by just a few
under
hundred.
1,000 majority in the last two elections.
Yeah.
And I think this is the time when we really ought to look at the state of the parties board. Bob?
State of the parties then. Here we've got Labour now still well ahead, but in all 9 seats short of the 316 they need, of course, to be in a position to form a government. We expect them to rise at least to 360, perhaps 365 on the results that are coming in. The Tories picking up a little, as we said they would at this stage of the game. If you look at the party lead board, the Labour lead there had been well over 150, up toward 155 at one point. It's now slackening off, 142. It'll probably come down to somewhere around 100, give or take 5 either way, in the remaining 149 results to come.
The prediction has in fact dropped to under 100 for the first time. The rural swing has been even lower than it looked on last night's form.
As the headline saying, Sir Alec Douglas Hume has held his seat at Kinross and West Perthshire. This is, of course, a very safe Conservative seat.
The safest Conservative seat in Scotland.
And another result.
The full details of Newcastle under Lyme. That's Stephen Swingler, Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Transport.
3.8% swing.
And now the figures for Kinross and West Perthshire. You can see them just totting up exactly as the figures come in. And our
Scottish Nationalists come second, you see.
Yes.
The Scottish Nationalists have done very well.
So Alec's vote, personal vote, is in fact slightly down.
There's only ever been one Scottish nationalist in Parliament, am I not right? And he was only there for 3 months.
In 1945, Dr. McIntyre got a very good vote last night, only about 20% of the vote.
Sorry, can I just break in? We just had a rush from the PA saying Mr. Heath has issued a statement saying the British people have given their verdict, in other words, conceding, and it said he will make a full statement at 3 o'clock. That's from Mr. Heath.
3 o'clock, we shall make the note in our diary. Now, where are we up to? Robert Mackenzie.
Well, that's again now a formal concession, really, of a kind that we ordinarily don't get till there's a 316 figure for the leading side. But Mr. Heath has undoubtedly now made it clear that he's not even waiting for that 316 before he says that he concedes defeat. The closest you can get to the formal American word, I've conceded the game.
It can't be more than a very few minutes before we do actually pass the 315 figure. We've only got 7 Labour gains, 7 Labour seats to be retained for that 315 to be passed. It must come in the next 20 minutes or so, I should think.
308 at the moment, isn't it? The Labour figure, 308. Conservatives 166 and 7 for the Liberals.
007.
007. 007. Oh, it's 007. What a clever chap.
If they hold the seats, the other seats which have got to report, then they'll have a total of 12, 2 more than in the last Parliament.
Bob?
with a chance of being rather more than that yet. They could pick up 1 or 2 beyond that. But this would bring them back with rather encouraging strength if it happens.
Their national vote will be down perhaps 1 million votes from last time, but their parliamentary representation will be up, and in a few weeks we won't remember the vote, we shall see the members of parliament. And this is really what counts in making an impression and building a further bridgehead if they want to hope to advance to a bigger position in parliament in the next 2 or 3 elections.
They clearly are being helped now by this polarisation process, that where they're running third, they're tending to drop votes. They're going to the second camp.
A major point is that they are no longer just a Celtic fringe party. They've lost Cardigan, which reduces their Celtic fringe element. They have won Colne Valley and Cheadle, which are 2 different types of seat. So they are a more diversified party, more capable of speaking for the country as a whole, and not just the outer fringes.
So they've made up the seats they lost in Bolton and Huddersfield when the pact broke out, and they've got them with...
Here's a news flash.
On their own hour. Well, that's confirmation of the statement I just read out.
That's it.
That is Mr. Heath's formal concession, and he will be making a full statement, as I said, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We shall be bringing it to him.
We certainly will. And now I think we're going to join Michael Barrett, wherever Michael Barrett is. Are we?
He's harking back to the immigration issue. We fed into the computer some information from 12 constituencies in the Midland region, all of which have fairly substantial immigrant electorates. And a rather startling result came out. It shows that of these 12 constituencies, 11 are now held by Labour. 4 of them, in fact, were gained by Labour, and there was a 5% swing there. This, I'm sure, absolutely confirms what's been said, that the immigration bogey has been killed stone dead, or was also said the miasma of fear associated with the issue has been dispersed. And moving from there, but still in the Midlands, to Meriden, it occurred to me, we heard on the news earlier the reaction from Rhodesia to the election returns so far. On the other side of the coin, it just may be that this is one constituency in the land where the Rhodesian issue might count, because Christopher Rowland, whom you remember recorded a famous victory here last time, 360-odd majority, he was one of the 3 Labour MPs who was involved in a fracas in Salisbury some time ago, and his opponent, Jonathan Aiken, the youngest Conservative in the field, was the man who went out as secretary to Selwyn Lloyd on his trip to Salisbury. Now, anywhere else in the country, it seems that Rhodesia has not been an issue of any real importance, but it could be here that it is. And another factor in Meriden that's interesting is that it has been stated by a local poll that it may well be a Conservative gain. Now, on all the figures we have, we wouldn't expect this, but there are something like 3,600 more people have come into the constituency since the last election, and it could just be one up for the Conservatives here.
A news flash now. Let's wait for the news flash, because I've got some reaction in from Rhodesia, incidentally.
I think this may be the news that Labour has gone over the 316, because I think we've got the results from Stoke-on-Trent coming in, and these are 3 safe Labour seats that'll make it 314.
Well, until it does come, let me read you out this reaction from Rhodesia. Mr. Smith said, here it is. It always happens. You're quite right, Ian.
Yes,
largest party. It's only largest party. It isn't 315. It means that no other party could get above them. It's a very theoretical point. But we've got...
This is all right. An academic's dream, isn't it? Let's take some results. Westmoreland, Michael Jopling's held a seat for the Conservatives. This is a safe Conservative seat, always by largest margins. David, their majority is slightly up in Westmoreland. Now, the first of the Stoke-on-Trent seats, very curiously, all 3 Stoke-on-Trent seats are going to have new MPs. Mr. Robert Cant, another university lecturer, takes over from Barnett Stross, who's retired.
4% swing in Stoke-on-Trent Central.
Stoke-on-Trent North, Mr. Forrester, who's a teacher, takes over from Mrs. Harriet Slater.
A very slight swing to the Conservatives there, 0.3% swing to the Conservatives. Turnout very much down indeed, down 18% to 57.9. I think there may be something wrong with that figure. It's much the biggest drop in turnout we've had.
Faversham, Terry Boston, a former BBC producer, held this seat, but with a reduced majority. That may be because the Liberals aren't standing this time.
A 1.6% swing to the Conservative Party in Faversham. That's the second highest swing there's been so far. It equals the swing against Mr. George Brown in Belper. Only the swing against Desmond Donnelly has been bigger to the Conservatives.
Stoke-on-Trent South, the third of the Stoke seats, another new MP, Jack Ashley, another BBC producer, with an increased majority. He takes over from Ellis Smith, the very famous long-standing Labour member.
3.6% swing there.
So there are the three Stoke-on-Trent seats, all with new MPs, new Labour MPs.
And now what we're going to do, we're going straight over to Euston Station. Here's the train.
This is the train coming into platform 3 at Euston Station, bearing a triumphant Harold Wilson. Desmond Wilcox reporting from Euston. It's entirely likely that Harold Wilson on this train does not know, in fact, that Heath has conceded. Crowd of about 500 waiting for him. About another 150 photographers. There are just as many photographers and reporters on the train with him, I'm told. The 8:15 from Liverpool Lime Street arriving ahead of time by about 16 minutes at platform 3, Euston. A few subdued cheers. Nobody's been waiting particularly long here. No little stories for the newspapers about people camping out all night in blankets and so on and so forth. Trains here seems to have pulled up rather wrongly. The police are having a bit of a scuffle to shut the doors, keep some people out. I think all these elaborate arrangements here seem to have gone slightly awry at the moment. No Harold Wilson. Should be here any moment. Heath was conceded and Wilson doesn't know yet. Between 10 minutes ago, John.
Who's doing it by TV?
Fine.
Who's doing it by TV?
Without him knowing that I'm BBC, so I'll stand alongside you, so I'm someone else. Close in. Yes, I'm going to do that. Here comes the Prime Minister. Wilson. Wearing the inevitable raincoat. Smile on his face and obviously a warm feeling inside him. Mr. Wilson, do you know that Mr. Heath has conceded?
I'll be making a statement later.
Have you been told that Mr. Heath has conceded? So all we have from Mr. Wilson is that he will be making a statement later. He's calm, he's confident. He can, of course, now afford to say just that. It now appears that we're going into the era of slightly less talking than the last 3 weeks. Some cheers. Notice up there, cardboard notice saying, Ted mocked him here, Ted mocked him there, but Harold's crept in everywhere. Large piece of cardboard torn off this. Considerable chaos here. Great deal of struggling and shoving and pushing, trying to get the car away. I can't actually see the car myself. Slightly hemmed in the back of the crowd here. Somebody trying to take my microphone away from me at the moment. Seem to have a more important message than mine. Some struggles, woman in there with a baby in her arms having some trouble getting out of the crowd. All of a sudden silence and the car away. That's it. That is the scene here on platform 3, Euston Station. The arrival back from Liverpool. Harold Wilson, triumphant, majority in his pocket, back to govern this country. Off now to Transport House, I believe. With Desmond Wilcox, Euston Station.
And off to start to think about forming a government, I should think, too. Now let's go across and have a word from the man who covered the campaign with Mr. Wilson, Harold Webb.
Well, one of the interesting things to note about this campaign of Mr. Wilson's is really that if you look at the results in the constituencies where he went during this 3,000-mile tour of his, he's made gains practically in every one of them. Well, not exactly in every one of them, but in 3/4 of them. He went to York, Billericay, Hornchurch, Lewisham, Birmingham, Brentford and Chiswick, and so on, down into the West Country, gains there wherever he went. Of course, he was picking the marginal, so some of these were obvious anyway. But he did say last night that while he was away from Huyton, his constituency workers did appear to do better. Well, while he was away, he seemed to do better for some of these marginal constituencies. But one or two observations on his campaign, because I was with him 18 months ago when he went round on a 3,000-mile tour then as leader of the opposition, and there were completely distinct opposite approaches. He, this time, played a very, very defensive campaign indeed. In 1964, as leader of the opposition, he was very much on the offensive. But now it was a very simple sort of principle which he applied. Everywhere he went, he made a pretty standard sort of speech, saying very simply, well, you had the Conservatives for 13 years, you've had us for 18 months. Now, which side do you want? He didn't seem to take it much further than that. And every attempt by the Conservatives to work up the campaign, new issues and this sort of things that arose every day, well, he had dodged them very adroitly. He either sidestepped them or merely ignored them. This was the whole pattern of the campaign.
And it's now clear the Labour Party will form the next government. And I shall make a full statement this afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Can you now say anything about the opposition outlook for the next few years, sir?
I think we better wait my statement, then I shall meet the whole of you and the press and everybody else.
Any question of a reshuffle of the shadow
cabinet? Let's leave all that until this afternoon.
Is the Tory party going to be solid in opposition, sir?
I'll make a statement this afternoon.
Is there any question as to the future of the leadership, Mr. Heath?
None whatever.
You are smiling. Has it been a grim time for you the past few hours?
I think we can leave it until later.
How do you feel yourself, Steve?
Mr. Heath at Albany, our reporter down there was Reg Abbas. We just saw him pop out of the door and we popped down rather quickly. I forgot what we were doing at the time.
Well, I think Mr. Heath made the statement that the former concession statement, making the full statement at 3. The one clear and firm thing he did say is there's no question really of the future of the leadership he has taken as leader. Now let's take some results.
That's right.
Broxton Ash, Michael Allison, a former Conservative backroom boy, if that's the right expression.
2.5% swing there.
Majority's down. Whitehaven, this is the Calder Hall C-scale area, safe Labour seat. Joseph Simons held it for 7 years.
Only 2% swing.
That's Whitehaven. Dorset West, Mr. Simon Wingfield Digby, who's held this seat for 25 years. He's a former junior minister.
Liberal vote dropped slightly, 2% swing to Labour in Dorset West.
Murray and Nairn.
This is a very interesting one. The Liberal vote has dropped there. We've had 2 cases of really rather sharp Liberal rises in the northeast tip of Scotland. Now in Murray and Nairn, the Liberal vote is down 4%. There is, in fact, a 4.8% swing to Labour. Labour Party goes up, in fact, its own share of the vote, 7% in Murray and Nairn.
Gordon Campbell's a former junior minister. Bishop Auckland. This was Hugh Dalton's seat. James Boyden has held it for 7 years. He's now Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Public Building and Works.
A 3% swing there.
It's one of these solid Durham mining seats which give Labour big majorities. Saffron Walden, Rab Butler's old seat. Peter Kirk won it at the by-election after Rab Butler became Lord Butler and Master of Trinity.
A 2.2% swing compared to Mr. Butler's majority in 1964. 2.2% swing to Labour there.
Galloway. Mr. Brewis has held this seat for 7 years. The Liberals stood in 64, came second, but stood down this time.
2.8% swing to Labour, if that means anything there, but it does seem that Labour got the great bulk of the Liberal vote there in Galloway.
Westbury, Dennis Walters has held this Wiltshire seat for the Conservatives, but with a reduced majority.
2.5% swing there, quite a sharp drop in the Liberal vote.
Clear swing from the Liberal to Labour there. This polarisation where the Liberals are running third, they tend to cream off votes to whoever is second.
Can I now read this, what we've got, the reaction from Rhodesia, which I was going to do about an hour ago, I think it was. Mr. Smith said that Labour's victory didn't really interest him one way or another. He said it's up to Mr. Wilson to move towards a settlement. when he was asked what Mr. Wilson could do to come to terms with the Rhodesian government, Mr. Smith said it was difficult for him to say. It was a question for which only Mr. Wilson would have the answer. They've been consistent all through. The door was open for any talks, and it was still open. The first thing should be to have talks to restore normal and economic relations between the two countries. Now, someone was raising the Rhodesian issue just now, and that's the first reaction that we've actually got in Rhodesia.
I think one of the interesting things would be to know what effect Rhodesia had on the election, not in the campaign, but over the preceding 6 months. Oh, this is interesting, a recount of Norfolk South.
That's quite a big swing there, if it's a very close thing of the recount. One of the less likely ones to go on the forms, only a 33% chance of it switching. If that's happening, then Labour has a very good chance in Norfolk South West.
And now to the state of the parties.
There we are. Labour is now over the top. Labour at 316 has won more than half and is home and dry without any question whatever. However you look at it, the election is over at that point, although there are many more results still to come. You'll notice Labour's 42 gains, Tories 44 losses. There's where the battle was fought, lost and won. If you look now at the party lead board, you'll notice that Labour's lead has shrunk a little bit from being over 150 before. It will continue to shrink a little bit as the remaining 130 seats come in. We're now expecting on our computer a final overall Labour lead of somewhere around 97. The PA computer is saying 101. It may fall between these two. But it's in this very close to 100 Labour lead we expect.
Labour's made no gains this morning yet. Liberals have made one gain.
The overall is important. Where the Liberals gain a seat from the Conservatives, it doesn't alter Labour's overall majority, clearly.
Doesn't at all. I'm keeping my eye on sort of 4 places at the same time.
Yes, we're waiting, in fact, we may be getting the result from Taunton. This will be quite interesting. This is Edward Buchanan's seat. It's one to watch. He ought to hold it on this swing, but it only needs a swing to Labour of 5.2%, and if there were a slightly above average swing, he could be in danger.
And now a result. Rother Valley.
Rother Valley. Doug Griffiths has held Rother Valley for Labour. This is one of these rock-solid...
It's the biggest majority we've had yet, the only one over 30,000.
Yes,
30,467.
It's one of these South Yorkshire mining seats, and literally they weigh the Labour votes there, they don't count them.
But they do go out and vote, you see. What kind of a turnout, incidentally, is there in a place like that, where it is so rock solid?
It's not so high as it used to be. It used to be up around the high 80%. Now the mining seats don't show the same sort of solidarity. They're down about the same national average vote. Incidentally, did you know the Liberals have got one more seat? The scoreboard showed 8 for the Liberals. That must mean another Liberal result.
Just let's take in the Rother Valley result. David Griffiths has held this seat. The miner has held this seat for 20 years.
We must try and get the Liberal one
out of the
pipeline,
to know what the extra
and discover where it is. Yes.
If it's a gain, I don't think it is. No, it's not a gain.
No, it isn't. It isn't a gain. The Liberal total is right. The Liberal now got 8 seats. That's for sure. But it isn't a gain.
Are we getting Taunton?
I think we're not very far off Taunton. Are we?
Conservatives have held Mid-Bedfordshire. That's they ought to do that.
I can see people come. Let's go to Taunton. David Lomax.
Officer, for the Taunton constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Bradbury Robin James,
Labour,
19,216. Ducan Edward Dillon Lott,
Conservative,
22,000. Heathcote Amory,
Liberal,
Margaret Irene Gaynor, 5,460. And I declare that Edward Dillon Lott Ducan has been duly elected to serve as member for this constituency.
So Mr. Ducan has held a seat for the Conservatives with a reduced majority. It's no change in Taunton.
But I think we take that other result very quickly.
Well, while we were listening to that, we got the news that the Liberals have gained North Cornwall.
Gained
The Liberals have gained North Cornwall with a 1,500 majority.
And now the gain is up on the board. Quite right. And
there it is. Now, and here are the full figures, in fact. John Pardoe, who fought Finchley for the Liberals in the last election, has defeated Mr. Scott Hopkins, the former junior minister. David.
That was a case of, I think, a very lively, energetic personality, making the Liberal results in the West Country have been extremely patchy, and they do seem to have gained in votes at the points where it really mattered. Another remarkable result.
This is one that the Conservatives should have lost on this sort of swing, and they have held it.
There's a 1% swing to the Conservatives, and that's the biggest majority since 1935 in Norfolk South West in the general election, 775. But that's 3 times Norfolk South West has gone right against the national tide.
It is the most marginal seat in the country, isn't it?
Traditionally, yes. And it's one of the 5 seats one was more or less counting on the Labour Party winning on past trend. So it does reduce the estimated Labour majority perhaps down to 95 overall.
Now, shall we take some more results?
Yes, take some more results.
Let's take,
I'm at the moment keeping my eye on Transport House.
Let's take Cannock.
So you do those and I'll
Can we take Cannock? Jenny Lee, officially Parliamentary Secretary to the Department of Education and Science, in fact, the Minister responsible for the arts, and her majority is up. Derbyshire South East. This was a marginal Labour seat. They won it off they gained it off the Conservatives at 64, but their majority has gone right up.
There's only a majority of 12. It was the narrowest seat in 59. A 3.8% swing to Labour in Derbyshire South East.
The Mid-Bedfordshire result, we saw the headline. Stephen Hastings has held this for the Conservatives. 2.4% swing there. There's a prominent figure on the right wing of the party.
That means that the Conservatives should be home and dry in Bedford next door, which was one of the seats that was still in doubt.
Yeovil. John Payton has held this. He's a Conservative frontbencher, former Under Secretary.
2.5% swing there, about the national average. The swing against Buchanan was below the national average, under 2%.
No change in Aberdeenshire.
Another result coming in. Liberals have held Montgomery. Well, this they certainly ought to have done. This was one of the 2 safe. Here we got the full figures, I think, of Montgomeryshire. Emmeline Houston has held this seat for the Liberals. It's been Liberal seat for ever since 1880, which was the year of Gladstone's great defeat of Disraeli.
Virtually no change in the shares of the vote since last election. There's a slight drop in the Liberal share of the vote. The Liberals now look safe to get about 13 to 14 seats.
Now we might take the Isle of Thanet result. Another seat the Conservatives have held ever since the war. Billy Rees-Davis has held this for the Conservatives.
2.5% swing there, Margate, isn't it?
And we're going down to see the Prime Minister arrive.
Well, Mr. Wilson. And here comes Mr. Wilson, the Prime Minister, and Mrs. Wilson, arriving back at Transport House after this victory so different from 18 months ago. Any comment, Mr. Wilson, at this stage?
No statement.
No statement at this stage? Mr. Wilson, George Brown behind him, and Mrs. Brown, Mrs. Wilson, shaking hands with Mrs. Brown. Len Williams, the General Secretary, who's worked so hard here on the extreme end, and that's Arthur Greenwood, of course. There's the group that have now got a majority of 100, as against 4 last time. The Prime Minister, who's come straight from Euston Station, now shaking hands with Tom Dryburgh, posing for the inevitable press photographs, a photograph which one imagines may be used time and again in the future. Mr. Heath has, of course, conceded. The Prime Minister is not ready for a statement at the moment. He's going inside, I think, into the General Secretary's office, and will then be talking, as he always does, to the party workers, and that should be quite an occasion. The Prime Minister again, then, and this time for 4 or 5 years, not uncertain. As he goes in, Peter Woon from Transport House.
The interesting thing was to see the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister together, who throughout this campaign covered 6,000 miles between them, and their wives have gone very nearly every mile with them.
Now we've got 1 or 2 results. The other half of Aberdeenshire, remember the Liberals have won Aberdeenshire West, but the Conservatives, Patrick Woolridge-Gordon, has held Aberdeenshire
The Liberal
East.
vote jumps 4% there in East Aberdeenshire, as it has in all but one of the other northeast coast area ones there. There's 1 seat to wait for, North Angus, which is the one remaining hope of a Liberal gain in that part of the world.
Taunton, the confirmation of those details, they were rather drowned by cheering. Edward Buchanan, the chairman of the Conservative Party, has held this seat with a below-average swing against it. Blaydon, now is one of these very safe seats in the Durham coalfield. Mr. Wolf's held this for 10 years.
2.5% swing, 77% turnout. Cliff was asking what the turnout was in these rock-solid seats.
Now another safe mining seat, this time from South Yorkshire coalfield, Don Valley.
3% swing and a 78% turnout.
Richard Kelly has held this for 7 years.
Tom Williams' old seat.
And now Denby. This is a seat which Mr. Geraint Morgan has held for the Conservatives since '59. His majority is about the same, David.
There's a Liberal drop there, 1.7. It's one of these seats the Liberals always had faint hopes on, never made any real headway over the last 2-3 elections. The Labour Party vote jumped there by 5.5%. None of the sort of lib-lab understanding that seems to have worked in one or two constituencies to the Liberals' advantage.
Now let's take Cambridgeshire. This is a seat the Conservatives. Labour actually held it in the 45-50 Parliament, but it's now Francis Pym has now got quite a comfortable majority.
2% swing there, just below average, like all rural seats.
Did you notice that Mr. Peart is back, incidentally? There was a news flash.
Fred Peart's back at Workington. We'll get the details of that in a moment. Now Ashfield, which was William Warby's seat, but he retired. And now young David Marquand has been selected as the Labour candidate, and he's got home with a thumping majority.
Another political scientist come historian there for Bob to feel companionship with Parliament.
The son of Hilary Marquand, who was a Labour minister in the 45-50 Parliament under Attlee. Skipton, another of the safe Yorkshire seats for the Conservatives. Mr. Burnaby Drayson, who's held this ever since the war.
A 3% swing to Labour in Ian MacLeod's birthplace.
Stratford-on-Avon. Angus Maud, who had that spot of trouble with Mr. Heath, has held the seat.
But an independent Conservative who protested against his stand on Rhodesia gets 4% of the vote.
Which Mr. Maud's majority, in fact, is not very much down.
1.4% swing there.
Interestingly, Mr. Maud was fought originally by Andrew Fold, who then switched to Smethwick, which he has now won off Peter Griffiths in probably the result which has given Labour most satisfaction on the two results, the other being latent tonight, the individual results. Labour gain at Yarmouth. Labour has gained Yarmouth. This means that Anthony Fell, one of the right-wing Conservative MPs, has lost his seat.
This is compensation for not winning South West Norfolk, because Yarmouth was less than even odds chance of their winning on the form we were having, and so it just balances out.
There are the full details of Yarmouth. Interestingly, there was a Liberal standing in 1964, polled about 4,500, didn't stand this time. Any significance, David?
No, well, the withdrawal of the Liberals seemed to help very much the Conservatives in Bury St Edmunds, but in Yarmouth it hasn't made much difference. The swing there is about the average for rural, semi-rural seats, because it's partly a seaside resort as well. Our prediction now is in fact down to 95 as the final Labour majority. It may go up to 97, down to 93, up to 99. I think it's in one of those three figures probably by now.
Shall we take Workington, the confirmation that
take Workington and then we're
Fred Peart, the Minister of Agriculture, has held this safe Labour seat up on the northwest coast with an increased majority.
1.2% swing, well below average.
And now we're going down to the city. We've already heard from people in Throgmorton Street. We're now going down to the city to talk with the chairman of the Stock Exchange in the city, and with him, James Mossman.
I'm in the office of the chairman of the Stock Exchange now. Mr. Martin Wilkinson is with me. And I think the first obvious question for him is, how have the markets reacted so far to what looks like a Labour landslide of anything up to 100 seats in the House?
Well, first of all, I don't think that this is regarded as a landslide. We heard bigger figures quoted. I think that the markets have reacted in exactly the way you would have expected them to react. We've been conditioned to a Labour victory. We don't fix the prices. It's the public, the private investor, the institutional investor who decides whether things should be bought or not.
But what are they doing this morning?
And this morning, markets have improved slightly. The market is firm, and prices where changed are better.
Any business in steel?
A certain amount, but overall the activity, I would say, is very low. People are listening and talking and deciding today.
Would you say, with your experience and in your position here, that the likelihood of more taxes, company taxes and dividend taxes, are coming up?
Well, taxes, of course, increased taxes have been mentioned as something that is likely. I think we probably feel that we shall get more taxes in the budget. We've been warned about this, perhaps. and perhaps more taxes are inevitable.
But would you say that taxes of this kind would be inevitable with a Tory government as well?
I think with the economic situation being what it is, some increase in taxation was probably inevitable.
But all things being equal, you wouldn't prefer a Labour regime, presumably, in this particular part of the world?
I would prefer a regime that is able to govern. I think we've had too long a period of uncertainty. I don't think we're concerned with whether we have a Tory government or a Labour government. That's not our job. We're not political. We've got to get on with the job.
Do you feel that the investor, whom in a way you represent, is a target for this kind of government or not?
I don't think it's fair to say that the investor is a target, no. The investor has suffered perhaps under some of the legislation that has been introduced by the last government in the shape of the capital gains tax, particularly, and of course the capital gains tax is something we're very anxious to get revised and put into a better shape.
What about the nationalisation of steel? Would you imagine that the terms of the White Paper will now be observed given the more powerful position of the government?
I would certainly hope that if steel has got to be nationalised, that there would be no going back on the terms that were published in the White Paper.
What do you think?
I would sincerely hope that they would be maintained.
Do you think that nationalisation would extend anywhere else?
Nationalisation is not immediately threatened anywhere else. I don't think I could guess that it will be extended, but with a Labour government, obviously, further nationalisation could come along from time to time.
One gets the impression from stockbrokers, including my own, that you're preparing for a sort of siege warfare over the next few years.
Oh, I don't think that's true at all. I think we are going to have to learn to live with a different set of circumstances, and I think we shall do just that.
Those circumstances would necessarily be restrictive ones compared with the past, or not?
Well, the circumstances that we've got to live with, which are changed, are obviously the changes in taxation. And these changes are fairly recent, and as I said before, I think the new taxes, particularly the capital gains tax, needs a good deal of modification before it is a really workable tax.
What about confidence abroad in a government of this kind?
Well, the only immediate reaction as far as confidence abroad is the fact that we've seen an improvement in the pound sterling this morning.
Does that surprise you?
No, I don't think so. I think we've been told very straightforwardly that the main object of the Labour government is to maintain the value of the pound sterling. They are very deliberate about this, they're very firm about it, and now that they've got a working majority, I think the foreigner must hope and feel that there is a good chance that sterling will be maintained.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilkinson. James Mossman in the City.
Robert McKenzie, you want a quick comment on that?
I think it's most interesting in that statement by the chairman of the Stock Exchange. He said, we now have a government that can get on with the job. I think we must keep in mind that for 3 years since the Profumo crisis of 1963, we've been in an electoral situation one way or the other. And now at last, in a way, the chairman said it didn't matter which party was in power. A party with a majority can govern for a clear run of 4 or 5 years. I'm sure that will be the mood of many business people, regardless of their own personal preferences.
And now let's take the result that came in, the quick one.
First of all, the Labour gain at High Peak. This was liable to go on the sort of swing we've had nationally. I must tell you that Mr. Peter Jackson, who's won this seat for Labour, is another university lecturer.
And that's not a very big swing to Labour, but it is one of the 3 seats we were most certain still to come would come for Labour. Rushcliffe and Monmouth are the 2 ones one tips as really, and South Bedfordshire as very probable gains still to come.
Here's a little crumb of comfort for the Conservatives, on the other hand, that Malden, which needed exactly the same swing to Labour as High Peak, in fact they managed to hold. Brian Harrison.
Only 1.1% swing in Malden. Another East Anglian seat may have repercussions for a couple we're waiting for from there.
Shall we take Basingstoke? This is obviously a safe Conservative seat. They've held it ever since the war. David Mitchell became the member here at the last election.
Let's now go across to Harold Webb on the Northern desk. Harold?
Well, when places like the High Peak do go Tory, well, their fortunes are pretty low, because this is the first time in their history that the Labour Party has in fact won the High Peak division. This was Hugh Molson's old seat, and it used to average about a majority of 10,000. High Peak went Labour, of course it did, yes. This is probably, I think, the completion of all the seats, I think, that Labour can now hope to gain in the north of England. It brings the total to 9, and I think that the day is over for them. The rest of the seats in the north of England, which are coming in from some scattered rural areas and perhaps 1 or 2 mining areas, will fall very much in pattern. The High Peak division itself might not have gone to Labour because it is a mixture of town and agriculture, and although only a 1.6% swing was needed, the swing to the constituencies in the agricultural belt has been much lower than the national swing, and therefore there was just a possibility that the Conservatives might hold that. Back to you, Cliff.
Well, let's go back to the results. There's one interesting one there.
One from Dover,
Yeah.
which David Ennals won for Labour at the last election by only 418 votes. He's pushed up his majority quite a lot. However, Tom Stacey, who's a very lively Conservative candidate. Don't be misled by the name. Dover includes a large part of the Kent coalfield.
2.5% swing to Labour in Dover. Very highly organised seat. Turnout went up to nearly over 84% there.
Shall we take Sudbury and Woodbridge, which is a seat that Conservatives have held since 1950. Part of it was held by Labour before that, though. This is John Hare's old seat.
1.5% swing there in that marginal seat, and there is a possibility that the Conservatives may gain Norfolk North, which Labour holds by 53, on the form that we've been having from the East Anglian seats so far. Just a possibility. It's not
Another West Country result for the Conservatives. Bridgewater, Sir Gerald Wills, a former Conservatives whip, held it with a reduced majority.
3.5% swing there. About the highest swing we've had from Somerset.
But you can see what we mean when we've been talking about, since earlier this morning, we've been talking about the rural county constituencies reporting for the Conservatives in fairly solid masses and beginning to trim down this long Labour lead, not by nearly enough from the win, of course. Labour will still have a majority. Bob McKenzie said at the last time of asking of about 95, I think.
Now let's go across to the southeast desk and David Holmes. David?
Before the Malden result came, we were wondering how the seat was going to go. As you've heard, it has been held by Conservative, although some of us said, although not the computer, I admit this, that it might be taken by Labour. But an interesting pattern has developed along the south side of the estuary in seats which have an agricultural element and also an industrial element. Dartford, which is largely industrial but has some agriculture, Gravesend the same, and Faversham this side, where we saw this extraordinary thing of a swing towards the Conservatives. One's at a loss to explain that, but in Dartford, for instance, the swing was 1.7 to Labour only. Now this takes us to similar seats on the other side of the southeast area. For instance, Banbury, which is an agricultural constituency but has a substantial amount of industry, swung only 0.8 to Labour. Newbury, fairly nearby, which is a similar mixture of agriculture and industry, swung only 1.8. And now we come to Malden and find it swinging 1.1. It would have needed 1.6 to capture it. So it seems that in these constituencies in the southeast, which have these two elements, the swing is very, very much below the regional average.
Well, now, a quick result there.
Norfolk South, remember they had a recount of Norfolk South, and in fact...
the prediction. I beg your pardon, the prediction. We've got a prediction going through. The likely Labour majority, 1227, probable Labour majority, 95. 95. 95. Sorry.
Right, well, let's pick up Norfolk South. This is an interesting one. They had a recount, but Mr. John Hill, as you can see, has just held on to the seat for the Conservatives.
It's one of the biggest swings there is in Norfolk. It wasn't quite big enough, but there is this Norfolk North, which Labour could lose if Norfolk North goes like Norfolk South West, and it's a lot of similarity in the content of it. So we're still waiting for that Norfolk result, and we're also waiting for King's Lynn, which is another majority of under 200 at stake. 2 Labour seats still to come in Norfolk.
Derbyshire West, this is Aidan Crawley's seat. He's held it,
the Liberal vote has gone up. This is
gone down sensationally. It's gone down by 17%. It's dropped from 30% to 17%.
Well,
Conservatives only just picked it up in the by-election in 1962 with a 1,000 majority over the Liberal Party. The Liberals have now collapsed from second to third place, and one television personality has won the seat from a television producer.
The reason for this, in fact, is that the former Liberal candidate, Colonel Gardner Thorpe, had to drop out at the very last moment, and this is why the Liberal vote collapsed. I was astonished as I thought it had gone up. Now, Hertfordshire South West. Gilbert Longdon has held this for the Conservatives with a reduced majority.
2.3% swing there.
Yeah. Now, I think Newark, I've got a lot of recounts. Can I just let's take the Newark result. It's a safe Labour seat.
2.3% swing.
So can I just go through these recounts very quickly? Rushcliffe, that's Martin Redmayne's seat. Peterborough, Eye, and Holland with Boston. There's a recount. Quite interesting.
Here's the headline. Rushcliffe, Peterborough and Holland with Boston, all recounting. There we are.
Now, Rushcliffe was a seat that Labour was expected to win on the form so poor. The others were not. If they divide evenly on an even odds basis, 2 to Labour and 2 to Conservative, this might push up the prediction from 95 to 97.
Let's take Horton Price. Patrick Wall has held the seat for the Conservatives in the East Riding of Yorkshire. Patrick Wall, of course, a very prominent member of the right-wing Conservative group against the government's policy.
A very low swing there, but there was a big Liberal vote to redistribute, 20% last time.
Cirencester and Tewkesbury. Nicholas Ridley has held this seat for the Conservatives.
Again, a very low swing and a biggish Liberal vote, 16% to distribute between Conservatives and Labour.
Dorset North, which the Liberals might have had a little hope about. It was Frank Bowers' old seat, but Sir Richard Glyn's held it really rather comfortably.
The Liberal vote, share of the vote, hardly any change indeed from the 1964 result there.
Pontypridd, one of the safe Labour seats in Wales, rock-safe coal mining constituency. Arthur Pearson's held it for 28 years.
3.5% swing there.
I think we should now go to the State of the Parties board.
Well, here we are just after 12:30. Labour, you'll see, 325, 9 more than they need to form a government. Conservatives creeping up toward them, but still, of course, Labour comfortably there, home and dry. With 44 gains, 1 loss, Colne Valley to the Liberals. Liberals looking quite well now with 9 and a net gain of 3. Could we now see party lead where, as predicted on the party lead board, Labour's lead has shrunk from the 150 it was when the day began, now to 130 over the Conservatives, with just under 100 still to come. It looks as if that will shrink further to produce in the end an overall lead of somewhere between 95 and 100 for Labour.
Can I just quickly report that, which I must be wrong, there's a recount at Normanton, which has got a 17,000 Labour majority. I feel something's wrong there. Never mind. Ashford. Bill Deeds' seat in Kent, which he has held with a slightly reduced majority.
Very low swing, 1.1% swing to Labour.
Derbyshire North East, coal mining constituency, always represented by a miner.
2.7% swing to Labour.
Tavistock, where the Liberals might have had some hope. Michael Heseltine is the new Conservative member here, so Henry Studholme is retired.
A drop of about 4% in the Liberal vote in Tavistock.
Well, let's see how the Scottish and Welsh nationalists have been doing.
The most impressive feature, I think, in terms of the Scottish picture itself, the 71 seats in Scotland, is the success of the Scottish nationalists. Of course, they haven't won a seat, but we've got only 4 more results to come, and it's clear that they're doubling the average poll. They've saved 9 out of 17 deposits, and in 1 or 2 cases they've had very conspicuous success. For instance, Dr. McIntyre, fighting in West Stirling, got a 26% of the poll. He's president of the Scottish National Party, and he pushed the Tory into 3rd place. Arthur Donaldson, the chairman of the party, fighting in Kinross and West Perthshire, pushed Labour into 3rd place. And clearly the run is of the order of 14 to 15%, essentially in the Scottish lowland area, the Forth Clyde Valley. And it's this that explains the success of the Scottish nationalists, in fact a far greater success than the success of Labour or even of the Liberals in terms of the total poll. Now this puts, of course, the focus on West Lothian. This is fairly safe Labour mining seat, 9,000 majority Tamdale last time. But the runner-up last time was, of course, Willie Wolfe, Scottish National Party Executive Vice Chairman. Will he get more than the 15,000? Will he really push Tamdale out? This also, of course, dramatises the problem of the Scottish National Party. They're fighting essentially in the lowland belt. This is not a Celtic fringe party. They had 5 candidates in Glasgow, and all their successes are essentially in the area between Glasgow and Edinburgh. They've clearly had some effect on Labour policy. They've talked of devolution. They've dramatised the importance of the economy, even if not all economists in Scotland accept their statistics. They're an urban radical party with a strong industrial nexus to them. And in this sense, perhaps, they are a sharp contrast to the Welsh National Party. So, over to Ken Morgan at the Welsh desk.
Welsh nationalists haven't clearly been as successful as the Scottish nationalists this time. I think it's fair to say it's a very difficult election for them. It comes very shortly after the last election, which means great financial and organisational problems for the Welsh nationalists. They've also been engaged in a great deal of difficulty about tactics, whether a need to pursue constitutional action at all, or other forms of direct action. Of the 19 results we've had so far in the seats in which Plaid Cymru, Welsh nationalist candidates, are concerned, they've lost deposits in 17. On the other hand, their vote has gone up so far in 9 constituencies. They polled extremely well in Carnarvonshire, where again they saved their deposit, and also this time they saved their deposit in Carmarthen, where Gwynfor Evans, the president of Plaid Cymru, was standing, and his poll went up by 4.5%. A very good result for Plaid Cymru. It underlines that Welsh nationalism is strongest, quite clearly, in the rural Welsh-speaking areas. The Liberals decline in Anglesey. They didn't have a candidate this time. The decline in the Liberal poll in Carmarthen has benefited Plaid Cymru in both of those constituencies. Their vote has gone up very markedly. On the other hand, it's significant, I think, that in Cardiganshire, the Labour Party had a candidate who was himself a former member and indeed a former candidate for Plaid Cymru. And on this occasion, it's quite clear that the Labour victory in Cardiganshire, to some extent, can be explained by the Labour Party attracting former Plaid Cymru votes. In general, therefore, while Welsh nationalism hasn't been as successful as Scottish nationalism, as Esmond Wright has described, it's clear that nationalism remains a phenomenon in the Welsh political scene. To some degree, nationalism may have been siphoned off by Labour's regional policies, the creation of a Secretary of State for Wales, but not wholly so. Latent nationalism, political nationalism, and cultural nationalism remains. The great problem, I think, surrounding Welsh nationalism is whether it takes a political form, an economic form, concerned with improving the economic status of Wales, its place in the British economy, the growth of new industries, changing the economic pattern, or whether it concentrates on cultural problems, the preservation of the Welsh language. And in the latter case, there's a difficulty for Plaid Cymru, I think, because the preservation of Welsh culture and of the Welsh language is a cause which attracts the sympathy of many Welshmen beyond Welsh nationalists themselves. But Welsh nationalists, I think, can't be displeased at their fortunes at the election of 1966.
Well, I think we must now, all of us, remember that this is the time that people start to come in for lunch. A great many of them may have switched on their television sets. I wanted, as it were, a sort of summary of the thing. But before we give a summary, let's just have these 2 results.
Ripon, Sir Malcolm Stoddart-Scott, who sat in the House ever since 1945, has held his seat with a slightly reduced majority.
A 3.5% swing there, and may I make one correction to a neighbouring seat? We said there was no Liberal standing in Halton Price. There was a Liberal standing. He got 17% of the vote, and it was just a technical stammer behind us. I'm sorry for that mistake.
Carlton, the Conservatives have held. This is Kenneth Pickthorne's old seat, now taken over by Philip Holland, who was the Conservative member for Acton in the 59-64 Parliament.
2% swing there.
Then Sedgefield, another of these rock-solid Durham mining seats. Labour's majority up. Joe Slater is the Assistant Postmaster General.
4% swing there, 76% turnout.
And back to the Conservative seaside territory, Eastbourne. Sir Charles Taylor holds the seat, as he has ever since 1935, for over 30 years. Majority slightly down.
Split-off Conservative didn't get more than 1.6% of the vote there.
Well, I think... But you can see the pattern developing now during this Friday, as it does on the second day in every election, with the Conservative rural seats beginning just to chip away at the overnight Labour majority.
Robert Mackenzie.
Well, the important point to note is that this is the 1959 replay in reverse. Mr. Macmillan that year, with 49% of the vote, got a majority of 100. Mr. Wilson, with 49% of the vote, is going to have a majority of 95, give or take a few seats. And of course this is very important because he's got a majority which can assure a 4 to 5 year run. He proved you could govern with a majority of 3, but we knew that already. After all, Menzies had governed with a majority of 1 in Australia. We've had minority governments for long periods elsewhere. What you can't do with a majority of 3 is to take the really unpopular action that may lose you a series of by-elections. We now have a situation where there's no reason whatever why we shouldn't have powerful government coming head-on with the problems this country faces. Then we've got a chance to judge in 4 or 5 years' time whether the people have measured up to the great challenge that now faces them.
Can you spell out the likely majority as it now is? This is just for people who haven't been with us lately.
The latest figures do suggest a majority of 95 for Labour, give or take a couple of points either way. It doesn't seem likely now Labour will get its 100-seat majority to round off at the figure which would be exactly the same as the Tories had in 1959.
Let's take these 2 results.
Durham Valley, another of the South Yorkshire coalfield seats.
The highest majority reported yet, 35,614.
It's the second 30,000 majority. Then I in Suffolk.
You were told there was a recount there. It's a safe Conservative result.
Very odd. Could there be anything to do with the Liberals?
Liberals saving his deposit. Yes, he would just be on the balance of an eighth of the vote.
Majority slightly down. Sir Howard Harris has held this seat since 1951. Then St Ives.
The Liberals hoped for a gain here. They've only got 3rd place. The Conservative share of the vote drops, but a new member, Mr Knott, gets into Parliament in succession to Mr Greville Howard.
And then the Conservative Chief Whip is back. Penrith and the Border. William Whitelaw holds the seat with a slightly reduced majority.
Now, keeping my eye on 3 things at one and the same time, which is sometimes rather difficult. Transport House, number 10, Downing Street, and Preston. Before we go up to Preston, which is where I think we'll go next, a comment from you, David Butler.
Well, the results so far this morning show a considerable drop in the swing, with rural results coming in. The swing now looks as though it's going to be a little under 3%, and the majority is certainly going to be, almost certainly going to be under 100. Indeed, there are only about 4 or 5 seats coming in where the result is seriously in doubt as far as the Labour Party is concerned. There are a couple in Northern Ireland and 4 or 5 Liberal seats in the north of Scotland, which won't affect Labour's overall majority, but which are of considerable interest for us to watch. Still, there will be enough interest in individual results to keep us going, and as the afternoon advances, I think we shall be able to give you some analysis of why things have come out as they have, what has happened to the Liberal vote, and problems of this sort.
Now, one other result.
Take that one, I think.
One other result for Bridlington, another of the Yorkshire results. Richard Wood, former Conservative minister who lost both legs in the war, but has been a very active politician, held the seat with a slightly reduced majority.
And now we can take you up to Preston. That's the cattle market at Preston we're taking a look at. Near there somewhere, Harold Williamson.
Preston cattle market, and I'm with dairy farmers who are none too happy about Labour's success. How about you, sir? How do you see the future under a Labour government with a working majority?
Well, I don't know. Looking around this ring this morning, there's quite a lot of depressed faces, but whether it's the result of the poor trade or the result of the election, I wouldn't know. But personally, I feel that it's a disastrous result for the country, and I don't think agriculture can get any change out of it at all.
Why not?
Well, in good times or bad, we get precious little sympathy from any of the politicians of any party up to now, and unless there's a change of tune in the new Parliament, I can see precious little coming out for the farm.
What are you looking forward to under a Labour government? What do you hope to achieve?
Well, I'm looking forward to them giving us a better standard of living. Because up to now we're working about 80 hours a week for very little returns. And that's been under both governments. And I'm hoping that one way or the other they'll improve it.
Well, how do you see your future under a Labour government?
I don't say I see a very poor future under a Labour government. The farmer's not getting a fair return for his work. And if the farmer has to produce the food, the government must do something about it.
They used to accuse farmers of desiring feather bedding. Is this what you're looking for?
Feather beds have never been attached to farmers. They've not time to lie in them to get a living.
What about the common market? Do you hope that Labour will go into the common market?
I do hope they will go into the common market because the British farmer compete with any farmers overseas.
What's your reaction to this? How about the common market?
Well, I don't really know about this common market job. I haven't considered it enough. But if they do go in some respects, I think we'll be far better off.
Why?
Well, really, for the cost of feeding stuffs over there and the cost of the things to the housewife over there are sure to go up over here.
What about this? Do you think that Labour will want to go into the common market?
Well, up to now, during the election campaign, they've told us they're only prepared to go into the common market conditionally. And I would say that we should have stood a great deal better chance under Mr. Heath going into the common market fairly quickly and with great benefit to agriculture generally, I believe.
How do farmers see the international situation? In Rhodesia, Mr. Ian Smith has said that he couldn't care less about Mr. Wilson's majority, but the door is still open for negotiation. What do you think should happen there as a farmer?
Well, this is a subject I don't think it occupies the mind of farmers generally very much at all, for two reasons. Firstly, they prefer to leave foreign and Commonwealth affairs to the politicians in Westminster. And secondly, they're far too busily occupied trying to get a meagre living out of the land without any sympathy at all from very few politicians.
What do you think Mr. Wilson should do as far as Ian Smith in Rhodesia?
Well, I think that Mr. Wilson should meet them and try to come to some terms with him, because I think they're in a way, they're trying to do their best, and unless he meets them and comes to some agreement, I think there's going to be a disaster over there.
Do you feel the move has to come from this side?
I think the move must come from this side, and before long.
What do you say about this, sir? What do you feel about Rhodesia?
I think the move must come from this side. There should be talks with Mr. Smith. Definitely.
Why do you say this?
Because I don't think it's giving Mr. Smith a fair chance. And we must approach Mr. Smith.
If we can come back to local matters, in Preston North, Julian Emery lost his seat. He only had a 40 majority last time. What were the local issues, do you think, that affected his position?
I think it was the TRS-2, is it?
Yes,
yes.
The aircraft?
Yes, the aircraft.
But there are few unemployed in Preston now. It's considered that this perhaps was not an issue.
Well, I think it was. I think it was.
What do you feel?
Well, I think that the TSR2 is the main issue in his constituency.
Why?
And I think that's the reason. Well, he's been promoting it all the time, and I think they can see now that it couldn't have been.
What about the Conservative Party's failure in this election overall? What do you feel is the main reason for them losing this election as they have done?
Well, the main reason, I think, is that the Prime Minister has had sufficient tactical sense to come to the country before the British people have felt the effect of socialism.
Well, we've just had a flash that Labour has won Bedfordshire South. This is a seat the Conservatives held with a very tiny majority. There's the headline confirming this.
It was one of the ones that was most certain to go, one of the three that was most certain to go.
The other interesting headline that we saw when we were up at Preston was that Labour has held Meriden, and here are the figures. Christopher Rowland has greatly increased his majority.
A high swing, not quite as high as the whole of the West Midlands, but certainly this, which was some people spotting to go against the tide, has not gone against the tide.
Many people thought this was perhaps one of the most attractive contests between two exceptionally able candidates, Christopher Rowland and Jonathan Aitken. One or two more results. Gainsborough. Marcus Kimball has held Gainsborough for the Conservatives, but his majority is down.
A swing of 4% to the Labour Party in Gainsborough. We were told there was a recount in Holland with Boston. A 4.7% swing is needed in Holland with Boston for Labour to get the seat.
Chesterfield, another of the Labour mining seats, they always hold it with big majorities. Eric Varley is a miner himself.
3.8% swing there.
Now we might take Melton. Miss Mervyn Pike has held this for the Conservatives, but with a reduced majority. Quite a sharply reduced majority. Another of the Conservative rural seats, Hereford.
A drop in the Liberal vote, a rise in the Labour vote, virtually no change in the Conservative vote. Quite a big drop, 6% switch from Liberal to Labour.
David Gibson-Watts, now front-bench spokesman for the Conservatives. Now Buckingham, this is the seat that Labour won off the Conservatives at the 64 election. Robert Maxwell, who's been a very active figure in his 17 months in Parliament, has held it.
A very low swing there, only about a 500 improvement.
North Angus and Mearns, Alec Buchanan Smith has held this for the Conservatives.
This is a disappointment for the Liberals, because this is the one seat that they still had hopes of gaining in the northwest of Scotland, in the northeast of Scotland. I don't think there are any other seats the Liberals are particularly likely to gain in the results we're waiting for.
East Grinstead, Geoffrey Johnson Smith has held this slice of Conservative commuter territory. Remember that he won the by-election in the last Parliament.
The Liberals drop a little compared to the 64 result. Not much change.
Stafford and Stone, Hugh Fraser, a former Conservative minister, has held the seat, slightly reduced majority.
2% swing to Labour there, which is well below the West Midlands average.
And another of these Labour mining seats, Bolsover, Harold Neal, a miner himself.
2.7% swing to Labour there.
Always get huge majorities there. Down South, another from Northern Ireland. The name of the constituency is Down South. Captain Lawrence Orr keeps this very comfortably for the Ulster Unionists. He's one of the very active Ulster Unionists. Now let's hear from Kenneth Harris.
I've got three economists sitting with me here now, and on my left is Kenneth Fleet, the city editor of the Sunday Telegraph, and next to him is Norman McRae of The Economist, and then Professor Rose of the London Business School. Could you begin, gentlemen, by giving me your personal reactions to the results as we know them so far? Kenneth Fleet?
Well, I think nobody is surprised at the result, probably not even Mr. Heath. Mr. Wilson, I think, in the last 18 months has proved himself a pretty good Tory Prime Minister when it comes to handling the economy. And we've got him back, and I think he will go on dealing with the short-term economic problems of the country in this, as it were, Tory fashion.
Norman McRae?
Well, I think that the government will now, in the next 2 months, go ahead and intensify the squeeze, because I think their economic advisors have told them, rightly or wrongly, they need to create more unemployment.
And Professor Rose?
Well, the real difficulty I have is in asking myself whether anything really important has changed. Something has happened electorally, but whether anything has really changed in terms of fundamental economic policy remains to be seen.
Well, that's really what I'd like to put to all three of you. Many Conservatives, Labour supporters and Liberals believe that this election should have been about the solution of this country's economic problem. Now, Kenneth Fleet, do you see that these results may have taken us a little nearer to a solution of that problem, or perhaps further away?
I think, taking up Harold Rose's point, in the next 3 or 4 years we will see a fairly sharp differentiation in the method of tackling the basic economic problems of this country. In other words, I think Labour will tend to go more its own way, and slightly more socialist, more bureaucratic. They will tend to interfere far more, make decisions from the centre, bludgeon businessmen into doing what they think is right.
Could you give me some examples of the kind of thing you mean?
Well, the government is extremely keen on this business of sticks and carrots. They think that they can encourage particular businesses by giving them special rewards, as it were, for being good boys. They think they can punish other companies who are slothful and lethargic and inefficient. They can do this through the budget. They can do it by handing out money, by withholding government contracts. This, I think, is the tendency, the underlying tendency in Labour policy. It hasn't come to the fore in the last 18 months because they've been too preoccupied with dealing with the short-term sterling problem.
But you expect it now?
I expect it now.
Norman McRae?
No, I think that what's been holding the government back in the last 17 months is precisely the fact that they knew an election was coming on. I think that, if anything, they'll go more immediately towards what I'd call a right-wing policy of more deflation. I agree that, and some of this bullying of businessmen around is something that's done in a more inflationary situation. I agree that I think that tax policy has been far too discriminatory, and I think that the immediate budget will still go that way. But I think that the city and the bankers will say this is a better Labour government. I don't know whether other people like me would.
Norman, Professor Rose.
Well, I don't think that the government has much choice, really, as far as this year is concerned. I think any government would have to implement some deflationary policy.
Well, I think we are in agreement there.
Would you like to develop that, Professor Rose?
Well, there's a difference of emphasis between Norman and myself here, but I think that the incomes policy is bound to fail, given that the labour market is so tight as it is. The desire of the Labour government to avoid any deflation, I think, is one which is going to be increasingly unrealistic. But the other question is whether the government really has a long-term policy. To my mind, the national plan is dead. What is going to take its place?
Coming back, there is a strong feeling in the city that with this majority behind him, Mr. Wilson and his chief economic ministers will be more prepared to stand up to the trade unions. They will risk a few bloody noses and try, as it were, to contain this inflationary pressure that has been coming from
What do you think yourself about that?
I think this is right. I think it will have to come. I think Mr. Wilson knows this, and when he does it, he will earn plaudits all round, not least from the City of London.
I think the alternative is between a modest deflation through the budget and some higher purchase restrictions and a tough incomes policy, or a tough budget and a pretty weak incomes policy. Now, I prefer the first. I prefer the tough incomes policy and modest deflation through the budget. I'm rather afraid that it might go the other way, frankly.
I don't really believe in the incomes policy as the Labour government sees it. I believe that some incomes policy will always be necessary, but to believe that we can rely, in some sense, on an incomes policy as a substitute for deflationary policy seems to me to have been shown to be unrealistic by the events of the last 40 years.
Last word with you, Kenneth Peet.
Well, I don't think that Labour has made that mistake. I think they have been imprisoned by short-term difficulties. The incomes policy is worth trying. They will go on persevering in the hope of getting some rational thinking and rational bargaining into the wage situation. I think, if I may just say, that it's instructive that sterling has been better this morning, that stock exchange prices have gone slightly firmer. I think optimism at the moment for some improvement is pretty high and perhaps justified.
Well, thank you, Kenneth Peet, Norman Cray, Professor Rose, and now back to either Ian or Cliff.
I'm back now. Thank you very much indeed. I put my hand up like a boy at school. We'll be hearing more about that kind of comment in a moment, but let's clear some of the results up here now.
Here's the Bedfordshire South full figures, the seat which Labour has gained off the Conservatives.
The average sort of swing in this very large population seat, New Development Round Luton.
And the new Labour MP there is a lecturer, again. Now, Norfolk North, which David thought the Conservatives might just have a chance of winning, but Bert Hazel has in fact held it for Labour.
Low swing there, but it is a swing in the Labour direction.
Now some safe Conservative seats. Lewis, Sir Tufton Beamish has held it with a slightly reduced majority.
2% swing there.
Petersfield, Miss Joan Quennell has held this for the Conservatives.
The Labour candidate, Margaret Stewart, the journalist, though she's called Lady Wilson there, has pushed up the Labour vote by 4%, but she's still in third place.
And now here is the result from Holland with Boston, where they had a recount, and Mr. Boddy is the new MP for Holland with Boston, although he in fact was a member for Billericay in the 55-59 Parliament.
This is a remarkable swing for a rural seat, 5% swing to Labour. It's not surprising that Labour didn't win it, it's surprising that they got so near to winning it. It was, of course, a Labour seat back in 1924 last.
Not that I know anything at all about it, but I'm told that Slater's Grill is one of the busiest places at this time of the day. Down there is Jim Mossman. Jim?
I think I'll stick here. Hello, well, here in the city, in a very lively pub, very near the Stock Exchange, I've got some people here, bloodthirsty young Tories and others, to ask about the effect of this in a slightly more informal way than with the chairman an hour ago. Can you two tell me, to start with, what you feel will be the effect on people like you and yours of this vast Labour government majority?
Well, firstly, I'm not a bloodthirsty young Tory, and I'm not actually a Tory at all. But I am concerned...
Talking about the people looking over your shoulder. Go on.
All right. I'm concerned with 4 million people, the investors in the equities in this country. And I think they've got to watch it as to whether Mr. Wilson is now going to be a socialist or a radical.
Well, which do you think he's going to be?
I think he's going to be a radical.
And that you think will be beneficial to the British economy and the investor?
I think it's beneficial to the economy if we get the support from abroad that we need, that John knows about. And then I think at home, if he doesn't penalise investment, we should be all right.
Do you feel that Mr. Wilson and his government will regard the investor and the city as sort of rivals or enemies in some way, or not?
Well, in part, I think the Attlee government regarded big business as the enemy, while this government is more subtle, that the minority of socialists within this government will regard the small business, the enterprising businessman, the rising man, as being the person who is an untidy feature of the national plan. And they're already using they already in the last budget used subtle techniques to try to make life difficult for him. I think this tendency will go on. I think that George Brown will, if it's drawn to his attention by the opposition, will do his best to keep life going for such people.
But you're worried about this government. You think it's a bad thing from the point of view of business and the point of view of people who want to save?
Well, we're going down now to Downing Street because the Prime Minister is just arriving at number 10 to take up residence yet again, and to watch him do so, Michael Charlton.
And here in Downing Street, the Prime Minister comes home, back to the famous house, which is his for the next 5 years if he wants it. 2,000 people have waited here nearly all the morning for him, and listen to the reception he gets now as he steps out. We understand he'll be making a statement here on the steps before long. He looks pretty tired to me. Above in Downing Street, his father, who's very proud of him today, looks down on this scene as Harold Wilson stands on the very step that he stood on as a 10-year-old boy 40 years ago this year. This roar of cameras from the international press, vultures all around him. This will go on for 2 or 3 minutes here. Crew here from Japan doing a story on canvassing in British elections. They've never seen anything like this before, they said. Not allowed to have it there, and they've been very interested in this one. From the Foreign Office, the Treasury, staff leaning out, and here's the Prime Minister.
First, I should like to thank all of you who have come to give us such a friendly reception on the return to 10 Downing Street. I should like to say on this election result that the decision of the country to give the government a clear mandate will, I believe, be good for government in Britain and good for the future of Britain. We still face tremendous problems despite the progress that has been made, and we shall continue to deal with those problems as we have dealt with them for the past 17 months, by telling the British people all the facts, by telling them what needs to be done, and by not hesitating ourselves to take whatever measures may be needed, be they popular or unpopular. But we mean to continue, as we have begun, making Britain a fairer and a juster society. A general election inevitably emphasizes and stresses and underlines those issues which divide the nation. But now that the election, with its divisive arguments, is over, I believe we all have a clear duty now to work together in partnership, British government and British people, to solve the problems that are still before us. The economic problems, all the tasks associated with the building of a new Britain. And I believe also that this decisive mandate that has been given to your government will enable us to speak with greater authority abroad in all that we are trying to do to achieve international disarmament and international peace. Thank you very much indeed.
Straight back to work now, sir?
Thank you, gentlemen. No questions. Let the press get the photographs. Thank you very much.
Harold Wilson stood on these steps as a 10-year-old boy in a now famous photograph. And here, 40 years later, this year, he's back for another term of office for 5 years if he cares to make it.
Well,
and that's lunch, I guess. He looks very tired to me. I'd say we're probably going to have lunch now, and that's probably all we'll see of him for about the next 45 minutes at least. But we'll be here all day for BBC Television, keeping an eye on the Prime Minister's movements. This is Michael Charlton in Downing Street.
I sincerely hope he will be down there all the time. Now, the Prime Minister has made that statement on the steps of number 10 Downing Street. A number of people were listening with some interest and intensity, not least of them Ian Trethewey.
And so, Mr. Wilson returns to Downing Street and to the business of government for another 4 to 5 years, almost certainly. One of his first duties, we've just been told, is that tomorrow morning he will meet Mrs. Indira Gandhi, the Prime Minister of India, drive out to London Airport. But he has before him now a series of decisions to take, the question of whether to reform his cabinet, and then the drafting of the Queen's speech for April the 21st, the state opening of Parliament. And in the meantime, his majority continues to go on. Here's the result from King's Lynn, a seat which Labour won off the Conservatives at the last election, and they have held it.
A 2.2% swing there. That's the last of the East Anglian marginals we were waiting for, unless you call Peterborough East Anglia. and now they are in with one Labour gain in Yarmouth, no other change in the East Anglian seats.
Rutland and Stamford. Kenneth Lewis holds the seat for the Conservatives. They've held it for many, many years, but the majority is slightly down.
2% swing in Rutland and Stamford.
Honiton in Devon. Robert Matthew, former Conservative junior minister.
And a collapse in the Liberal vote. They've held second place in Honiton ever since 1950. Now they're way down in third place. Drop of 7% in their vote went over to Labour.
And now another of the West South Yorkshire coalfield seats. Albert Roberts holds Normanton for Labour.
4% swing on a 74% poll there.
I must interrupt. Redmayne is out.
This was liable to happen. It needed a swing of 2.6%, just on the turn, just slightly below the swing. Martin Redmayne, former Conservative Chief Whip, latterly their front bench spokesman on transport. This is another result. Houghton the Spring. This is one of the Durham mining seats for Labour.
3% swing there.
Tom Irwin has held this seat since the last election. Horncastle, a new member.
Peter Tapsell getting back, who did hold what Nottingham Northwest.
The Nottingham Northwest seat,
59
yes.
to 64.
And here are the details of Martin Redmayne's defeat at Rushcliffe.
That's a relatively big swing.
The Liberals were standing here for the first time for some years.
All right,
We've
now.
seen Mr. Wilson. I think just one point you might like to know is that
sorry.
Mr. Heath will be giving a press conference at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and our cameras will be there.
Our cameras at the moment are down at Slater's Grill still, says Jim Mossman, and you were listening, I believe, to the Prime Minister and to the new game now.
So we are still here back at the pub waiting, listening with awe to your enormous quantity of words. Gentlemen, can we take up where we left off?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson has just said in Downing Street that he expects the nation to pull together, or words to that effect, with the government to make a go of things. How do you react to that now?
Well, as I said, my primary interest, I run a thing called the Wider Share Ownership Council. It's the 4 million people who've already invested in equities. I think they will pull behind Mr. Wilson if he doesn't do anything to penalise their interests.
You think we can give them dividends, you mean?
No, I don't mean that. I mean if he doesn't make the taxes worse against them.
Do you think he'll make the taxes worse?
I think he may make the taxes worse. I think they're learning. I hope the politicians will get off our backs, but we'll cooperate whether they do or not.
Can I come over here, gentlemen? You're all young Tories, I imagine, by looking at you. How do you react to all the cheer? All the cheering is over now. Listen, how do you react to this new government in terms of your jobs here in the city, in terms of people concerned with things like investment and the initiative in investment?
Well, the fact that we have we owe 900 million to overseas banks, I think that Labour can't be too bad for the country. They must be very careful that they give a good impression to foreign creditors. And I think this in itself will stop Labour being too doctrinaire like they were in 1945. And I thought for this main reason alone, they can't be too left. They must be a little bit careful how they do treat the city. Because the more they do increase taxes, the more inflationary it is, and the more the run on the pound, the worse it is. You know,
but the main thing is that at least we have got one party with a workable majority. Although I'm strictly a Tory, I'll give the Labour a chance, and at least we'll know that in 4 or 5 years, when they prove that they're as bad as last time, the Tories will get back in next time. I'm glad that there won't be any excuses next time, as they've had this time about they've only had 17 months to prove their worth. Now they'll have 4 to 5 years to prove it, which I'm sure they will make a flop as they did last time.
Why are you sure they'll make a flop? Why should they?
Oh, because I'm sure that the Labour
More of a flop than the Tories did in the last 2 years of their government.
Yes, but the thing is they didn't make a flop. People in the 13 years that the Conservative government were in were never better off. And the working man himself, I think you'll find that the actual polling itself, the man in the street, the ordinary working man, was the one that voted Labour, the Conservative this time, and that the Labour man is now the man in the better off man.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I hope you'll get lots and lots of money in the next 6 months or so.
So do we.
Jim Mossman in the city.
I've no doubt they will. Now let's take a look at that quick result that we
and it's
for the
Bedford,
headline.
and this is the defeat of Christopher Soames at Bedford, the son-in-law of Sir Winston Churchill, Mr. Heath's right-hand man in all the negotiations to get into the common market. This will be a personal blow, I think, for Mr. Heath to lose Christopher Soames. increased in stature a good deal over the years. He looks like a bluff farmer, but he has one of the shrewdest, most able minds probably on the Conservative front bench.
3.2% swing there, and I think Labour are now absolutely certain of a minimum majority of 95. If the 3 or 4 ones coming up go their way, it could go up to 97, 99, 101. It could still top the 100.
Now, Wirral and Mr. Selwyn Lloyd is safely home.
But with a 4% swing against him.
But with a reduced majority. Selwyn Lloyd, who made that important trip to Rhodesia. Canterbury, a new Conservative MP, Sir Leslie Thomas has retired, and Mr. David Crutch, a marketing consultant, takes over this safe Conservative seat.
An increase in the Liberal vote of 3%. That's not been a very common thing, and that's Liberal in third place to actually positively increase his vote by that sort of amount.
Carl Shorten, Captain Walter Elliott, former rugby international, holds the seat for the Conservatives, but with a reduced majority.
4% swing there, drop of 4% in the Liberal vote.
Perth and East Perthshire. Ian MacArthur, who's held this seat for 7 years, was a government whip, now a front bencher talking out Scotland.
Unusual, slight drop in the Scottish National vote there. A swing of 2.3% to Labour.
And another safe Conservative seat, Sir Douglas Glover, holds on to Ormskirk. He's been there now for 13 years.
4% swing there.
And another, Huntingdonshire, David Renton, former junior minister in the Conservative government.
3.5% swing there.
And now a Labour seat, Brigg, the other Malalieu, Mr. E.L. Malalieu, who's represented Brigg for 15 years. His majority is up by 4,500.
4% swing in that steel town, Scunthorpe mainly.
And Rye, another of these South Coast constituencies, which normally, except for Brighton Cape Town, are good Conservative territory.
Liberal vote drops by 1%, and they keep second place there.
Mr. Godman Irvin's been there now 11 years. Totnes, Ray Morby, one of the 2 Conservative trade unionists, holds Totnes. He's an electrician.
2% swing there.
Majority not down by very much. Now a Labour seat, Gloucestershire West, no change there. Charles Laughlin, the junior minister.
Swing of under 1% to Labour in the Forest of Dean.
Charles Laughlin's Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Health. Just reverting to Christopher Soames, the problem that always arises when a senior man loses his seat, particularly at the beginning of what's bound to be a 4 or 5 year Parliament, is whether he stays and fights the seat again 4 or 5 years' time, or whether he takes an early by-election for a safer seat. It's not quite as easy as it looks, because it may well be that his leader wants him back in the House, even if he would prefer to stay and fight it out. And I thought in Christopher Soames' case, this may well be true.
Sure, there's another problem closer.
No, there are quite a number of distinguished people out. A lot of people must have joined us, you see, over lunch, Bob. This is why I asked if you could perhaps just remind us of 1 or 2 of the people who are out.
Well, the 2 most recent ones we've had, of course, are Christopher Soames and Martin Redmayne, the former government chief whip when the Conservatives were in power. Now, the important thing about this, I want to pick up Ian's point, if I may. Yep. Not only is there a problem when you've lost certain rather senior people and the question of getting them back, but equally you may find in opposition this time the Tories have a general exodus of former ministers returning to the city, going into business, feeling that Labour is in power, certainly for 4 or 5 years, perhaps for 10 years, and therefore a whole generation of Conservative leaders may gradually find their interests going elsewhere, and facing Mr. Heath is the problem, which may also be the opportunity, of reconstructing totally his front bench over the next couple of years, of bringing in new men of the middle rank and so on. But nonetheless, an untried opposition could be the effect of the early exodus of people, some defeated, some returning to the city or wherever else.
This did it very interesting. This happened, of course, when the Labour Party had that long period in opposition, and they lost, for instance, Alf Robins, who obviously got
Kenneth Younger.
Kenneth Younger was another. Men who feel that they want to a wider opportunity, and in Alf Robins' case, a classic example of a man who's achieved enormous stature as chairman of the Coal Board, when years which otherwise he would have spent fairly impotently on the opposition front bench, because the way that Parliament's organised at the moment, opportunities, even for the most senior people on the opposition front bench, I'm sorry, I'm riding my hobby horse, are not very good.
I remember one occasion when I asked a man who later came into a governmental post in the cabinet why he'd spent so long doing a certain other kind of job, and he said, I was not going to sit there for 10 years shouting resign. And that is the role of the opposition. This government system of ours gives a smaller role to the opposition than almost any other democracy in the world. There are no committees where you can establish a name for yourself as an opposition spokesman on foreign affairs, for example.
I mean, the comparison with the United States is extraordinary. I mean, when you think that you have years of the Democrats being in power, but the Republican senators become men of great stature and great influence.
But isn't it likely to continue? Because after all, whips don't want trouble. They don't. Any increase in the power of committees increases the power of the opposition to make trouble and make difficulties. So oppositions always ask for improvement in committee systems, and when they become governments, they become intensely conservative with a small
C. Even then, only opposition backbenchers, opposition frontbenchers.
No,
you know they're going to become ministers themselves one day. They don't want it either. It's a conspiracy.
Well,
let's take some more results. Hemsworth, and here is I'm sure, the biggest majority we've chalked up in this election.
One is Hemsworth,
one of these solid Labour South Yorkshire mining seats. Mr. Alan Beanie has held it for 7 years. He is a miner himself.
2% swing to Labour. The Conservatives do save their deposit there, though.
A seat that the Conservatives might have lost, Harford. Lord Balneil holds it with a reduced majority, but this might have gone against them.
Hemel Hempstead's another seat in that area which could go, probably won't in light of the Harford result.
Harford's one got the Hatfield New Town. It's changing rapidly. It'll be redistributed. Durham North West, another of the coalfield constituencies which have been coming in all today. Ernest Armstrong has held his seat since the last election, and his majority is up.
4% swing.
And another, Consett, very much in the same category. David Watkins, in fact, is a new member. The previous Mr. Stones retired at the end of the last Parliament. Mr. Watkins is not a lecturer. He's an engineering inspector. Ayrshire and North Bute. This is a fairly safe Conservative seat. It's Fitzroy MacLean. It's been Conservative ever since 1945, but you can see the majority is creeping down.
3% swing there. I gather there are some people who are now officially predicting a 91%, a lead of 91. I guarantee that the majority will be at least 95.
Sorry to break in, David, but we've just got the rush that Labour has captured Caithness from the Liberals.
Well, that puts the Labour majority to over 100, I guess, certainly up to 99.
We'll get the details in a moment. Let's now take Ayrshire Central, which, that's the Labour gain. I imagine that's what it is. Caithness and Sutherland. That means George Mackey, the Liberal spokesman on financial matters, loses the seat. His brother is a Labour minister, sits for the other Enfield seat, Graham MacLeod doesn't sit for. Now let's take Ayrshire Central, sorry. Archie Manuel holds the seat for Labour with a slightly increased majority.
Only 1.3% swing there.
Conservatives had this in 55, 59. Mr. Manuel got it back. He's been in off and on ever since 1950.
He drove an engine while he was out of Parliament for 4 years.
We're just waiting for the figures for Caithness. Now this brings the Liberals down to what? Is it 11 or 12? Assuming they hold Chertsey. There's another safe Conservative seat coming right back to Surrey. Sir Lionel Heald, former Attorney General. Slightly reduced majority. This is a safe Conservative suburban commuter constituency.
Well, we're keeping our eye on Monmouth at the moment, or particularly Abergavenny, where the Monmouth result is going to be declared. And we've had all sorts of time signals from down there, and that doesn't mean very much to us. But now here are the figures.
Here's the Caithness and Sutherland figure. Mr. McLennan, as a barrister, has won this for Labour with a tiny majority, you can see.
Because Caithness and Sutherland specialises in that. There were only 60 votes separating the three candidates when Archie Sinclair lost the seat in 1945. Mr. Mackey's brother is a Labour minister. He loses the seat for the Liberals. This must raise just a slight question about whether the Liberals will hold on to their other two gains in the north of Scotland in the last election, in Ross and Cromarty and Inverness. I think there are better prospects for the Liberals.
Well, I was just about to give you a prospect from Abergavenny, because I first of all saw Mr. Peter Thornycroft, the Conservative down there, smiling, and then I saw him go slightly hard-faced, and now he's gone smiling again. Anyway, we're going to pop up to Manchester to Michael Parkinson.
Because of recent crimes in the area, capital punishment has been raised as an issue in several constituencies. Was it in yours?
It was a secondary issue because we've just had a murder quite recently in Swinton. A young girl was stabbed on the golf course.
It was raised in the election?
Yeah, it's only as a secondary, not major one.
I see. But nonetheless, did you vote for the man who supported capital punishment?
No, I would never support anybody in capital punishment. This is only admitting that there's something radically wrong with society in which we live. then there's another feature which one has to look at. Is it worth hanging these people? And then looking back over the years, like we did in the Evans case, and find that you've hung an innocent man.
Now, what are your views on capital punishment?
I'm all against the fact they've abolished the no hanging. I consider the people who murder people should definitely be hanged.
I see. Would you vote for a man who supported capital punishment?
If he was a Conservative, yes. If he is any other party, no.
Why do you want to hang people?
I'm very, very much the idea, this has appeared over the last 2 years, that where a small child is murdered, it is a disgusting thing, and a man is not fit to live. And yet I am a very, very strong Christian on that point.
But people who, countries who have abolished hanging, their experience has been that in fact there's been no consequent increase in the crime rate, in crimes of violence. Don't you accept this?
No, not necessarily. I think it's open to discussion rather, and there have been plenty of cases in this country since they abolished capital punishment.
But it's not just the punitive measure, then we've got to admit there's something drastically wrong with society, and we're tackling the whole educational system wrong in breeding people that would think of tackling a punitive measure like this instead of curing it at source by giving the people a decent education, a decent society to live in. And when parents start admitting the responsibility of their children and bringing them up in a decent manner and with correct principles of looking after the whole of the nation, not just being selfish about things, then we'll see an advancement. I'm very pleased that the Socialists have got a good majority in this election as well.
What's your view on the question of capital punishment?
I think we ought to bring capital punishment back, definitely.
Why?
Well, the rise in the crime rate of small children being killed just recently is ridiculous. I've got 2 small...
But do you think hanging will prevent this?
I think it's a good deterrent, definitely.
Would you vote for a man who stood on this kind of ticket, who wanted to bring back hanging?
Definitely, definitely.
Thank you. Could I have your view, please, when you come here? You're a mother?
Yes.
What are your views on capital punishment?
I'd bring the hanging back.
And would you vote for somebody who would bring back hanging?
Yes, definitely.
Why?
Well, it's children, isn't it, all the time, I mean, that's suffering. I'd hang the children's killers myself.
But why would you support a man who would go to Parliament? You see, the point is that in fact we've abolished hanging in this country. What do you think he could do when he got to Parliament?
Well, I'd vote for a man that'd bring the hanging back.
Yes, but what could he do when he got to Parliament? What do you think?
Well, I think it ought to be brought up again and revised, the whole idea of capital punishment. I mean, when you've got small children, it's not wise to let them out on the streets at the moment in Manchester. I think it's ridiculous.
Surely this is a negative argument. I am myself a father of a daughter 5 and a boy 2. And I'm naturally concerned, particularly with this very drastic murder I had within a few hundred yards of my own quite recently, where a young girl was stabbed 50 times by a 16-year-old boy. Now, I feel that that boy, if he is guilty, and it's not for me to judge this, cannot be sane. Now, if you do hang this boy, is this going to be a guarantee that the next insane person won't stab my daughter? And this, I agree, and this again proves the weakness in our society, that perhaps this boy is not getting the medical attention he should have got, so therefore we should have strengthened perhaps the social services and put the effort that way. And it would be negative just to have an MP.
Well, I definitely think you've got to bring back capital punishment, that no child is safe to walk around these streets. Any man's going to shoot someone like that if they don't think they're going to hang.
What about punishment for crimes other than murder? What would you like to see done there?
Crimes other than murder, I think that they should definitely increase the prison sentences, and if a man gets sentenced to 25 years, letting him out after 10 years is all wrong. Let him stay 25 years, and on very hard conditions, not these easy ways at this moment.
What about flogging?
I am in favour of flogging, definitely. As a small boy, I had plenty of it. I think.
Did it do you any good?
Yes, it did. Yes.
You sure?
I'm positive on that point. I think it's quite a lot of the juvenile delinquency today is caused entirely because these boys are not flogged.
Why not give the parents the responsibility? And what about the crimes that go totally
Thank you. Mike Parkinson in Manchester.
The Monmouth Declaration is coming from Abergavenny. Let's go down there now and get a situation report from Alan Williams, who should be somewhere.
And here at the Town Hall, Abergavenny, in the centre of your picture, Mr. Peter Thornycroft, the last Conservative frontbencher whose seat has not yet been declared. And on the left of your picture, turning his back to you now, Mr. Donald Anderson. It's a straight fight this time between Labour and Conservative. On the right of your picture is Mrs. Thornycroft. Mr. Thornycroft held this seat in 1964 with a majority of 714, a seat that's been Conservative since 1918. I can tell you that it's been a very heavy poll, something like 84.7 of the electorate. And Mrs. Anderson has joined Mr. Anderson now. That's Mrs. Anderson on the left of your picture. Donald Anderson, a young university lecturer from Swansea, formerly with the Foreign Office in Budapest. And Peter Thornycroft, of course, who's held this seat for a number of years now, and his good lady on his left. The results should be coming up here in about 10 to 15 minutes. And as I've told you, it's been a very heavy poll, and it was held in 64 with a 714 majority, a considerably reduced one when there was a Liberal standing. A straight fight at the moment in Abergavenny between Labour and Conservative. Alan Williams here at Abergavenny.
Now, let's get a camera round onto Robert Mackenzie. Robert Mackenzie reckons that he is the best reader of politicians' faces whilst they're waiting for the declarations. He always reckons that it's absolutely unfailing. Off you go, Bob.
Well, all I can see is the bald spot on the back of the head at the moment, but my guess is that Peter Thornycroft's out, but it's just a guess, I'm afraid.
Oh, now you're going into the guessing. You say that you know. Now let's go up to the prediction. Here's the prediction. Prediction of the likely Labour majority, 97. 97 is the prediction, the likely Labour majority.
I'm sure that that is the minimum. I think it might quite well be 99 if Labour wins Peterborough, and there's also Barry to hear from, which could put it up to 101. I think it's in that region. There are these three marginals still to come, Monmouth, Peterborough and Barry. I certainly read that as Mr. Thornycroft being defeated. I'm less pusillanimous than Bob.
There's a second recount now going on at Peterborough, so that's a very close one.
Now,
Palmer Nichols' seat.
Shall we go through the results that we've got there, Ian? Because there are one or two to be dealt with,
Let's take Howden, Paul Brown, the Shadow Postmaster General. This is always a pretty safe Conservative seat. Majority is slightly down.
4% swing to Labour in Howden.
Then South Fylde, Colonel Claude Lancaster holds the seat. He has sat for one of the Fylde seats for 28 years.
4% swing to Labour there.
Hemel Hempstead, which might have gone to Labour. Mr. James Allison has held it with a reduced majority.
Only 2% swing there, 85% turnout, a high turnout there. We are now waiting for these three seats, Monmouth, Peterborough and Barry.
Now, there's a news flash. There's a news flash. Just a moment. Let's see what it is. Here it comes. And that little dot comes. It usually... Ooh, it's gone and we've missed it. Have we?
Let's go on to Chichester.
All right, go to Chichester. When the news flash comes up, we'll come
Walter
back.
Loveys has held this for the Conservatives.
Labour has taken second place from the Liberals. The Liberals had second place in the previous election, a 5% switch from Liberal to Labour in Chichester.
Northamptonshire South, another seat which was faintly marginal. Arthur Jones, who's an estate agent, has held it for the Conservatives.
Only 1.5% swing there when 4.3 was needed to turn it over to the other side.
Ogmore and another minister back, Walter Padley, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. This is a safe industrial seat.
3% swing, 78% turnout.
Now here is the news flash. Peterborough, second recount.
That confirms what we...
second recount for Peterborough, which confirms what you said.
Now.
I think we've got one more result
we've got
there.
Mansfield, another of the Labour mining seats. A new member, Mr. Concannon, takes over from Mr. Bernard Taylor.
And only a swing of 0.2%, scarcely any swing at all in Mansfield.
And now let's take a look at the State of the Parties board.
Here we are then, State of the Parties board coming up now with 40 more seats still to come. Labour has 349, Conservatives 230, Liberals 9. Labour's 48 gains, hadn't lost a single thing to the Conservatives, one only to the Liberals. And now looking at the party...
Can you deal with the two others? Because we've had a number of phone calls.
Oh, yes.
Who are the two others?
Well, party lead's up at the moment, just say a word about that. The party lead is now 118 over the Conservatives, which amounts to about 107 overall, and likely to shrink to somewhere around 199, in that vicinity, as David Butler was saying earlier, or even 97. Now, just a word about the two others that are continually on the chart. One of them, of course, is the Speaker, who doesn't vote, and therefore is counted out of the Labour picture at the moment, and one win in Northern Ireland for Republican Labour.
One more result, quite an interesting one. Ayrshire South, Emrys Hughes, one of the great House of Commons wits, son-in-law of Keir Hardie, the only Welshman sitting for a Scottish seat. It's a safe Labour seat, and he's held it.
Only half a percent swing to Keir Hardie's son-in-law in South Ayrshire, for 75% turnout.
Sure, Keir Hardie's son-in-law can't go without a comment from Robert Mackenzie.
Well, it's a fascinating link from beginning to end. The beginning of the Labour Party, founded virtually by Keir Hardie, and his son-in-law still sitting in Parliament today. I'm not sure Keir Hardie would altogether recognise the Labour Party that has now won its big majority today.
You really are being taken over by the Butlers and Mackenzies, aren't they? All these university lecturers coming into the
May I add, I've been looking at the results of the new Labour MPs. No less than 1/4 are university lecturers. Throw in teachers, you're up to 1/3 are educationists of one kind or another, and the housewives of one, manual workers two, and overwhelmingly an academic, journalistic, I include you, turn that's occurred.
I think one thing we should say is that the impression is sometimes created that when the Labour majority goes up, this brings in a lot of extreme left-wingers. In fact, on whatever evidence we've got, this is not going to be the case this time, necessarily. One or two more results. Buckinghamshire South, this is the Beaconsfield country, as it were. Ronald Bell holds this for the Conservatives.
Labour takes second place off the Liberals in South Park.
This is another of these big constituencies, over 80,000. There are quite a lot which are going to have to be carved up in the massive redistribution that's going to take place in the next Parliament. Pontefract, another of the South Yorkshire coalfield seats, and Joe Harper, who's insistent government whip, holds it.
A swing of only 0.5% there. Pontefract has the most remarkably stable result of any seat in the country. I think it even beats Southwest Norfolk in having virtually no swing in successive elections.
Now we have Norfolk Central, Ian Gilmore, who won the seat at a by-election very narrowly, but in the previous Parliament, the 59-64 Parliament.
Only 1.7% swing in that Norfolk half rural, half suburban seat. It rings round Norwich.
The proprietor of the Spectator, Ian Gilmore, back.
I see that there's this recount in Peterborough. I do think we're due for another small majority. This time we've only had two majorities of under 100. One where the Conservatives just managed to hold on to Pentlands, and one where Labour Party just managed to gain Croydon South. On average, in past elections, we had about 4 majorities under 100. I don't know if this is going to come up in Peterborough. 2 recounts usually means, anyway, it's under 200. It was Keith Ness, sorry, we've had 3 majorities of under 100 now.
Peterborough is held by Sir Harman Nichols. We were talking about the effect of the getting more Labour MPs on the Labour Party. We've also got to consider the effect of getting fewer MPs on the Conservative Party. They're going to lose, well, they've lost 50 already, so they lose 1 or 2 more. On a very rough check, I would have thought that the right wing has lost at least as much as what you might call the radical stroke liberal stroke progressive wing of the Conservative Party, and on balance it may be the right wing have lost even more. They've lost Julian Amery and about a half a dozen very prominent right-wingers who've gone down.
This in itself will help Mr. Heath's position when he comes to struggle for succession.
If one, it's very dangerous to speculate on this, but if I had to guess, I would say that Mr. Heath is marginally stronger in this new Conservative Party. What do you mean by the succession?
Well, there will be a struggle for the succession in the sense that if he cannot show within 3 or 4 years a real prospect of winning the next election, it's another matter.
Yes, but I mean, there's no immediate question at all.
And here at Abergavenny, we're expecting the declaration at any second. Mr. Vernon Lawrence, the clerk to the Monmouthshire County Council, is the returning officer. Mr. Thornycroft and Mrs. Thornycroft are standing at the table there. So are Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. And Mr. Lawrence is looking now towards the microphones. He's been up on the stage where the votes have been collected, and he's come down again. It's been written out, and that's Mr. Lawrence standing with the glasses and his assistant sitting on his left-hand side. And if you were with us, you remember that it was 84.7 of the electorate that had voted. A very heavy poll here at Abergavenny. A large constituency, of course, 300 square miles. And Mr. Lawrence, I think, just about ready to give us the result. His assistant is a little slow in writing. That is the reason why we're keeping you waiting, for which we apologize. And yes, here it is, I think. Mr. Vernon Lawrence, the returning officer for the constituency of Monmouth, being declared here at the Abergavenny Town Hall. A heavy poll, as we've told you already. He is signing the declaration now, and in a moment he will translate his signature into the spoken word. Now then, are we ready, Mr. Lawrence? Yes, stand by. Here he is.
This is the result of the election. Parliamentary election, Monmouth constituency. Date of election, 31st of March 1966. I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows, namely, Donald Anderson, 28,619.
Labour.
George Edward Peter Thornycroft, 25,654. And that Donald Anderson has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency.
That is Donald Anderson, the young man moving to you, the right of the picture now. Behind him, Mr. Peter Thornycroft, and on the right of your picture, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Thornycroft wearing a smile in defeat, and Mr. Anderson, one of the youngest Labour candidates in the field, certainly one of the youngest in Wales, 26 years of age, and a historian at Swansea University until now. And formerly with the Foreign Office and served in Budapest for some years. Mr. Peter Thornycroft, of course, the last Conservative frontbencher to have his result declared, and the swing here, of course, has gone the way of the rest of the country. Mr. Thornycroft moving across now, former Chancellor of the Exchequer, Air Minister, and until now the Shadow Minister for Home Office and Welsh Affairs.
So Peter Thornycroft loses his seat for the second time in his political career. He was beaten in 1945 and came to Monmouth at a by-election. There's now quite a list.
7.5% swing in Monmouth, but it's not as much. If that was the swing in Barry, the one doubtful seat left in South Wales, it wouldn't be enough to oust Mr. Raymond Garr. This is one of the 3 seats we're still waiting for. Labour is now guaranteed 97 majority in this election. As Peterborough and Barry go, that will be likely to decide the final majority.
I've just been checking the list of former Conservative ministers who have lost their seats. Peter Thornycroft, Christopher Soames, Henry Brooke overnight, Martin Redmayne, Julian Amery, Peter Thomas and Conway were now in the junior minister bracket, Christopher Chataway, Pat Hornsby-Smith, Monty Woodhouse. It's quite a long list.
The case of Thornycroft is a tough blow after 38 years in Parliament. On the other hand, it seems to me this will make it somewhat easier for Mr. Heath again to choose a new team. Perhaps he should have done so long before the last election, rather more new faces, well, because it can't escape the past if you've got people who are identified with that period.
Isn't this the problem which faced Mr. Heath, that he was trying to operate on 2 time scales? He had to deal with a situation that he might have to face an election within a few weeks, therefore he couldn't make big changes. He might, for fairly personal reasons, he might, for instance, have wanted a new chairman of the party. Nothing against Mr. Ducam, but he might have wanted somebody who was a greater contrast to himself. He couldn't make any of these changes so close to the election. At the same time, he also had to try and plan some years ahead on his policy.
What we're going to do now is go across to the Welsh desk and hear from Kenneth Morgan on this result.
Well, this was the most predictable Labour gain in South Wales. They needed a swing of just 0.7%, and here it is. Monmouth, the Black Triangle, a Labour gain. Now this is a traditionally Conservative seat, a seat in which the patterns of population have moved dramatically in Labour's favour since 1960. The electorate has gone up by 11,000 in Monmouth, partly as a result of the development of the Llanwern Steelworks, partly as a result of redevelopment and rehousing of Newport. And since 1959, then the population has gone up dramatically, and it has changed the character of the constituency. It means also that a good part of the South East Wales conurbation is now solidly Labour. Labour won Cardiff North last night, although we've just heard from our Cardiff studio that in fact the Conservatives have held Barry, although with a much reduced majority. The Liberal vote clearly here doesn't seem to have hurt the Labour cause. The Liberals polled say their deposit quite comfortably in Monmouth last time. Quite clearly, however, this doesn't seem to have outweighed Mr. Anderson's improved position as a result of the fact that the electorate had gone up 3,500 since the election of 1964. It's a great blow for Mr. Thornycroft, who, among other things, was Shadow Minister for Welsh Affairs and the Conservative front bench. It's a great success also for Mr. Anderson, who's another of the Untrethowns University lecturers returned to Parliament. He's also indeed a former student of mine, but he seems to have recovered from that particular ordeal. One thing that's clear is that the Conservative representation in Wales is reduced even further. It was 6 when the election began. It is now only 3. The Conservatives now have only 1 seat in South Wales, Barry. South Wales, therefore, is even more emphatically Labour territory than ever before. Back to you, Cliff.
Well, you come back to us so that we can clear one or two more results that are here in the pipeline for you, Ian.
Grantham and Conservative frontbencher who has held his seat, Joe Godber, the Shadow Minister of Agriculture.
A 4% swing there in Grantham. It's a seat that's fairly similar to Peterborough, which we're waiting for the result from. If it was that swing in Peterborough, Peterborough would certainly go.
Now a very safe Labour seat, Chester-le-Street, in the Durham coalfield. Norman Pentland, who's the Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Pensions.
2% swing there in Chester-le-Street.
And then Leominster in Herefordshire. This is safe Conservative territory. Mr. Clive Bossum holds it.
He keeps his vote. The Liberal vote goes down 3.7, but they still manage to hold second place in Leominster.
And another very rural seat in the North Riding of Yorkshire, Richmond. Tim Kitson holds it with a reduced majority.
Liberal vote down a bit, 3% swing to the Conservatives.
So Keith Schellenberg's the chap who always does his hair-raising things down the Cresta Run. Harborough, John Farr holds this safe Conservative seat.
It's one of the largest electorates in the country, certainly one of the largest in the West Midlands. 4.4% swing there.
Now I see that Mr. Thornycroft is all being wired up down in Monmouth, not too uncomfortably, I hope, because he's going to talk to Robin Day.
Mr. Thornycroft, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
If I may say so, when the result was announced, you looked very cheerful for a man in a moment of what must be bitter disappointment.
Well, I've been through some ups and downs in public life. I managed to survive them.
Do you feel a sense of personal setback here?
Oh, yes. I have represented the seat for 21 years, and I've been very proud to represent it. But I only had a 700 majority, and certain changes in the constituency. Obviously, as the results were coming through, I saw I would be lucky if I was be able to hold it against the tide.
All-knowing experts here, Mr. Thornycroft, have been talking about the likelihood of Conservative frontbenchers, such as yourself, perhaps drifting off into the city or other things rather than keeping up the fight and trying to get back into the Commons because of the frustration of opposition. What do you say to that?
Well, look, Mr. Wilson last night on television asked for a night's sleep before he was going to outline the policy of his party. I think I might have a few days holiday before I decide about the future.
But we're allowing you that by all means, Mr. Thornycroft, are you going to try and get back into the Commons?
Well, politics is an endless adventure, and it certainly hasn't ended for me in this election, nor has it ended for my party.
Do you think that the Conservative campaign was a satisfactory one?
Yes, I think Ted Heath fought a magnificent campaign, fighting on real policies about real issues and urging matters that were relevant to the problems that we face. I believe he was right, and I think the country will come to recognize that he was right. I believe he strengthened himself, and in the long run will have strengthened the Conservative Party by the election that he's fought.
Mr. Thornycroft, thank you very much.
I think we're just about due. That's how many seats they hold at the moment. For a prediction, here it comes at 139, the likely Labour majority. See, it's getting near your figure. It's getting nearer your figure all the time, David. 99.
Well, I think this really depends on whether they win or don't win Peterborough. I think the computer has sort of passed the point of no return here, and we're just in the whims of the floating voters of Peterborough.
And we're waiting for a second recount. Let's take one or two more results. Berwick-on-Tweed. Lord Lambton, a very independently minded Conservative backbencher, has held this.
4.7% swing, a drop of 5% of the Liberal vote in the seat that once had Sir William Beveridge or Beveridge as its member.
Hertfordshire East, Sir Derek Walker-Smith has held this seat for the Conservatives. Another of these big, sprawling seats in the north-east corner of the outer London area.
2.3% swing there.
Lichfield and Tamworth. This has been quite a marginal seat for Labour, but Julian Snow has held it ever since 1950, and you can see his majority.
In the absence of a Liberal candidate, there's actually a swing of 0.1% to the Conservatives. We haven't had many swings in that direction today, but here is one to the Conservatives, minimally.
Another seat from Yorkshire, the Yorkshire country. Robin Turton holds Thurston Moreton with an increased majority, but there's no Liberal sense.
But in fact, there's a 5% swing to the Labour Party in Thurston Moreton, if those figures are right.
Yes, they are. I'm looking at the wrong figure. Now, Abingdon. Ari Neave, former junior minister, has held it with a reduced majority.
3% swing in Abingdon. That's, of course, the Harwell constituency. It's becoming industrial.
And now here's the result from Barry, which we were waiting for, and the Conservatives have held it. Raymond Gower, who's been the MP there for 15 years, has held on to Barry.
And he's kept the swing down to 2.7%. He has always had the reputation of being one of those people with a personal vote, and this may account for his keeping the swing well down.
Very hard as a constituency member. Now, West Lothian and a safe Labour seat, Tam
Very
Dalyell.
remarkable result. Here is a 36% vote for the Scottish Nationalist. The Conservative loses his deposit. This is really a very remarkable seat. The Conservatives used to get something over 30% of the vote back in '59. They slumped badly in a by-election. The Scottish Nationalists made a breakthrough, and they've improved their position in '64. They've improved their position again, up by 4.7%. You know, the Scottish Nationalist Party really almost in striking distance of winning a seat in West Lothian.
Be the first since, what, 1945, we were all saying. And now let's go across and join Kenneth Harris on the panel.
But on my left, I've got Mark Abrams, whose opinion poll was extremely successful, especially compared with the others, and Nicholas Deakin next to him of the Institute of Race Relations, and Alan Watkins, the political correspondent of The Spectator. Mark Abrams, we've heard a great deal this morning about the possibility of this big Labour majority, meaning that the influence of the left wing will be greater in the Labour Party as a result of this election. Now, do your opinion surveys tell you anything about that?
Well, what is a left-of-centre Labour man or a right-of-centre Labour man is a very subjective assessment, you know, under present circumstances. Looking quickly at the 49 new Labour MPs, I would say that probably judging on issues such as Vietnam, nationalisation and so on, about no more than a third would be described as left of centre by the man in the street. The other two-thirds, centre or right of centre, and I think this in fact reflects the general mood of the electorate, a moving towards the middle of politics.
Nicholas Deakin, David Butler was saying earlier on today that he thought that the results that he'd analysed indicated that race hadn't been much of a factor in this election. Is that your view?
Yes, I'd certainly accept that, but I think one must look at this against the background of the change of party policies over the past 2 years. I think one thing Mr. Wilson has put over to the electorate is that the Labour Party can no longer be regarded as soft on immigration. There has been a convergence of both major parties towards a hard line on immigration, and one side effect of this has been that there's been much less room for manoeuvre for the minor parties. I've noticed that extremist candidates have polled much worse at this election than they did at the last one.
So in other words, you're saying that the results are such that it might not mean that the average voter is more liberal and broad-minded about race, but that the Labour Party have been a bit more reactionary about it.
They may have catered for people with rather more extreme views on the issue, certainly, yes.
Alan, could I ask you whether you think that the role that the Prime Minister played in determining to have an election now was a tribute to his political sagacity or otherwise?
Well, I don't think it was altogether a tribute to his political sagacity, because I think it's got to be remembered that ever since Labour came to power just about in 1964 with that small majority, Harold Wilson has been under increasing pressure from ministers to hold an election. For example, a week after the '64 election, I remember talking to a member of the government, who later became a member of the cabinet, who was urging his colleagues to urge Mr. Wilson to have another election, you know, with a fortnight's difference. And since then, I think this has become much more extreme, this pressure, and Mr. Wilson has always tended to resist it. I think that he's remembered the case of Lord Ashley, who went to the country in 50-51, where he needn't have done so, and who, according to Mr. Wilson, lost the Labour Party the possibility of 10 years of power after the terms of trade turned in Britain's favour and the Korean War finished and so on and so forth. Mr. Wilson, I think, has been an extremely reluctant electioneer, and I think one has been able to see that in his speeches. It's not been only that Mr. Wilson wants to project the image of being a Prime Minister who doesn't want to be bothered with elections. I think quite sincerely, in his heart, he doesn't want an election. He didn't want an election, and I don't think he expected such a large majority. That, at any rate, is my little theory.
Mark Abrams, what do your surveys tell you about the validity of what Nicholas Deakin has been saying about the role that the immigration issue has played or has not played in the results?
I think that was a very fair assessment of the situation, that the sort of people who get worked up about race and who are intolerant about coloured immigrants probably now feel that there are restrictions, there are safeguards, as they would call them, on the entry of coloured immigrants in this country, which the Labour Party will adhere to, and this more or less satisfies them.
One would hope that I think that the government might now feel they had more room for manoeuvre towards the progressive policy on integration, and I think I was very glad indeed to see that Maurice Folio got back with an increased majority, because he has been Minister with special responsibility for integration, and a swing against him would have been a very depressing sign that the country wasn't ready for policies developing in this direction.
What about the Conservatives in race policy, Nicholas Deakin?
Well, I think that the way in which Mr. Heath came out very firmly at the beginning of the campaign against any exploitation on the part of candidates from his party was very healthy and had a very good effect indeed, and there was perhaps a slight danger that one or two candidates might have drifted in this direction, but they were headed off by this pronouncement.
Alan Watkins?
Can I come in on this question of whether the new intake is left-wing or right-wing?
Yeah.
I think it's very important to realize that the 1964 so-called left-wing intake of people like, say, Dr. David Kerr and Mrs. Ann Kerr, indeed, were not left-wing in the traditional sense, and that they allied with right-wing new members, such as Roy Hattersley, I quote him purely as an example, on questions such as parliamentary reform. I think one is going to get an extreme version of this in the new parliament, and that the conflict is not going to be between left-wing and right-wing, but between the old and the new. And there's very little in common, I think, between the new left-wing generation and the old generation of Ian Mikado.
Yes, I would have thought this was much more important than left or right in the Labour intake. It is that a younger generation of Labour MPs have come in to replace an older generation, very often, of Conservative MPs. In other words, the bulk of them are now, by education, by interest, really concerned with the next, not merely 5 years, 10, 15, 20, even 30 years. And for many of the people who have lost their seats this time, this is probably the end of politics for them as active politicians.
Well, thank you very much, Mark Abrams, Nicholas Deakin, Alan Watkins, and now I think we better go back to Cliff over there.
Well, let's take up the headline that we've just seen go past there, the one about
Falmouth and Camborne, which was vacant, in fact, when the last Parliament ended because of the death of Mr. Hayman. Mr. Dunwoody has held this seat for Labour, and Mrs. Dunwoody won Exeter. There are now two husband and wife teams on the Labour benches, the Dunwoodys and the Kerrs.
And that represented a very slight swing to Labour, and there was a slight slump in the Liberal vote, despite the fact the Liberal candidate was the extremely flamboyant and successful Miss Manuela Sykes.
Now a safe Labour seat, Ilkeston. Raymond Fletcher is a journalist. He took the seat over in '64. He's held it with a big majority, you can see.
2% swing there to Labour in Ilkeston.
But there are always 20,000 majorities plus at Ilkeston. Now, Wokingham and the Conservative commuter belt, Mr. Van Strabenze has held it, but with a reduced majority.
A 4.5% swing to Labour in Wokingham, a slight drop in the Liberal vote from 20% to 17% there.
Now Horsham, Peter Hordern has held this seat, one of these booming seats, up to nearly 90,000 because of Crawley Newtown.
Nearly 3% swing there. That is a seat that people used to say would be the first Labour seat in Sussex. Well, Brighton Kemp Town is the first Labour seat in Sussex, but that area of the country, the Crawley development does mean that someday will be a Labour seat, probably after redistribution.
Probably, in fact, at the next election, because it's going to have to be carved up. Now, Morpeth. Will Owen holds this for Labour. It's been held almost continuously for Labour ever since 1918.
1.7% swing.
It's that safe. It's another mining seat in Northumberland. Scarborough and Whitby, and a new MP, Sir Alex Spearman, has retired, but Michael Shaw, in fact, was the MP for Brighouse and Spenborough between 1960 and 1964. He lost the seat, and now he's on slightly safer ground.
The Liberals come second there and increase their vote, up 2% there. Very good second place result for the Liberals.
Right. Now let's take a look at the state of the parties board. Bob?
There we have it then, Labour with 357, not likely quite to get the 365, I think, now, that the Tories had in the 1959 election, the nearest comparable one in figures to this election. Labour's 49 gains and only 1 loss, not to the Tories, but to the Liberals. Conservatives standing at 243, Liberals at 9. You can see they have a net gain of 2, the Liberals are their position of 9. And the others, of course, listed at the bottom are the Speaker and the Irish Labour, Republican Labour candidate make up the 2. Now, if we could look at the party lead board. Now, Labour's lead, remember, is over-conservative on this board. That is 114. Since there are 11 others, the effective lead is 103 overall. Since there are, that's added Conservatives, Liberals, and others, giving Labour an effective lead of 103 at this stage. We think it will melt down a bit further to something like 99. And there are 19 results to come at 155.
Well, I see down in Strater's Grill, some of the Stock Exchange people and the city people are still there. Still seem to be enjoying themselves lots more, Jim Mossman.
Yes, I'm enjoying myself immensely, actually, here at Slater's Stock Exchange Grill. And I've got some more stockbrokers and bankers with me to describe their reactions to this government, which is likely now to have a lead of House of Commons of about 93, 4, 5, 6, who can say. What do you think, sir?
Well, it's a fait accompli now. The Stock Exchange, we have been discounting a Labour government now with a majority of anything from 80 to 120 for the last 3 or 4 days. And it's a fait accompli, as I say. We shall just have to learn to live with it.
But do you think that's like sort of living with a nuisance or living with a sort of somebody who can lie?
No, not a nuisance. After all, we've had a Labour government before. The one thing that slightly worries me is that when 15 months ago, when we had the run on the pound and we were in dire trouble and the continent were not very happy with England with a Labour government, the thing that does worry me is, will we have a repetition of this? Will the continent have confidence in England with a Labour government with, say, 100 majority?
Well, what do you think, sir? You're a banker. I gather the pound has been very steady abroad this morning. What do you think about the effect of this Labour majority on our role in the world as a great international banking centre?
Well, I think we shall lose confidence of the foreigner, and
you think we'll lose confidence?
Yes.
It doesn't seem to show yet.
And no, but I think in the autumn that the pound will very likely be devalued.
You think the pound's going to crash?
To be devalued.
By what percentage?
Well, it's rather difficult to say at the moment because I don't know what the reaction is at the moment.
Do you think the pound would be devalued under a Tory government as well, or not?
No, I don't think so.
You seriously
Certainly
believe
not.
this, do you?
I do indeed.
Because at the Stock Exchange this morning, the more senior mandarins were denying that there any chance of this.
Well, that's my opinion, and I'll stick by it.
What about anybody here? What about you, sir? What do you feel about this new majority? Are you encouraged or are you depressed?
Not unduly depressed, no. I think with this majority, at least the government can get on and do perhaps what they haven't been able to do, certainly in the last 18 months.
What do you think it's going to do, which it hasn't been able to do?
To the city, particularly.
Well, in relation to life in general and on the British economy, obviously the effect it will have on the British economy.
They must try, first of all, pull the belts in, I guess. Taxation will be increased. God bless them.
Now, do you as a businessman do you welcome that?
No, well, personally, obviously not, no, but for the country, I think this is probably a good thing. At the moment, the Tory party would do the same, I'm told.
Do you think that as a concomitant to increasing taxation, they'll make people work harder in general?
No, I don't think people can be made to work harder than No, I think...
You mean they don't think they can make the trade unions make their workers work harder and ask for
not by increasing taxation, no.
Do you then offer any kind of hope?
Unemployment, I think, probably will make people work harder.
Do you visualise that under a Labour government?
Not under a Labour government, no.
Well, then you visualise a sort of slow general drift, don't you?
Very slow, yes. Very slow improvement, I think, probably, yes.
An improvement?
Oh, I think so.
But if people don't work harder and we just live on higher and higher taxes, how can it be an improvement in general, as, in terms of developing English initiative?
Sorry, I'm
difficult subject.
Disturbed. Yes, well, they're all sort of very blue in here. I think you're unfortunate
well, I'll have to
arrange, bar like this.
arrange for an escort to get you out of the place.
I think you might be.
This is Jim Mossman in the city.
We'll send an escort down for you, Jim, if you want one too. You won't need one, you say. All right, fine. Now, if you're ready, Ian, can we just clear the results that we've got here, because we've got one or two incidents then.
Penniston, John Mendelsohn, who's one of the leading left-wingers in the Labour Party, and particularly criticising the government's policy on Vietnam. This is a safe mining seat in the West Riding.
A 3.2% swing there. Do you remember Penniston in '64, 17 months ago? It was the seat that arrived very late, counted late, and it provided the 315th seat that gave Labour its majority and gave Sir Alec Douglas-Home the cue to go to the Buckingham Palace then.
What was Meriden, actually, but I'll take your word for it. Now, Louth, Sir Cyril Osborne has held this seat ever since 1945. Prominent right-winger, I think it must be said, and his majority is down.
A 3.4% swing against Sir Cyril Osborne in Louth, a slight drop in the Liberal vote.
We're down really now to the last 17, 18 results. There'll be a trickling through in the next hour or two.
And we've cleared out all those we've got, so I think it's time now, and we can usefully employ ourselves with going across to Robert Mackenzie. Bob?
Well, with 613 results in, let's see how the parties have shared the vote between them. Now, here's the way this vote was shared in these same constituencies last time at the general election of that period. Now, compare in each case what's happened to the support for the parties in these 613 seats. Labour's share has gone up by about 4.1 to 48.3. It is now clear they're going to miss the total or the share that the Tories got in 1959 when they were well over 49%. That's Labour's share. The Conservative share has gone down over between these two elections from 43.3 to 41.9, about 1.5% down. Not dramatically down when you consider the number of seats they've lost. Liberals' share of the vote also down, as you'll see, others as they were, at a turnout that's down quite markedly. The lowest turnout, I think, in any election for a quarter of a century has occurred at the one that happened yesterday. Now, let's just look back at the other big wins that have occurred. These are not all of them, but some of the big wins in this century. Labour is going to end up here with a figure around 99, perhaps 97, we're not yet sure, and something like 48% plus of the vote here. Conservatives last time, this is the one I kept referring to, last time they got almost exactly this position, 1959, 100 compared to 99 this time, 49 compared to 48 something. Labour themselves had their outstanding win in seats with a majority of 146, but interestingly enough, almost exactly the share of the vote that they're getting in this election, and despite the much greater majority they had in 1945. Then these were famous wins of earlier periods, of course, with huge majorities for Conservatives, Conservative-led national government, and the Liberals way back in 1906. That's the history of most of the big wins in this century. Just a further word now about how the votes piled up. The total votes board. Here were the total votes cast at the last election. You'll see Labour just over 12,200,000. Conservatives almost an even 12 million. Liberals 3 million. Now, so far, with all but 17 results in, you'll see the position. Labour has not yet polled quite as many votes as they did last time. They will probably come up and manage to do so before they're finished, but it doesn't suggest in itself a massive shift of actual numbers of votes in the community. The big loss being here, Conservatives have lost, getting on for 2 million votes. The Liberals have lost on this so far something like 1 million votes, only getting 2/3 as many votes as last time, but very possibly ending up with 2 or 3 more seats than they had at the last election. Others static at this level. But this is a reminder of the fact that with a lower poll, Labour is going to do extremely well without necessarily having, as it were, accumulated more actual votes, or many more than they got in 1964. But this represents a better share of the vote because the poll is down. Back to Cliff.
Now let's go back to that never-ending stream that seems to be pouring off the end of the line there at Dagenham. Fife Robertson is up there by the side, I see, of the production line, so let's go and join him at Ford's at Dagenham.
Here we are again in the Ford Works at Dagenham in Essex. These are Cortinas moving down the line at the rate of 30 an hour. This lot's for Czechoslovakia, they tell me. The men who build these cars are among the best paid semi-skilled men in British industry. Average pay packet £24 a week. They're also among the toughest and best organised trade unionists in British industry. Tell me, what do you think of the Labour government's attitude towards unions, and particularly to unofficial strikers?
I suppose the Labour government is the best for working class people.
But do you think they could be as tough with unofficial strikers as the Tory government could be?
Well, in the case of this company, I believe it's too much unions in this company. 22 unions in this company is too much.
Too many? You'd like to secure, would you?
Only one.
Here we are. How do you feel about the Labour government's attitude to trade unions?
Oh, I don't know really a lot about, not political.
Oh, what about unofficial strikes? Do you think some restraint should be put on unofficial strikers?
Definitely, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
You don't think this is too great a limitation of the freedom of trade unionists, eh?
No, because if you're going to have unofficial strikes, if you're going to take it in your own hands, what's the point of paying into a union?
Fair enough. Now, have a word with you. You seem to be a loose man going up and down here.
Oh, I'm what they call a relief man.
Oh, I see. Well, now, what do you think of the Labour government's attitude to unions, and in particular to unofficial strikes?
Well, I think they're going the right way about it. I think something's got to happen about it.
And what is the right way that they're going to use?
Or legislation.
You wouldn't mind that?
No, I quite agree.
You've got some compulsory...
Well, I think it's something's got...
in it.
Yes, because I think it's going to benefit the country. I think... Or...
Do you think that unofficial strikers have taken unfair advantage of the immunity the law gives them against breach of civil contract?
Yes.
So you'd be quite happy to see some legislation?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Well, let's see what he says. What's your feeling about the Labour government's attitude to strikes?
Well,
unofficial.
Unofficial strikes, yes. No, unofficial strikes are no good to anybody.
And yet, would I be wrong in saying that it's unofficial strikes that have brought motor car workers the standards of living they've got? Do you think you'd have had as big a wage without all the unofficial strikes?
Well, without unofficial strikes, they wouldn't be where they are today.
Well, what's the lesson for, say, teachers and nurses? Organising strike oftener, eh?
Well, I wouldn't say nurses to strike, no.
But what if everybody struck as often as the car workers do? What would happen to that 900 million we're owing, eh?
But that's a different proposition. With nurses and...
You think it'll be a happier and more prosperous country under a Labour government?
Oh yes, definitely, yes. Good. And if we can get into Europe.
You're keen on that?
Well,
you're all very confident in your car, I see.
Oh yes, why not? They're good ones.
Now, what have we got here? Can I have a word with you? You happy today with the result? You're happy with the election result? Oh yes, I'm sure. Do you think you'll do as well under a strong Labour government as you did under a Tory government?
I don't want to be photographed, thank you.
You don't? No, okay. Yeah. What do you think about the Labour government's attitude to strikes, unofficial strikes?
Well, you know, I hope that when they have strike, they will try to help people out, you know.
Yeah. Would you like to see fewer unofficial strikes?
Unofficial?
Yeah.
Would like to see official, you know.
So you get paid for it?
Yeah.
That's too expensive for the union. Now, who have we got here? I have a word with you. Can you lean over a bit?
Sure.
Are you happy about the election?
Yeah, sure, very.
Do you think it'll be better life under a Labour government?
Well, I think so, yeah.
In what ways?
Well, in several ways, right? Well, what shall we say?
Do you think you'll make more money?
Well, I think so.
You might pay more taxes, you know.
Well, no, I don't pay taxes now, really. Have a lot of kids.
You're a lucky man. Okay. This is Fife Robertson from Dagenham.
One of the great things at Dagenham, of course, is they never ever stop working up there. When Fife Robertson is talking to them, they're still doing up their screws or nuts and bolts and rivets. But David Butler, I think we really must spend start to talk about this recount situation that's now occurring.
Well, there's only one recount, to our knowledge, still pending, and that is the recount in Peterborough.
But it is going on a bit, isn't it?
Still going on. They've had a second recount. They can go up to 5 or 6 recounts if it's extremely close.
They're now on 4. 4. We had a news flash that we were on 4.
Well, this almost certainly means that they're doing it ballot paper by ballot paper, and it is a majority of under 100 if they're recounting. It's worth noting that Peterborough had a majority, I think, of only 395 when Harman Nichols first got in. But Peterborough is the one that we're watching. It's much the most likely to switch of the remaining seats that we're going to get, and it will make the difference between the majority being 97 or 99 for Labour overall. One point about the majority, which may have been confusing some people, in our giving an odd-numbered majority, we've been counting the Speaker as neutral, which in fact he is in almost all parliamentary situations. But in fact, very often, if you do the straight arithmetic, you come to a different figure. If you count the Speaker against Labour, which is odd since he was originally a Labour member, then you get the majority not 97 or 99, but 96 or 98.
Before we go to Ian and Michael Steed, can I ask you one thing? What happens if, when they count it and recount it, got up to 5 or 6, as you say, they're exactly even?
Well, then the law now is, it was changed in the last 20 years. Used to be the casting vote of the returning officer. Now he's been spared that embarrassment, and it's done by drawing lots, and they can decide how they draw lots, whether they do it with cards or tossing coins or whatever they like. And of course, it's as close as that. There is always the possibility of a petition, a scrutiny. Well, it hasn't been a full scrutiny of counting all the votes under the supervision of a High Court judge, because it's very expensive business, people are reluctant to do it. There hasn't, in fact, been a tie vote in a parliamentary election, I believe, since Ashton-under-Lyne in 1886. There was a majority of 1 in Exeter, was it, in 1910? I think it's the last one, as close as that.
Before my time, I'm happy to say. Let's just take one result which we've got from Londonderry. Robert Chichester Clark, who was a former senior government whip when the Conservatives were in power, has held this seat with a reduced majority.
This is rather an interesting one. There's a 6% drop in the Unionist vote. Now, there are 2 interesting results still come from Northern Ireland, next door to Londonderry, Mid-Ulster and Fermanagh and South Tyrone, 2 seats that were held by anti-partitionists of one name, under one name or another, right through almost from partition to 1955 or 1956, when the felons were elected, people who were in prison who were unseated, and the seats then been held by Unionists since. But these 2 could cut the Unionist, the Conservative total in our total scoreboard by a couple. There are 2 seats that will be coming in a couple of hours now, if the Press Association is right, and they will be interesting results to watch. This big drop in the Unionist vote in Londonderry may indicate that they are in jeopardy today.
We've pulled out of his back seat into a front seat Michael Steed, who's sitting over by the side of Ian.
Yes, one of the interesting things about this election is a lot of the constituencies that we're talking about will in fact have either disappear or have their boundaries substantially changed, because over the years some constituencies have got a lot more people in, other constituencies have got a lot of people leaving, and you've now got a range from Billericay, which has got 102,000 electors, down to Birmingham Ladywood, which has got only 25,000. Michael Steed, great student of the local government boundaries. Michael, what accounts for this tremendous variation?
The biggest changes have been people leaving city centres, moving out into new residential suburban areas, constituencies like South Buckinghamshire or the Hertfordshire ones, or into new towns like Epping and Billericay.
What is the norm, the average it should be?
The average size of a constituency should be just under 58,000, I think.
Now, I believe the Boundary Commission for England and all the Wales and Scotland, they are now working on these.
Yes, they started work at the beginning of this year. They've issued some provisional recommendations. These are their first ideas on changes for the whole of the southeast, parts of East Anglia and the northwest of England.
Now, do these make very big changes in some areas?
Oh, in some areas they're changing the present configuration entirely. In the whole of Greater London, they're having to take into account the boundaries of the new London boroughs. For instance, in Mr Heath's Bexley is going to be chopped up, not because it's the wrong size, but because the local government boundaries were changed under the Conservatives.
Does this mean that inside the big cities, I know Glasgow has got a lot of small constituencies. Will they have fewer constituencies?
They will certainly have fewer. Manchester's been recommended 1 down, Liverpool's been recommended 1 down. We haven't had any recommendations for Glasgow, but certainly there'll be 1 or 2 down.
And what about London? Will, one of the Paddingtons go, one of the
Well, the Boundary Commissioner's first recommendations were going to take 7 seats away from the new Greater London area. Paddington, East Ham, Battersea, 1 in the East End, 1 in Mr Stewart's Fulham area, these sort of areas.
What about Huyton? Mr. Wilson's seat's rather big, isn't it?
The proposal in Huyton is to take out the safest Labour party in Kirkby New Town and merge it with part of safe Conservative Ormskirk, which may make two rather more marginal seats in place of a really safe Labour seat.
Are there any other sort of prominent people either in the government or on the opposition whose seats are
Well, one of the more
affected?
interesting ones is that this new seat the Liberals gained yesterday, Cheadle, is also proposed to be subdivided into two. It's just conceivable that there'll be two new Liberal seats after the boundary changes there. Other prominent people, Douglas Jay's seat's likely to be altered, Michael Stewart's seat's likely to be altered. Miss Alice Bacon's seat could disappear in due course. That recommendation isn't out yet.
What about these places like the far north of Scotland, where they have very small majorities, very small elections? Not much you can do with them.
Well, there's a special provision in the laws governing this, saying in special geographical circumstances, the boundary commissioners may allow small electorates. They've applied this to Meirionethshire and Montgomeryshire in Wales and to the north of Scotland, but they have recommended taking the island of Skye out of Inverness and into the Western Isles, and some people think that most of the Liberal vote in Inverness is in Skye, and this could help the Liberals to do better in Western Isles, but lose them in Inverness.
Just one final quick point. Taking the, say, the present recommendations, perhaps the future recommendations, is any party going to gain substantially by this?
It's not really quite sure. If a party does gain, it will be the Conservatives. Labour don't stand to gain anything. It may be net no change. It may be the Conservatives gaining 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats.
That's over the country as a whole?
Over the country as a whole.
Michael Steed, thank you very much.
Can you take some results, Ian, which are
yes, indeed.
just in whilst you've been talking to Michael?
Let's have Gower. That's another Labour coal mining seat. Mr. Iford Davis had it for 7 years. His majority is up.
A Liberal whip, a Labour whip, he's got a 3% swing to Labour in Gower.
Now, Lanark, another member of the government, Judith Hart, Under-Secretary of the Scottish Office. This used to be a very marginal seat, but Mrs. Hart's got a pretty safe majority now.
Used to be held by Sir Alec Douglas-Home when he was called Lord Dunglass, and he lost it in 45, recovered it in 1950. There was a 2% swing this time to Labour in Lanark.
We're now down to the last 14, no more for the moment.
We are indeed. The American television networks were using, as I said, the studio last night with BBC colour cameras to send the results of our general election via the early bird satellite to America in colour. We can't go as far as that, but here in live black and white is Gerald Priestman now reporting from New York.
Good morning. Here in New York, the British election results have had to scramble for space with things like Vietnam, inflation and a railway strike, but all the same it's got greater transatlantic coverage than any other foreign elections would. There have been quite a number of Anglo-American listening parties going on, including a small one here between myself and Peter Lissagore of the Chicago Daily News. Peter, how did it impress you?
Well, as you know, Gerald, Americans don't like to interfere in elections in friendly countries, at least. But I think there's a quiet sort of satisfaction here with the results. I think people in Washington are pleased that Mr. Wilson now has a good working majority, and that the two countries can get on with those joint enterprises in Europe and elsewhere that confront them.
But did it really matter who won to the United States?
I think that it probably would not have mattered on the great major issues, but the distinction is a nice one, however, because the Johnson administration has worked out a rather comfortable relationship, I think, with the Wilson government. The cabinet officers feel comfortable with one another, especially those cabinet officers that have to do with national security affairs and foreign policy. Mr. Rusk with Mr. Stewart, Mr. McNamara with Mr. Healy. And I think this is a factor that was considered in Washington.
Well, as you probably know, during the election campaign there was a tendency, particularly in the right wing of the Conservative Party, to accuse Mr. Wilson of being over-dependent on the United States. He even got described as being President Johnson's lapdog. Now, I've noticed, as you may have done, going around the State Department and the White House, one met, even during the campaign, quite a lot of people who had nice things to say about Mr. Wilson and Mr. Stewart. Was there perhaps a little foundation for?
Yes, I think there was a foundation for it, Gerald, and it goes to what I just said about the easy relationship. And there's a great deal of plain appreciation on President Johnson's part for what Mr. Wilson has given him in such places as Southeast Asia, the support that Mr. Wilson has given him in the face of what we know to be left-wing labor opposition. Mr. Johnson, as you also know, appreciates support in tight spots, and South Vietnam is a tight spot for him.
Mm-hmm. One also saw it being represented in this country that at times the Conservative campaign was a bit pro-Gaullist, perhaps over NATO, a little anti-American. Would this have made Mr. Heath difficult to accept, if not unacceptable?
Well, I think that there was a general acknowledgement that much of this was part of the campaign tactics of the Conservatives, and I think there was a feeling that both the Conservative and the Labour Party will do the right thing once we get down to the hard issue of what the relationship of Britain in Europe will be, and in fact what America's relationship to Europe will be.
What, from an American point of view, were the real issues of this election?
I think the European issue was perhaps as real an issue as any. I must say that I don't want to overstate the American interest in issues in the British election, because I don't think there were any overweening issues, as it were. But I think that there was concern about how we will now proceed in the face of Gaullist opposition in Europe with NATO, with the organization of the whole Atlantic Alliance, plus, of course, the always overwhelming issue in this country, and that is Southeast Asia, the extent to which we will continue to have British support in Southeast Asia, South Vietnam.
I'd like to come back to Southeast Asia in a minute, but dealing first with Europe, why is the United States so keen that Britain should get into Europe? Are you quite sure it's in America's interests?
I think that we tend to operate on basic beliefs established many years ago, which we don't begin to uproot and examine, Gerald, as you know, and one of them is perhaps Britain's membership in Europe or participation in European institutions. We still believe that it would be in America's interest. We believe that Britain is that bridge. De Gaulle would call it the Anglo-Saxon bridge to the United States. And we believe generally it would be in the whole of the alliance's interest if Britain became a participating member of the common market and took other roles in Europe.
But is there not a risk that Europe, united even with Britain, might become, well, to begin with, protectionist and isolationist and indeed anti-American?
Well, this is a risk and a view that was fully taken into account, has been fully taken into account over the years, and I think that generally speaking the American leadership now are quite willing to take this risk. We believe that the British are not about to do us in, even if the trade is more lucrative, if we were kind of shut out, if they became protectionist. And I believe that the good faith of our British partners prevailed very deeply in the Johnson administration.
Now, on Southeast Asia, it was alleged and denied that the Labour government's Defence Department had what were described as contingency plans for sending a British detachment of some sort to Vietnam. Do you think this might now become true?
Well, I don't know the inner secrets of our Defense Department, Gerald, but it might, I think it might in fact become true only because it seems to me at least that the British commitment in Malaysia against the Indonesian threat has so receded that perhaps Britain might contribute this. But I think President Johnson is quite content at the moment at least to get the kind of support for his position, for his policies, and for his actions from Prime Minister Wilson.
To come back briefly to the whole character of the campaign, how has it struck you as it has been presented to you through American coverage? As quaint or what?
Well, I think we have felt that the American reporters in Britain have reported it as quite dull more than anything else, that the issues were not terribly sharply drawn. There was nothing that truly titillated or excited the Americans about the election, and I think this largely comes from the reporting we got from Britain.
Mm-hmm. Well, perhaps next time we meet we could be talking about your elections. After all, there are only 8 months campaigning left before November.
That's right, and it's begun already, as you know.
Well, for the time being, I believe there's a helicopter waiting on top of a skyscraper to rush our wisdom to London. So from New York, good morning.
Good morning indeed, Gerald Priestman. Had a lot of petrol in it. In fact, a helicopter brought it all the way over here. Here's the result.
This is Hexham. Geoffrey Rippon holds this seat. It's a safe Conservative seat. Remember, Geoffrey Rippon was beaten at Norwich South in '64, and now he's found a rather safer home. This was Rupert Spear's seat in the last Parliament. And now the result from Antrim North. Henry Clark holds this comfortably for the Ulster Unionists.
There's a big drop in the Conservative majority, but that is because this time he's fighting a Liberal. Last time he fought a Republican. Then he won by a 10 to 1 majority over the Republican, a Catholic candidate. But in this very Protestant county, a Liberal naturally can do better fighting the official Unionist candidate, and a Republican can, and gets 12% more of the vote than the Republican did.
I think we can now take the details of the Hexham result. Geoffrey Rippon has dropped the Conservative majority.
4% swing against Geoffrey Rippon, or against the Conservatives, in Hexham. He wasn't fighting before, of course.
But Geoffrey Rippon will be a useful reinforcement to the Conservative front bench at a time when they've lost at least 4 senior figures off the front bench and a number of lesser ones.
Just now we heard from America, we've heard during this programme from all over the place, Scotland, Ireland, Europe, just about everywhere. Now what we're going to do is to go around our desks that we've got here, particular people on them. Let's begin with David Holmes then, shall we, and the South East. David?
When Labour looked at the South East for potential gains, it saw a great cluster of marginals, the most concentrated one in the Greater London area. Many more possible seats that could be taken outside. In the Greater London area, there's been a swing of 3.1%, something like the national swing. 12 of the 19 South East Labour gains have come from this area. But what has pulled back the regional swing in the South East to 2.6% or so is the failure by Labour to take as many seats outside of London as it once seemed likely. For instance, Bedford, Christopher Soames' seat, Bedfordshire South have both been taken, both with big London overspill populations, with swings of about 3.7 in one case, 3.2% in the other. But Labour's not taken Hertford with its aircraft workers. The constituency includes Hitchin and Hemel Hempstead New Town. Could have fallen to the same sorts of swings, should really have been taken by Labour. Linked to that, Labour scored very small swings in many other agricultural, industrial seats around the home counties. It's been this sort of trend which has failed to swell the South East gains to the level once expected, and has helped to check Labour's overall majority in the country. And now to the Northern Desk, Harold Webb.
Well, the election in the North has just finished. The final result has come through. The Conservatives have held Hexham, and all our map jigsaws behind us here are now completed. The 168 results which have been concerning us during the past 16 hours are now all in. Well, to sum up what's happened, 11 seats throughout the whole of the North have changed hands. 9 Labour gains, 2 Liberal gains. In Lancashire, Labour made 6 gains, and in Yorkshire they made 3 gains. All of them, I think, fairly predictable on the sort of swings we've been having tonight. The 2 Liberal gains, of course, have been made in the Colne Valley and at Cheadle, and for my money, I think perhaps the most surprising result of the whole night in the North was the Liberals gaining Cheadle. Now, the swings in the North, in all the main areas of the North, the swings have been greater than the national average, which is something less than 2.8%, and that there are, in fact, some interesting swings in some of the main industrial cities of the North, but perhaps I'll talk about that later. Now, over to Tony Parker, down the line on the South West Desk.
Our headlines from the southwest are that the Liberals have gained North Cornwall. Secondly, that Labour has retained Falmouth and Camborne, the seat that was vacant at the time that this general election was declared. It used to be the only Labour seat west of Bristol since Michael Foot got ousted from Devonport in 1955, but no longer. There are 6 black triangles on the map behind me, which means 6 Labour gains, 3 of them very striking ones. Exeter was the first to come in. Mrs. Gwyneth Dunwoody went into the House of Commons a few hours before her husband, Dr. John Dunwoody, in Falmouth. The 2 Bristol marginals went to Labour as expected, one on a rather weak swing, the other rather strong. Did Mr. Maclaren's personal appeal and his almost non-party campaign keep the northwest swing low? Bristol is anyway now back to the 5-to-1 Labour position that it was in before 1959's general election. On the swingometer, this region has swung some 2% to Labour, as compared with about 3% for the country as a whole. Something unusual and distinctive in our region is, of course, the traditional Liberal strength.
the Liberal gain in North Cornwall was a very good one. They had a 3% swing and they only needed 1% to take the seat. But almost everywhere else in this region, the Liberals are down, including the 2 Liberal seats of North Devon, Jeremy Thorpe's, and Bodmin. And a number of others, Liberals have dropped to 3rd place. The general picture then is Labour a bit sluggish, Conservatives, as a result, feeling probably let down fairly lightly, and thirdly, Liberal joy in North Cornwall, which also incidentally had the country's highest turnout at 87%. But elsewhere, Liberal disappointment. Over now to Michael Barrett on the Midland desk.
And I, of course, have one eye on that monitor, waiting for the news flash from Peterborough, which looks as if it may be the real cliffhanger of this election, now apparently in its 4th recount. I know that Sir Harmer Nichols, the Conservative, half expected to lose last time, so if he scrapes through with even a handful of votes this time, he'll be thrilled indeed. But in the meantime, the results from East Anglia show that, as we predicted, it was unpredictable. You see that in Norfolk South there was a big swing to Labour, yet next door in Norfolk South West there was a swing, though only a small one, to the Conservatives. And an interesting point here is that the postal vote in several constituencies here was absolutely crucial. In Norfolk South West, in the last 2 elections, they've had the biggest postal vote of any constituency, something between 6 and 6.5% of the total vote, and it's usually thought that this vote goes 3 to 1 in favour of the Tories. One other thought from East Anglia is that in Yarmouth, a local poll published in The Guardian suggested that there'd be a 2% swing to the Tories. The result has been a 3.1% swing to Labour, and you can't be much more wrong than that. Now to Wales and Ken Morgan.
The result of the election has been pretty striking in Wales, although the swing in Wales, in fact, is only 2.4%, considerably less than the average for Britain as a whole, because Labour this time has won 4 key marginal seats, 3 from the Conservatives and 1 from the Liberals. In South Wales, they won Monmouth for the Conservatives for the first time, a 3.4% swing here to unseat Peter Thornycroft, who at one time was Chancellor of the Exchequer. And Cardiff North, which Labour gained last night, Labour winning this seat for the first time, which means now that Labour control all the seats in South East Wales suburban constituencies except for Barry. And even here, Labour had a 2.7% swing, although it wasn't quite enough to unseat the popular member for Barry, Raymond Gower. In North Wales, Labour won Conway from the Conservatives, a 5.5% swing here, very considerable for a Welsh rural seat, a seat that the Labour Party last held in 1951. 3 lecturers incidentally returned. And finally, Cardiganshire, Labour gaining this seat from the Liberals, supplanting the Liberals in this part of rural Wales as in so many other areas, building on the old radical heritage. Their candidate in Cardiganshire having a strong appeal to Welsh nationalist voters, and this perhaps a pointer for the future. The conclusion in Wales, therefore, of the 36 Welsh seats, with only Brecon and Radnor to come, a very safe Labour seat, the Conservatives have now only 3 seats in Wales, the Liberals 1. The Labour Party look like having 32, their best ever performance in Wales. And now for Scotland, Esmond Wright.
71 seats in Scotland, 65 results in, 6 more to come, and one of those, Argyll, won't come, of course, till tomorrow. Of the 65, 44 taken by Labour. That's a gain so far of 3. Aberdeen South, Berwick and East Lothian, Caithness and Sutherland. So far, Conservatives 19, Argyll, Query, tomorrow making it perhaps 20. Liberals with 2 seats, 3 Query coming that they hold at present. The striking thing here with the Liberals is that they won Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles, which they already held. They gained Aberdeen and they lost Caithness and Sutherland. A word on this. This, for the Scottish Liberal Party, is a really serious blow. George Mackey is politically as literally a heavyweight, chairman of the Scottish Liberal Party, a man who's had considerable impact in the House of Commons and on his constituency. Now, the striking thing here, I think, is the defeat of George Mackey by a young man fighting his first election, Robert McClellan. It's true he was raised in Glasgow. He's, again, an international lawyer, a barrister in London, but the family have a home in Sutherland. In a sense, this is local boy makes good. But it's also Labour Party achievements making good, because this victory is a victory for Dounreay, the setting up of the prototype fast reactor development at the Dounreay establishment. And so, in a sense, this is policy as well as personality. The other striking feature, as we were saying earlier, about the Scottish results so far, is the achievement of the Scottish National Party. West Lothian, all right, Tamdale is still there with a very good majority in a strong mining constituency. But Billy Wolfe, the executive vice chairman of the Scottish National Party, increased his own vote by 3,000. At this rate, he's increasing his vote by 3,000 roughly every election. He's now 43. In 3 elections from now, by the time he's 57, he might just win that seat from Tandiel. The Scottish National Party are in the race in the Scottish Lowlands. And this, with the individual results in the case of George Mackay, Donald Dewar, in defeat of Lady Tweedsmuir in Aberdeen South, the victory of John McIntosh, Berwick and East Lothian, the holding of Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles by the Liberal Party. These, I think, are the striking features of this election in Scotland. And now, over to Cliff.
Well, before we go up to Liverpool, which is where we're due to go next, let's just take the results. There was the flash there, Ian.
That was the Brecon and Radnor result Kenneth Morgan was expecting, and indeed the Labour Party has held it, Tudor Watkins, pretty safely. Let's just take 1 or 2 other results. Kettering. Geoffrey de Freitas has held this for Labour. Remember that he spent 16 years in Parliament, then went off to East Africa as High Commissioner, or first to Ghana, then to East Africa. Then he came back at the last election. Slightly surprising, he didn't get a job in the Wilson government, but might now
It's
do
3% swing there. That's Corby. Main part of it is Corby, the steel centre.
Now, Mid-Ulster, Mr. George Forrest holds this on a narrow majority, though, for the Ulster Unionists.
There's a slight increase in the Conservative share of the poll. The anti-partitionist vote was split last time. The fact that Mid-Ulster has been held by the Conservatives almost certainly means that Fermanagh and South Tyrone, by the Unionists I should say, will also be held by them, and so there are now probably no more seats in doubt in Northern Ireland. Fermanagh and South Tyrone, the anti-partitionist vote is once again split.
And now the Isle of Ely. And Sir Harry Lake Burke, a very senior Conservative backbencher, has held the seat with a Liberal coming in this time, and the majority substantially reduced.
4% swing there.
Stirling and Clackmannan. Arthur Woodburn, a very senior Labour backbencher, a minister from the Attlee days, held this with a slightly increased majority.
2% swing there.
And then the Brecon and Radnor figures that I just mentioned, Tudor Watkins, holding this, the largest of the Welsh constituencies.
Hardly any swing there, only 0.2% to Labour there.
That's all for the time being on the
results. And we shall take you up now to Liverpool to join Bob Perrin. You have been patient, Bob, I think.
Lime Street, some 6 hours after the Prime Minister left, and we seem to have got a bigger crowd with our travelling eye than the Prime Minister did. But before we talk to some of the folk of Merseyside, an anecdote that might go into Mr. Wilson's memoirs on this election. When he arrived back at the Adelphi Hotel just after 2 o'clock this morning, after hearing the declaration at Huyton, railway police told him that they'd had a phone call saying that there was a bomb in the hotel. Mr. Wilson said, "Let it go off." Ever confident, the police searched, and Mr. Wilson's confidence wasn't misplaced. There was no bomb, or certainly it didn't go off. But let's talk to some of the younger folk on Merseyside. Tell me, how would you like Liverpool to be under this government? What would you like to happen to Liverpool?
I don't come from Liverpool, actually.
My mistake.
But I think I'd like it to be Conservative.
But what would you like to be built here? How would you like the city to look?
Well, Liverpool's got a lot of things for young people. But can I talk about my own town instead?
Yes, which is that?
Well, St Helens.
Yes.
Well, there's nothing for young people down in St Helens, and we all have to come to Liverpool.
How do you think the government can help this?
Well, the Labour government have done a lot. They've done a lot for pensioners, but I think they still should do a lot for young people. They should, like, build things, you know, like community centres and things.
Let me talk to your friend here. One of the issues that might have been if there was a teenage party was the closing of the Cavern Club. Mr. Wilson was asked about this. Do you think he can do anything about this?
No, I don't think so. I think it'll stop open.
How would you like your town to be under the Labour government?
Well, more places for young people, really. Because there's nothing there what there is in Liverpool, and you have to travel out here.
Let's talk to some of the older generation. Excuse me a moment. Oh. I hope you don't mind me calling you older.
I can't protest about that.
How would you like the Northwest
as a region to develop under Labour?
Well, I come from London myself, but I come to the northwest quite a bit, and I think that it might reflect the new Britain which Wilson's building, which I personally think it can be a very exciting thing. And I'm sure that there'll be more justice, apart from more employment and more industry, and of course more general prosperity.
What other ways would you like to see it develop?
Well, I think in possibly merchant shipping and things like that, all those sort of things that have lapsed a bit in the last few years could perhaps come alive again in the northwest of Britain.
How would they be developed?
Well, I think through greater partnership between public and private enterprise. I think especially in Scotland that could happen, and the old great industries of Britain, the great genius of Britain could come alive under Wilson's leadership, I feel.
Now, from your clothes, I think you're a railway cleaner, are you? What would you like Mr. Wilson to do for Liverpool?
Well, I think he's doing marvellous considering he's only had 17 months, and I hope in the future he does better.
What would you like him to do for this city?
Oh, for this city? Well, I've got young children of my own, young teenage, and I think they should make more clubs for the young teenagers.
Make more clubs?
Yes, you know, for boys and girls to mix, keep them off the streets.
But what should he do to develop the city of Liverpool? Liverpool, after all, has the worst slum housing record in Britain.
Oh, yes. Well, I think he should give everybody in time more houses. I'm living in a slum area myself, and it's coming down. Supposed to we had our notice 2 years ago. And I'm hoping that I'm out in 12 months with a bath, which I've never had for 26 years. And I hope...
Well, we'll leave it there. We'll move over this way. Excuse me. Now, who we got here? Excuse me, sir. What would you like this government to do for the Northwest as a region?
Well, I'd like them to build things up a bit.
In what way would you like them built up?
And give everybody a fair chance.
What would you like to happen to the city of Liverpool?
Well, I'd like to see it modernised a bit more. More houses built.
Well, thank you very much. This is Bob Perrin at Lime Street.
In Liverpool. Now, I think we ought to comment, because this is now the fifth recount.
Fifth recount. This must have been, I should think, under 100. We haven't had, as David said earlier, we haven't had one of these really close 7, 10, 11 majorities. Peterborough may be giving it to us.
Somebody said to me that he believed the Conservative Party was more obstinate than the Labour Party about recounts, and that if we actually get on to the 6th recount, this is more likely to be the Conservatives fighting to hold the seat than Labour, but this may be a complete canard.
But Brighton Kemp Town last time there were 7, weren't there?
The
majority was 7, there were 7 recounts.
And there were 7 recounts. Now let's go across to Robert Mackenzie.
Back now to our old friend the swingometer, who started us out on this whole marathon last night. Remember, he said the swingometer would lurch around a good deal. Well, it certainly did. There were lurches to the Conservatives in the course of the thing, the biggest one 2.6. But none of them, of course, occurred in Labour marginals which would fall to that kind of swing. So though you had perhaps 24 results which swung over that far or in this direction on the Conservative side, none of them were sufficient to score in any of the marginal seats. The biggest swing to Labour was no less than 8.6 in Birmingham Stetchford, in Roy Jenkins' seat. He had the biggest swing to Labour in the whole country. But it did settle down around 3.1. And it's fascinating that yet again, half the results fall within 1 point on either side of that. So you've got these extremes I've talked about, half the results fell here within either side of the 3% line. Remember at the very beginning we talked about the average prediction of the opinion polls. They were pointing to a 4.5% swing to Labour, or a majority of about 150. That would have given Labour the same kind of majority it had in 1945 instead of the 100 majority, give or take one, they're now going to get. In fact, the opinion polls don't really come out with a very glorious record in this election. If you were to look back again at one of our first boards, at the position they were giving as their final standings, it's very interesting that the one which actually comes out bang on, Research Services, under Dr. Mark Abrams, who appeared a couple of times earlier today in this program, he happens to be bang on, the 3.1% swing, which, allowing this is not bad projection from it, because it's going to be around 100. Now, he would be the first, I think, to admit there's a large element of luck in this. The pollsters don't claim to be accurate within a point or two either way. He happens to come down right bang on the figure, as we now have it, average swing. But if you look at the projections of all the other polls on here, you do get extremely wide potential Labour majority. They all agreed that Labour would win, but look at how it ranges from the Daily Express, which had a very good record in the last 2 elections, right through to the Abrams one, the smallest one, closest again to the actual result now before us. But if it had been the kind of election in which the polls are straddling the outcome, then they would be all over the map. As it is, they're all on the right side, but with this extraordinary variation that we see here.
Fine, right. I've just been told this second that the Peterborough result is not now expected before 4:30. This looks as though it's confirming precisely what David Butler said the best part of 45 minutes ago, that they're going through it vote by vote.
I think when you get to this, it probably means the majority is in single figures, not double figures, because usually when you get to the 3rd or 4th recount, you only get 1 or 2 different in each successive count. When you have to 7 recounts, you get a prediction at 2:44 that there'll be another 2 hours to get the result. This really must mean they're going through it absolutely every vote by every vote, and the margin is going to be in single figures.
Right, we're now going down to Buckingham Palace to meet Alan Wicker, where he's at Canada Gate.
The Royal Standard flying above Buckingham Palace, showing that Her Majesty the Queen is here in residence. And on the pavements outside the palace, a few passers-by waiting on the off chance in case Mr. Wilson comes along to kiss hands upon his appointment. At this time, during the last cliff-hanging election, there were several hundred people here and a lot of excitement. Today, as you can see, is quite a difference. Mr. Wilson, of course, is not constitutionally required to call upon the Queen, to attend upon her, as during the election period he has, of course, been Prime Minister, but he may make a courtesy call. However, it's not expected that he will today, as I understand Her Majesty is leaving this afternoon for Windsor. Alan Wicker, Buckingham Palace.
Well, I wonder when he will be invited. When does he get invited to form a government and so on? What exactly happens now?
Well, he has a government, and he continues. He can carry on.
Harold Macmillan didn't go specifically to the palace, wasn't specifically reappointed after he won the 1959 election. The election is irrelevant. Theoretically, the Prime Minister doesn't even have to be a member of Parliament. No. He doesn't have to hold a majority there. I mean, there's nothing in law that lays this down. He obviously will, in a normal way, report to the Queen on the state of affairs, which he does on a weekly basis, I understand.
And I think, yes, you know, every Tuesday evening, normally, the Prime Minister goes to the palace to report to the Queen when she's in London. It is a reasonable assumption, everybody certainly is assuming, that he will make some changes in the cabinet now, in the government, and these he may well go, if they're at all extensive, he may well go to report to the Queen and get her approval, formal approval to these changes. But again, this is necessary. It can be done over the telephone through the private secretary.
This doesn't matter. Right, now I think we're just about ready to go and join Kenneth Harris again. Kenneth?
3 very young people here, in fact too young, I think, to vote in this election, isn't that so? On my left I've got Louis Eakes of London, who's 20, works in a publishing firm, and on his left is a young Conservative, Stephen Harrow of Croydon, age 19, who's at Exeter University, and on his left Ray Phillips of Bromley. He's 19, he's a law student at Birmingham University. Now I know you've all been quite active in the campaign and you've all been working for your respective causes, but could I begin by asking you, Louis Eakes, what you've liked most about the position your party has taken at this election?
Well, first of all, I'm very proud of the fact that the Liberal Party has managed to keep out of the mudslinging of the Tory and Labour parties. Secondly, I'm pleased that the Liberal Party stand alone with radical policies which are quite definitely different from the Labour and Conservative policies, which have tended to become blurred in their scramble to gain the middle vote. We have these definite policies such as co-partnership in industry, which we feel is the answer to nationalisation, to increase efficiency in industry, which neither the Conservatives nor the Labour Party have managed to do. The Liberal Party was the first party to believe that the country needs 500,000 new homes every year, and working in a constituency in the East End of London, this is a problem which particularly faces the Liberals in my constituency.
Now, Mr. Harrow, what about you? What are you most pleased about in your party's stand at this election?
I think particularly Europe. I've been very pleased that Mr. Heath has brought to the attention of the electorate this very pressing problem of going into Europe. This has been, I suppose, pussyfooted about to a certain extent in the past because it's something which a necessarily conservative nation with a small c has tended to ignore. Europe is an important factor. We are not going to go into to make our way in the world unless we go into Europe on a partnership basis.
Mr. Phillips?
Well, I am primarily encouraged by the fact that the Labour government has tried to be honest at this election. I felt that at the last election, for instance, the economic problems the Conservative government tended to try and push them into the background, whereas the Labour government hasn't been afraid to accept the problems and accept the challenge. And similarly, I'm glad that the Labour government hasn't tended to slip back into the tendency of looking for a scapegoat. I believe that the Conservative pressure on entry into Europe at the last election was essentially an excuse, a quick way out of the situation that existed as it was then. And I believe that we have to go in with certain qualifications. The Conservatives accept this, and the Labour Party hasn't been afraid to accept these qualifications and hasn't been afraid to put these qualifications across to the electorate.
Do you all feel that your parties have made room enough for people of your age? Do they appeal sufficiently to you?
I believe that the Liberal Party has. Just as I came into the Liberal Party 2 or 3 years ago, the Liberal Party was the only party to recognise the importance of lowering the voting age to 18, and they went further than the other two parties in the belief that the Liberals want all the rights which one gains at the age of 21 to be lowered to the age of 18, and at this time the Conservative Party has no definite policy on this, and the Labour Party did follow us some time later.
Mr. Harrow?
Well, I don't know what you want me to answer on that. Certainly we have no definite policy because this is very much an individual matter. No one person can be said to be either fit at 18 or 21 to have the vote. It's very much a matter of personal opinion on this thing. I won't go into this. What was specifically asked was what we preferred about our policy.
Going back to my question, yes, do you feel thoroughly at home in the Conservative Party? Do they make enough allowance for people like you? Room for people?
I mean, there's YC, which is the largest political party in the free world. There are organisations such as PEST, which specifically cater for the younger Conservative in the universities. The Bogle, all these organisations, they cater for young people specifically. And let's face it, there were, I think, at the last election, I don't know the figures for this election, but over 100 YC candidates out of 600, which is a pretty fair, I think,
Mr. Phillips,
number.
I think essentially that the Labour Party appeals to the younger generation, especially in its educational policy. I believe that it's wrong that a party should try and perpetuate distinctions which have no merit in themselves. I believe that the comprehensive system, I believe that its very nature is one that can be appreciated and accepted and enjoyed by all. I believe that young people have a right to an education, have a right to be taught, and I believe that the policies that the Labour government are putting forward, especially in the educational field, are particularly appealing to youngsters. And I would like to just add to what has already been said about the vote at 21. I believe that, as with many other institutional traditions, we shall get over this problem, in that the figure 21 was originally accepted because property qualifications in the last century all settled around the age of 21. You couldn't own property until you were 21, therefore it was quite acceptable and understandable that the age limit should be 21. But there is no reason why today this limit should be so. And I believe that one cannot expect young people to be responsible unless you give them at least some sort of privilege. And until they get the privilege of voting, I don't think you can expect them to be entirely as responsible politically as they could be.
Now, a number of people have been sitting in those three chairs, much older than you three, giving their views about why we've had this particular result. Now, why do you think that the electorate has gone the way it has?
Basically because the Labour Party and Mr Wilson have recognised the importance of the centre radical vote. They've gone all out to try and win it, and the people have basically been fooled into believing that the Labour Party is a radical centre party. But I think that they'll find now that Labour's got a majority of around 100 that it'll probably swing to the left and swing to the right and eventually split.
When you talk about appealing to the central radical vote, what is the kind of thing the Labour Party has done and said? If we could illustrate your point.
Could I come back on that, do you think?
Yes, yes. What about you? How do you interpret this result?
Well, I see it as, in a sense, it's strange to say this about the Labour Party, but I think the country has voted safe this time. The Conservative Party has policies which are progressive, really progressive. This is about going to Europe. We've told the people the facts about the economic situation. Our policies are in front of them, and I think they voted safe by voting for a government which in the last 18 months has voted exactly, has governed exactly like a Conservative, only less efficiently, of course.
Well, how do you explain the result?
I'd like to answer two of the points that have been brought up. The first point, that of the tendency now, with the bigger majority, for the party to split. Well, I believe that we have a true politician, if one can use the expression, in Mr. Harold Wilson. I believe he's in a position, he's built up this position of great respect, and I think that he can hold the party together. And I also believe that the reminder of the Conservative loss in 1964, after having a majority of around 100 only 4 or 5 years before, will be a constant reminder to the Labour Party to be responsible. Secondly, the question of Europe. Again, I believe that the question of Europe must be studied carefully. I don't think we can go in without qualifications. I don't think that any party intends to go in without qualifications. And finally, my position on the situation, the choice has been made by the electorate in that we've seen a Tory government that's had 13 years, we've only seen a Labour government with 17 months.
Well, thank you both very much for putting your point of view so clearly, and now we'll go back to Cliff over there.
And I think we take this result.
Yes, Angle and Shoreham, Captain Henry Kirby, who's on the right wing of the Conservative Party, has held this very safe Conservative seat with a slightly reduced majority.
3% swing there, drop of 2% in the Liberal vote, still quite a big Liberal vote.
Captain Kirby has the distinction of being a fluent speaker of Russian. Very much in demand when Russian visitors come to Westminster.
Now, there's a topic that Robert Mackenzie wanted to raise, now that we've only got about half a dozen results left to come in today.
Well, one of the fascinating questions we should get an answer to fairly soon is whether Mr. Wilson will qualify as having one of the qualifications needed in a good Prime Minister. It's often said that a good Prime Minister must be a good butcher. He cannot be afraid of the sight of blood. This means, of course, he must be prepared to sack people who are incompetent or who haven't lived up to their expectations, etc., etc., etc. Now, the interesting thing is that despite his reputation for hardness and even toughness, Mr. Wilson has so far moved with great caution in any reshuffling that he's done in the first 18 months. Now, perhaps this was entirely because of the precarious majority and so on. But it's yet to be revealed whether he will be sufficiently tough to streamline his cabinet in every sense, getting rid of the deadwood, the people perhaps who had to have a certain reward of some kind or other because of past favors. He now is in a position of absolutely commanding authority in the party. There needn't be a single person in his government who isn't doing a really effective job. There shouldn't be a really good backbencher sitting around doing nothing when he could be used in the government instead of someone else. Now we'll see. Will he produce the kind of government which will go ahead and clean up not only the deadwood in the House of Commons, but in the government itself, but in the whole administration of this country? We'll get that answer fairly soon.
One of the reasons, of course, could be that he has been conducting, obviously, a short-term operation. We saw this very clearly in the size of the cabinet. He made perfectly clear when he was in opposition that he thought the Douglas Hume cabinet of 23 was too large. He then came into power himself and had a cabinet of 23. It was obviously because he suddenly found himself facing a short-term operation. Now, presumably, general feeling is he will have a smaller cabinet. But this raises a tremendous problem of where you draw the line. And many people have looked into this, feel that there's really, either you have a cabinet of over 20, or you have one of almost in single figures. But who do you leave out? Do you leave out your Minister of Health, or do you put him in? Mr. Wilson left him out. Mr. Macmillan usually had him in. What do you do with your Minister of Pensions? Out or in? Agriculture? Out or in? Housing? Out or in? And once you've got this string of individual departments, you've got to make up your mind. You've got to make a very invidious decision.
Oh, yes,
who you bring in.
This is a bit arbitrary. Look, now, he's got the Minister of Health outside the cabinet, one of his ablest people in the whole setup, and he's got inside the cabinet posts which involve looking after our remaining colonies, almost negligible, posts involve giving away money for foreign aid, which we can't give very much of, and it seems to me to be involved in the present cabinet a lot of paying off of old debts and so on.
I'm not sure that there is any such thing as a good butcher. After all, one of the most disastrous things that Harold Macmillan did was being one of the most vigorous butchers there's ever been. And the previous president of butchery, back at the beginning of the century, when Balfour sacked a lot of his cabinet, was again not a happy precedent for butchery. I think it's very...
Wholesale slaughter is another matter, but I mean, butchers cut up the meat from time to time. They don't kill all the cattle they've got.
Future, and however big a majority is, however big your authority is, you do know there may be evil times, and a man who's been left out of the government may then be sour, may be difficult, and Harold Macmillan certainly said there were great problems about getting rid of people. You certainly want to get rid of them at the upper house. You don't want to have them hanging around on the back benches. And sometimes Labour people aren't prepared to go up to the upper house where there isn't a salary.
Well, on that basis, you end up with everybody in the government.
Well, I think also there may be a case for a large cabinet. I mean, actually a case for it, because you can control it more effectively. It's much harder if you just have a cabinet of your senior ministers around you. They're a tougher opposition. If you have rather weaker brethren there, they're rather more likely to follow the leader, and you may have more personal power and have a more effective governing instrument if you have a large cabinet.
Oh, this raises the question of whether the cabinet today is in fact an effective governing instrument. There are those who will argue from experience that in fact it's largely, not wholly, but largely a rubber stamp for the work done much more effectively by the cabinet committees. The great decisions about the defence and foreign policy are taken in this very powerful cabinet committee. Of course, members not in that committee who are in the full cabinet can discuss it when it comes up, but it's very rare, like one gathers, it is very rare in either a Conservative or a Labour government for a decision reached by one of the major cabinet committees to be reversed when it comes up before the full cabinet.
But it's so easy to exaggerate this sort of presidential theory of government in this country. I doubt whether Lloyd George's cabinet had any more control over him than anybody else's cabinet in modern times. In other words, he was running a one-man show. Certainly Lord Salisbury ran largely a one-man show at the turn of the century. Now, all I'm saying here is that, of course, the Prime Minister is more powerful in relation to the cabinet and must have more cabinet committees, but so much depends on the man himself and whether he wants to use the powers of the office as great figures like Lloyd George and others have done.
I must say, I've put a little word in here. Never did I think that I would sit here until 3 o'clock on the second afternoon before we had any kind of basic disagreement between Butler and Mackenzie. I just do not believe it. Now we're going down to the Conservative press conference. It's almost 3 o'clock, and this is the time Mr. Heath said that he would make his statement. Let us go to the Conservative Central Office.
The Conservative and Liberal HQ for the BBC television election results programme. The Conservative and Liberal HQ for the BBC television...
It's all right. It's all right. We can hear that, but here is Mr. Heath now.
Sir Michael Fraser, the Deputy Chairman, sitting with him.
I think we've actually got a report.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want first of all to thank the millions of people up and down the country who have supported Conservative candidates in the polling yesterday. And secondly, I want to thank in particular all our party workers, including of course those here at our headquarters. In the 6 election campaigns which I've fought as a candidate, I don't know any in which our workers have worked so hard and so wholeheartedly. I believe that the campaign which we fought was absolutely right. We tried, very frankly, to point out the truth of the present situation to the people of this country. We concentrated throughout on real and serious issues. We did not succeed, in the time which was available to us, in convincing the people of this country of the dangers which are facing Britain. We did not succeed in the time available in convincing them of the urgency of electing a government with the determination and the necessary policies to deal with them. What I am confident of is this, that as time passes, so the people of this country will remember what we have said in this election campaign. As an opposition, we shall be vigorous. At the same time, if the government does pursue policies which we regard as being in the national interest, then of course we shall support them. And their failures we shall expose relentlessly. Over to you. Home front first again, I think. Yes, Francis.
Have time to consider whether it would be necessary to carry on with the policy committees or add to their number or change their direction?
I've not considered in detail exactly what will happen here, but of course we shall continue with the development of our policy in detail and with its presentation to the country. As you know full well, we've had a very short time in which to develop the policies, yet alone present them. What I must say has interested me very greatly in watching the television coverage during the past 12 hours or so has been the way in which people, when asked about policies, however they voted, have almost inevitably come up with exactly the 5 which we've been presenting throughout the election. If any of you were watching, for example, the farmers who were being talked to in Preston Market, well, there they were, talking about the common market, the way they wanted to get in, and the fact they were competitive and could stand up to any sort of competition. I thought it was very interesting the way the man in the street, so-called by the BBC, has been coming up with the real issues, however much he may have differed from us in voting. Now look, if we can just have peace while we have questions, then you can have another go afterwards. I'm quite happy about that, but now we've started on the conference proper, just let's deal with that.
Do you intend to, could you say whether you think the opinion polls, the barrage of opinion polls, has influenced the vote?
Well, there's no evidence to this effect, and it must be very difficult to get specific evidence. But I suppose where you've had a situation over not only weeks but months in which the opinion polls have all been pointing in one direction and very strongly in one direction, it is possible that it did have some impact.
The casualties you've sustained, are there any who you would be regarded as a priority to try to get back into the House?
Well, I greatly regret all the casualties we sustained. Naturally, my colleagues in the Shadow Cabinet are a great loss to us.
Do you think the party machine has failed?
Not in the least. Not one scrap.
Do you think the leadership has failed?
Not one scrap.
Do you intend to remain the same?
Of course.
Do you intend to carry on the same policy?
Of course.
Is it not rather strange?
Look, let somebody else have a go.
It's not rather
We should carry on this dialogue for the rest of the afternoon. The shorter my answers get, the longer your questions become. Who's next?
Could you say, in your own words, what in fact you attribute this election result to? What is your explanation of it?
I think 2 things. First of all, that the government had only been in power for 17 months, and people had obviously made up their minds that they wanted to give them a longer period of trial and error. And secondly, that with a 9% increase in wages, with which 5% prices have not yet caught up, there was a general feeling of prosperity in the country, and they do not realize yet the dangers which face us, with an increase of only 1% in production.
When will you announce the changes in your Shadow Cabinet?
In due course.
Can I return, Mr. Heath? Do you seriously maintain that a party machine which has not failed, a leadership which has not failed, and policies which have not failed, there's going to be no change despite the fact you've had a landslide defeat?
It has not been a landslide defeat. The government is going to have a smaller majority than we had in 1959. We never claimed it to be a landslide. They've got a smaller percentage of the total vote than we had in 1959. And it looks on the present figures, I can't see it changing, as though their own total poll will have fallen for the 5th, 6th?
Since 51.
Since 51. Since 51, their total poll has fallen continuously. So that's 55, 59, 64 and 66.
Has your poll risen since 1951?
Yes, it rose continuously until 64.
Where did the $1.5 million go last time?
Oh, why ask the question?
The fact that there's been such heavy betting on the election may have influenced the result of all as far as the betting is concerned?
I have no evidence to that effect, and I would rather doubt it. I'm not a betting man myself, but I rather doubt whether it's influenced it.
How far do you think the result was due to Conservative voting, people voting vote that were voting Conservative voting Labour, and how far do you think it was due to Conservatives not bothering to vote?
One can't really pass a judgment on this until one's had an opportunity of looking much more at the figures and also doing certain inquiries on the ground. My impression is that we certainly got out what we would normally term the Conservative vote. In fact, I think we did much better in this respect than in 1964. From the point of view of the floating vote, it was normally called the floating vote, then it may very well be that some of it abstained, just stayed at home, and that is the explanation of the fall in the vote itself.
Will you have an inquiry, a party inquiry into the campaign?
We shall make a very large number of inquiries into the campaign.
When you say a large number, do you mean on a regional basis?
On all sorts of bases, a national basis, a regional basis, a constituency basis, and an individual basis.
Mr. Heath, there was a point in the campaign when you appeared to have got the common market issue off the ground, and then you suddenly dropped it. Why was this?
We never dropped the common market issue at any time during the campaign. It appeared in every one of my speeches, right up to my final eve of poll speech in Bexley, when I dealt with it at precisely 12 minutes past 10. And this really mustn't become one of the myths of the campaign, that when Mr. Wilson spoke of Bristol, we did nothing about it. I answered it, as many of you who are coming round with me know, in full in Cardiff Airport that night. And at every speech afterwards, I dealt with the common market. And indeed, if you've been watching the BBC again today, you will find that the people who have been asked about this has emerged quite clearly. They all knew exactly what my position was on that.
Have you any explanation as to why the swing to Labour was greater in the Midlands? Have you reached any conclusions on this?
Obviously, we've reached no considered conclusions upon it, but it is possible that as there was a very much smaller swing last time, to put it colloquially, the Midlands has caught up with the overall swing of both elections. That is quite possible.
As a supplementary to that, what was it that made you so absolutely certain that you were going to capture Meriden, Oldbury and Yardley, Birmingham Yardley?
Well, our information at the time was that they were all extremely marginal seats and that we were just going to recapture them. Halesowen, after all, had an 11,000 Liberal vote which had to be accounted for, and we thought we would get the larger part of it. And I think it's emerged that we didn't, in fact. As far as Meriden were concerned, that was just a few hundred, and the indications there were the change in population, electorate, that it would be possible for us to get it back.
Do you think that large Labour majority will help to add to the stability of the economy in the country generally, as against the past 18 months?
No.
Immigration seems to have ceased to be an issue in this election. Do you welcome that? Or?
Yes, I've never regarded immigration as a major issue in this election. And I made my position absolutely plain right at the beginning about any sort of racialism, and I believe that killed the whole thing dead.
Were you a little encouraged by the resulting Belburn, Mr. Brown's figures?
Well, it wasn't really encouraging enough, was it? A little encouragement is a good thing, but one needs rather a lot in this situation.
Are you going to take a holiday now?
I shall go to my home at Broadstairs either tonight or tomorrow for the weekend.
So you said nothing about the Liberal position. Do you foresee any further compromise, any further association with the Liberals to form the situation in the next election?
I don't see anything at this moment, no.
When do you expect the next election?
We should start getting ready for it straight away.
Mr. Healy, now that Labour has got a substantial...
Well, we're still on the home front at the moment. Anything more on the home front?
No, it's a home front.
If your assessment of the situation, the economic situation of the country, comes true, and with the present distribution of seats, would you be theoretically amenable to the call for a national government?
We shall constantly press this government to deal properly with the economic situation. The point you raised doesn't arise.
It's suggested, Mr. Healy, that in fact you scared the pants off the electorate and that they opted for an easier way out.
Well, the problems still remain.
On a technical point, can you please say whether there's any plan for any special assembly of any concerned organisation on the election?
Good heavens, no. We should have a party conference at the normal time this year.
How far, Mr. Heath, do you think that personality flaws might have contributed to some of the heavy losses?
Well, I always like to think, of course, that personalities influence elections very considerably. But having listened now to whatever it is, 18 hours, 12 hours of continuous BBC swingology, it's very difficult to retain one's confidence in personalities, isn't it? Even when the swing varies, there always seems to be a swing explanation.
When do you see the first major crisis coming about? When will the first crunch come between you and Mr. Wilson?
I should think on the Queen's speech.
Do you regret at all that you spent a great deal of the early part of the campaign putting over politics which perhaps didn't come across as oratorical gems?
I don't in the least regret putting across policies, no. I believe that's what elections ought to be about. Whether or not they were oratorical gems, it's for you to decide. But I would point out that probably even the greatest oratorical gem looks a little bruised after you've heard it for the 15th time.
It's sounding better the 15th time.
You did it? Thank you very much. In that case, perhaps we ought to start campaigns a little earlier here, then, and then you can join us halfway through.
Do you plan any speaking tour of the country to round this danger home that we've been talking about here?
I have a program of speaking engagements for the rest of the summer, yes, and that we shall carry through.
Will you be going to Yorkshire, Mr. Heath, in this tour?
If I remember rightly, I was due to be going to Yorkshire tomorrow, but I thought in present circumstances perhaps that might be postponed, and I shall go later in the year.
You will be going later in the year?
Yes, yes.
What do you think the effect of the Labour victory will be on the Rhodesia situation?
It remains to be seen as to whether Mr. Wilson now pursues our policy or not. Harry.
Do you regret anything about
No, I think Harry, point.
I wanted to ask, Mr. Heath, now that you've succeeded certainly in putting the common market right into the forefront of British politics again, irrespective of this myth to which you referred, may we take it that you are going to continue just as vigorously in opposition to press for a British initiative?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. George.
Do you regret anything about the campaign?
Yes, that we didn't win.
Apart from that, but you're handling it.
Well, that's quite a lot. Looking back on it, I have no regrets.
Have you made any mistakes, what I've read? The feeling made any mistakes?
I think we've worked as hard as we could. We've put across everything we could on policies. We did everything humanly possible. I was asked last night about my colleagues, and I've made some inquiries, and I find the shadow cabinet between them, outside of their constituencies, many of which, as you know, were difficult constituencies, made 324 speeches in the country. Now, I think that in 3 weeks is a very remarkable achievement by the shadow cabinet. And other French spokesmen made 259 speeches outside their constituency. That is just an indication, as it was raised, of the high degree of organisation which we had and the amount of effort which they put into it.
If you made no mistakes, I mean, how do you explain you've lost?
The explanation I've already given. Pardon? The explanation I've already given, that I think that the British electorate decided that they would give the Labour government a longer period.
Do you think the House will be more lively now that the opposition have got some younger MPs?
May well be more lively on both sides. Now that the Labour Party has had an accession of strength on the left wing.
Do you see the Tory party itself as having changed as a result of this election and as a result of your own accession to the leadership? Do you think the old Tory party that was featured in most people's mind is now a thing of the past?
The Tory party is changing and will continue to change.
Can you give an idea of along what lines? Because in your final election broadcast, you did say that amongst the changes that must take place was, or were changes in the thinking of the political parties. What changes do you think are needed in the thinking of the Conservative Party?
In the thinking of the Conservative Party? Did you say?
Yes.
Well, we've developed the thinking of the Conservative Party a great deal in the last 15 months. And this has been one of the difficulties throughout this election campaign, that we are putting forward new policies, some of which are complicated. We put forward new policies for dealing with the trade unions, for dealing with the welfare state, for dealing with housing, for dealing in part with the economy, and also a very clear policy for the first time in an election of going into Europe. And so the party's thinking is developing the whole time. And as I've always emphasized, ever since I became leader, I want to see this thinking brought up to date, in tune with the times, and I want to see the whole basis of the party's existence broadened to the greatest possible extent.
In what way broadened?
In that it covers, in that it moves right across the spectroscope of the people of this country.
In the previous Parliament, with the narrow majority the government had, life was a little easier for an opposition backbencher than for a government backbencher. Now with your smaller strength in the House, is this going to mean a tougher time for Tory backbenchers?
Well, I would have thought the reverse was the case, really. When you've got a very small majority, the party in the country expects you to have a division with only 3 every night. They never understood, in fact, that the government's real majority was over 20 because, except for the finance bill, the Liberals supported them over a very wide field. I don't think that the party in the country ever really appreciated what the government's real working majority was. Whereas when the government has a clear majority, then you can concentrate your efforts where they're most required, and you can organize yourselves accordingly, and that's what we shall do.
Going back to the question of the presentation of policy, I didn't wish to be offensive in the question I put earlier. What I was trying to get at was whether you felt any regrets that putting policy in speeches in the course of the campaign had not paid off.
I didn't think in the least the question was offensive anyway. No, I think that the campaign was about policies. I mean, you know my criticism of the Labour Party, that they fought the '64 election all over again. And in my view, they fought it, of course, disgracefully, because the 13 wasted years is a slogan which has no justification whatever in fact. And the myth of the 800 million deficit is another one which they know perfectly well the explanation is, and it doesn't need me to go over it here. But they were fighting '64 all over again, and one only has to, great respect, to read their supporters in the press who told them very frankly and bluntly that this was what they were doing and it wasn't good enough. And we now have the slogan, no alibis this time. I only read that as assuming that there must have been alibis last time.
Mr. Heath, it's been suggested that in putting forward your policies this time, that the Conservative Party has in fact been perhaps ahead of its time. Do you think in fact that perhaps the country has not been ready for some of the more radical policies which you have been putting forward, and this may be one reason for your losing so many seats?
That may be the case.
Is your common market policy immutable, or will you adjust it as there are changes in the common market if it survives?
Oh, if it survives, it will survive. If you mean, are there to be changes as far as negotiating techniques or actual arrangements are
concerned? I'm thinking of the whole French position in particular.
Yes, well, of course, this has to be adjusted according to the international situation. What's very important now is, the election is over, that we should really find out exactly what the French position is. Was Michael Stewart right in coming out of the WEU conference and announcing to the world that the French obstacle to British membership had been removed, which is what he said? Or was Wilson right the following Friday evening in almost categorically saying that in fact the position remained the same? Well, that's what's now got to be found out.
Will it also be your intention to try and find out what the government's policy is?
Yes, perhaps without very great optimism.
Will you be waiting until the House meets before announcing any changes in the Leaders' Consultative Committee, or rather making it up to strength, which is...
I haven't yet decided the timing of this. Well, a few words overseas, perhaps now? There's a question over here.
Yes, sir, it's been partly answered. I want to ask you, now that the Labour Party has got a substantial majority, and it is thought that they can afford to quarrel among themselves, any comment about it?
Oh, well, they quarrel all right even without a substantial majority. I don't think a substantial majority will stop them.
I'd like to follow up on something which Ian Aitken said a minute ago. Now, in Europe, in the discussion on Europe, you placed yourself in a position where the Prime Minister was the man who said, let us negotiate, and you said, let us go in. At least campaign-wise, it appeared that he was the man for negotiation, you were the one for going in unconditionally. Are you sorry for that now?
Not in the least, no.
You believe you were right?
Absolutely right. And it was not going in unconditionally. What I said was that first you've got to negotiate the necessary transitional arrangements, and also any other special arrangements which you want. But you must first of all accept the Treaty of Rome and the Common Agricultural Policy.
I said campaign-wise.
Campaign-wise, yes. No, I don't regret it in the least.
Could you accept, Mr. Heath, that your enthusiasm for going into Europe has been rejected by the electorate?
No.
What would they have to do to reject it?
They'd have to express themselves very clearly on that issue alone, and they certainly haven't done that. I mean, look at the polls themselves. They indicated very clearly a growing support, and over 50% support for going into Europe.
To what would you humanly or politically attribute the fact that 580 people over 21 voted for screening Lord Such?
I suppose they were taken by him. Anybody else? Thank you very much indeed.
Well, there we are. Now, Mr. Heath is going to make his way down to the interview room. Very soon he'll be talking direct with Robin Day. Before he does so, I think there are one or two points we ought to take up about what Mr. Heath said there. The first thing is, I don't think we in the BBC, in fact, do call people the man in the street. We're very careful not to do so, because we, after all, are men in the street as well. So are you, so is everybody else. Come on, Mr. Swingometer himself, he had a little go at you, I thought, there.
Well, yes, the odd thing is, though, he confessed himself helpless in the face of the iron laws of the swing, and, of course, in a sense, that's what happened. I mean, the swing went the way we expected, the polls weren't dead on, but it went in the same direction, and significantly enough, although 20 swings went the other way, not one of them led to a Conservative gain. I mean, in a curious kind of way, swing came through this election about as well as could have been expected. I'm sure he recognizes that and wasn't objecting in principle to our pointing it out.
Now, he's talking about the iron laws, but it's also bemused somewhat by the malleability of those laws, I think, on occasion, was he not?
Of course, and one was glad to see that certain people obviously carried the day better than the swing, or perhaps reversed it a little bit, but The swing came out of it very well.
Almost all the people who actually did that were, in fact, liberals. The other people were much more caught up in regional variations rather than personal and local ones. What struck me in that interview...
Yes, go on.
What struck me in that interview was that Mr. Heath was very much like Mr. Gaitskell in '59, putting on a very honourable show at the moment of defeat, which may stand him in very good stead in the months ahead.
Now, you must be very brief, because I see that Mr. Heath is now waiting for us at Conservative Party headquarters, and we really mustn't keep him waiting. Robin Day, please.
Mr. Heath, have you sent any message to Mr. Wilson?
I sent no personal message, no. I made a statement this morning, which I think, in fact, you know about, because you talked about it.
You haven't sent him any message of congratulation on recapturing the position of the Queen's First Minister?
No, I don't think this is customary.
Mr. Heath, why do you think you failed to convince the public of the matters you referred to at your press conference, the danger and the problems?
I think the public had made up its mind that the Labour government had only had 17 months in office and they were going to give it a further period.
Do you think there was no failure of communication or presentation on your part or your party's part?
We had a very short time in which to put across the policies. That, I think, is part of the explanation.
Do you think there will be an eruption within the Conservative Party now of what might be loosely called powerlism?
Good heavens, no.
Why can you be so sure?
Because I know.
How do you know?
Because I know the party.
But isn't it reasonable that men like Mr. Powell or others who think like him might believe that the way to win out at the next election would be to have a policy of their kind?
No, and the differences which have existed in the past have always been greatly exaggerated.
How are you going to... do you have any plans for making room on the... in the benches of the House of Commons to bring back some of your talented front benchers? What I have in mind is this: do you intend to approach Mr. Wilson for some facilities under the Life Peerages Act to make some vacancies?
I wasn't intending to do so, no. When we were in power, of course, we always offered to the leader, or the Prime Minister of the day offered to the leader of the opposition the opportunity of nominating members for life peerages, and they were always accepted by the opposition. Mr. Wilson's never chosen to do that. But that, of course, is a matter for him to decide.
You think it might be appropriate and magnanimous in this situation for him to do so?
Well, it's for him to settle.
Do you think that the polls, the publication of opinion polls, ought to be suspended during a general election?
Certainly not. This is a free country. They can do what they like.
Are you going to change your shadow cabinet?
There will be changes, yes.
Are you going to change the chairman of the Conservative Party?
No.
Never?
You're asking me for the future.
No, I mean in the foreseeable future.
I've got complete confidence in the chairman of the Conservative Party. The machine has worked splendidly. He himself has done extremely well in a constituency which he's had to fight at long range. He's got a less than national swing, and I'm jolly pleased with him.
A lot of people saying, you know, thank God the election's over and we've had enough politics for the last 3 years. There seems to be an impression going up that we're going to have strong government. Can you assure us that we'll also have strong opposition?
You certainly will.
But and in a sense that, what do you think you'll be fighting on most then in the Commons in the next year or so?
We shall be fighting on the same policies as we've been putting in the campaign, because I believe these are right. And we shall do everything possible to bring pressure on the government to follow them.
Did you read a comment by Mr. Randolph Churchill during the campaign? Perhaps you missed it, so I'll mention it to you. He said, no opposition has ever won an election by putting forward constructive policies, but only by attacking its opponent.
Yes, of course I read that. I read everything which Randolph writes.
My point in putting it to you is to ask you what you thought of it.
Well, there's obviously a degree of truth in the fact that you've got to be both positive and critical of any government. You've got to be positive in putting your policies forward, and at the same time you've got to point out the weaknesses of the government. Those are exactly the tactics we followed throughout the campaign.
Were you told or advised, Mr. Heath, at the beginning of the campaign by certain people in your entourage or organisation not to do certain things, such as A, talk quickly, B, to look serious, and C, not to shake your shoulders when you laugh?
No. As you know, first of all, with the press conference, I followed a technique which is very often used with press conferences, and indeed I use it while the House is sitting. To speak slowly so it is more convenient for the press. And then I very quickly realized that, of course, this made it very difficult on television.
Do you now have more confidence as a political leader? And I don't wish to imply that you had none to begin with, but do you have more now?
What else are you implying, then?
Well, I suppose I'm implying that everyone, even so distinguished and able as yourself, moves on with the years.
Yes, and I've done that, if that's what you mean. I've moved on with 3 weeks.
How do you suggest, going back to what you said at your press conference, that the Conservative Party is changing and will change? In what way will it change under your leadership now?
It's changing, first of all, in the question of policies. We've been developing those over the last 15 months, and as you know, we've come forward with new policies. These we shall develop in further detail, and of course we shall develop their presentation to the public as a whole. I think one realizes more and more the length of time it takes really to explain policy to the country as a whole and to get them to understand exactly what it means and what the consequences are and so on. So we shall continue with that. And I always want to see, I want to see, as I've always said, that the Conservative Party should be as broadly based as possible and take in members from all sections of the population, and I shall work very hard on that.
One final question, Mr. Heath. You said you were going away perhaps for a few days to the country this weekend. What, knowing your musical interest, what piece of music will you either be playing yourself or listening to at this time, in this mood?
In this mood?
In this mood.
Oh, well, I should probably be playing records on the stereo. I should play probably a great variety of them.
Pop?
You want one in particular?
No,
pop?
I don't. Pop or classical?
Oh, I think classical, don't you? Spiritual refreshment?
You said it, Mr. Heath. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin.
And they heard your rebuke about the cynical swingologists.
Oh, they did?
And they looked suitably humiliated.
I'm sorry about that. May I say so, I'd like to express my enjoyment of watching what you've been doing. I think you've all been doing brilliantly.
I'm sure you were referring to the others. Thank you, Mr. Heath.
And to Mr. Day, Mr. Heath, thank you very much indeed on behalf of my colleagues at this desk, and I took them to task for what you were saying about them just now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you, Bill.
Now, because I think Mr. Heath has something else to do now. You see, he made some very good points there, you see. Had you laughing, and you're an old-timer at watching people like Mr. Heath perform in profound.
I was very glad that we saw the press conference, because those of us who have been reporting this campaign day by day, I think I went to every one of Mr. Heath's press conferences except one. And what he said was perfectly true. At the beginning, they were a little slow and stilted, and then they all got like that. And the effect on the press was very noticeable. I noticed, I think it was in yesterday morning's papers, several hardened my colleagues, political commentators, wrote very eulogistic terms of the tremendous development that Mr. Heath has made over the last 2 weeks of this campaign.
The trouble is that his best performance, when this is one of the best, came a little too late in terms of influencing the course of events. I'd like to pick up one thing he said, of course, at the press conference. When asked, will you carry on as leader, he replied, of course. Now, those are the same two words used by Sir Alec Douglas Hume after he lost the election in 1964. It's the absolutely standard first remark that a party leader must make if his whole authority is going to remain intact at all. But by July, 9 months after Sir Alec made his first of course remark, he was pretty effectively pushed out of office, because the opinion polls were showing then that in any early election it seemed certain the Conservatives would be defeated. Now, my clear recognition is that the Conservatives, having had 5 leaders in the last 10 years, cannot possibly axe another one at this stage. But everything will depend on the position 2 years from now, 3 years from now, as we move toward the next election. If at that position you find that Mr. Heath is behind 10 or 15 points on the opinion polls, then I doubt whether the Tory party will gladly go to the slaughter, as it were, under his leadership. And there the crisis will come.
But though he's lost the election, I think he's lost it on a rising note. One of the most significant opinion poll findings was the National Opinion Poll, which in its last prediction interviewed people at the end of the campaign who it had interviewed at the beginning. And it did show clearly there had been a movement to the Conservatives during the election. At the same time, Mr. Heath has been getting increasingly favourable press comments as the campaign has gone on. He has therefore come out of the election on a rising note, whereas I think Sir Alec came out of it on a falling note. And the other thing is, of course, you can't beat somebody with nobody. And there's no, I think, no alternative to Mr. Heath on the horizon for the time being, and I would have thought we would see him increasingly consolidated in leadership unless the opinion polls really, and the by-elections, really show the Conservatives going to worse and worse disaster.
I think one of the most significant things that we've heard during the whole of this period was a lady, I think it was in Liverpool, who was asked about Mr. Heath, and she said, well, he's a stranger. And I think that underlined the difficulty which any party leader has. We think, oh, everybody must know him because he's in the newspapers and the common market and everything else. But the fact is that for millions of people, a man has got to be party leader, and this is an awful word, but he has to be
exposed on television and in the press and in person meetings around the country for a long time before he can get his personality over. Hugh Gaitskell found this to some extent, Harold Wilson, although he took over the Labour Party at a very favourable moment.
And display the human qualities which he's displayed today, which he really didn't display very much during the campaign.
Yeah, well, except as the campaign, I mean, he's basically, I think it's been written many times, he's basically a rather shy man. And suddenly he found a sort of new confidence and ability to deal in public, not only with press conferences, but at his speeches, at his public meetings. The difference when he started being heckled. We all said that, remember the first night we saw him being heckled, we saw the speeches being relayed down. The first night was at Cardiff, we saw him being heckled. I remember I was sitting with Bob, and he said, good heavens, he ought to pay these people to have them go around him all the time, because it brought out some spontaneity and an attack.
But would either of you challenge my remark that if in the third year of this new government, and the fourth year of this new government, the government is gaining at by-elections, is leading on the opinion polls by 10, 12 points. Then comes the moment when the party has to decide whether they're going to leave in charge a man who will probably lead them to another defeat. That's when the crunch will come.
Any party this is in real trouble will obviously look for alternatives in all sorts of directions, policy and organisation and leader.
And the Tories more likely leader than Labour, which tends to argue about policies at that stage.
Yes, but one of the things is, of course, this election campaign, Mr. Heath did, as he said, stake out a position for the future. Yeah. And a great deal depends on whether the prophecies that he made about the way things were going are in fact proved or not proved. One of the things about election campaigns is that very often they don't decide that election, but they decide the election afterwards. In some ways, the Labour Party lost, say, the 55 election by almost winning the 51 election on the arguments. The Conservatives meant war and meant unemployment and meant dismantling the social services. When all these threats didn't come off, then they did rather badly in the next election. The same happened in 59 when the Conservatives won more or less on the you never had it so good theme, and then when this didn't happen, when things went wrong, they lost the next election by the way they'd won it. So I think the Conservatives hope to some extent they may win the next election by the way that they lost this election.
I wouldn't challenge your academic hypothesis. All I would say is I don't think it'll happen.
Well, that's a prediction. That's guesswork. But
no, I think on the development that we've seen in Mr. Heath as the Conservative leader in such a very short time, barring totally unforeseen accidents and bearing everything else in mind about the Conservative Party, it's very difficult to see him not continuing as leader for a very long time.
But remember, he is the first Tory leader in 40 years to take over without being Prime Minister as well. And that's the gift of 100 offices and all important in determining power.
During the press conference, you heard Mr. Heath talking about the consequences of the future Labour government. Let's now take up some of those consequences. Here's Kenneth Harris with a panel of industrialists.
As Cliff says, I've got three leading British industrialists sitting here. On my left is Sir Joseph Lockwood, the chairman of EMI, and next to him is Sir William McFadgen, chairman of the British National Exports Council, and on his left is Donald Stokes, the managing director of Leyland Motors. Sir Joseph, could I begin by asking you, what do you think are the problems facing this government?
Well, the first immediate problem is the one of balance of payments, which has been with us for years. And I think any competent housewife would solve this problem in 6 months. But I'd better leave it to my colleague, Sir William McFadgen.
What do you think of the problem, Sir William?
Well, the balance of payments problem is undoubtedly the most important one and the most difficult one to settle. As far as exports are concerned, in which I'm particularly interested, I'm quite sure that we are going to receive from this government every possible help. I must say that over the last 17 months, we've had every help from them.
Sir Donald?
Well, there's no doubt about it. I agree with the balance of payments and how we're going to solve it. And we've got to tackle it right away because we're pricing ourselves out of world markets. We've got to make ourselves more competitive. And I think that now we've got a stable government, which we hope will be in for a long time, it's a real chance for them to do something effective.
Yes, well, this is really what I want to put to you. Now, we've been hearing for a long time that the main reason why Britain's long-term economic problem hasn't been solved is that we haven't had a government strong enough to deal with it. Now, do you think this government is going to deal with the problem, Sir Joseph?
Well, I think they will. They're putting great emphasis behind export, which I think is being handled pretty well. But the other things that have to be done is government expenditure has to be cut back. There is some suggestion they're going to do this, foreign expenditure abroad and so on. But the thing that I'm nervous about is whether they're prepared to take the steam out of the economy at home, so instead of having overfull employment, there's enough people available to fill jobs which are required for making export
Well, now,
orders
getting
and so
down to
on.
brass tacks, what does this mean they've got to do?
It means you've got to have 300,000 or 400,000 unemployed. At the present moment, there is, our unemployment figures include people who are unemployable. And when we say there are 300,000 unemployed, it really means there are only 100,000. Other countries' unemployed figures give really unemployed and leave out the unemployables. Now, we have got overemployment. You cannot get a man to do a thing. And this government has to face up to it and create the conditions in which the steam is taken out of the economy. This is the third leg. It has to be solved.
Well, again, down to brass tacks, what has the government got to do if it is going to face up to it?
It's got to put another shilling on the income tax or something equivalent, or purchase tax, or stop wages going up. One of these things. It's got to prevent money getting into people's pockets, money chasing goods which aren't there.
Sir William, what's the government got to do?
I agree with that entirely. We must keep our incomes increase in line with our productivity. Otherwise, we're certainly going to lose out in the markets of the world.
And you agree with Sir Joseph that this means, among other things, higher unemployment?
Yes, I agree with Sir Joseph entirely about the unemployables in the figure. I think, I'd rather put it this way, I think it means a very much better and fuller employment of people. People must really, every one of us, I don't exclude managers or anything, we've everyone got to work our full time and put out full productivity.
Sir Donald?
Well, I don't believe that we've got to have unemployment. I think this is old, archaic thinking. I believe that we've got to redeploy our labour to the most effective possible purposes. And to do this, I think we've got to give incentives to people who are exporting and encourage successful industries. We mustn't bolster up old and dying industries, and we've got to persuade people to go into the vigorous, lively industries. And we've got to reshape the whole of our sort of technological thinking in this country.
Well, now, what do you want the government to do about that?
Well, the first thing I want them to do is, which I believe, and I think they will do, is to give more positive incentives to exporting, because this is, we've got to get, Sir Joseph said we've got to take the steam out of the economy, but we've got to stop bolstering up our service industries in this country and put our effort into the exporting industries, which are going to bring us some exchange and money back into this country.
Now, getting down to brass tacks, what is the kind of thing you want to see them doing?
I'd like to see taxation and fiscal incentives to people actually exporting. This is the most important thing. I believe that we must control our expenditure at home. We're spending too much money on what I call service industries. There's too much money going into banks and into insurance companies. Too many people being employed in competitive industries at home, competing with ourselves, when we ought to be out there competing with the foreigners. This is where we've got to compete, outside this country, not inside the country.
Now, do you see the government doing anything about this?
Yes, I think they will. They've said they will. When they were in office for the last 18 months, I think they've had a jolly good go at it, and I believe now that they've got the reassurance of the country behind them, they will have a go at it.
You're fairly optimistic?
I'm very optimistic, yes.
Sir William?
Yes, this government's been elected. I'm sure that it's got to, British industry will always give a government a fair run, and I hope that the cooperation between government and industry will get a fair run, because we are only going to settle our balance of payments problem through a national cooperative effort. No doubt about that, making the best use of our people, our materials, and keeping our economy, the steam out of it in this country.
I don't think you're so optimistic, Sir Joseph.
Not quite so optimistic, but I think they've got to do it because there's no other answer. I mean, if you want to get foreign bankers to lend us money, they've got to make conditions. And I would agree with Sir Donald. I don't mind calling the unemployed transitional labour, if you like. That sounds better. But it's the same thing.
Have we had too much attempt to make things sound better in the last few years, Sir Joseph?
Well, there's been an awful lot of talk in the last 17 months, and I believe this government has been elected, has won this election, largely because the middle voter, and that includes people like me, but not necessarily me, believe that Mr. Wilson will solve our problem of the use and productivity of labour. Now, this remains to be seen. It's a devil of a difficult problem, but he's talked about it at least, and he's done a lot of talking about it, but he hasn't done anything yet.
Well, thank you, Sir Joseph. Thank you, Sir William. Thank you, Sir Donald. And now we'll go back to Cliff.
Now it's 3:47. I always have to look up there to remind me what the time really is, because it seems It could be any time in the world. We don't seem to have been out of it. 3:47. Now, with Robert Mackenzie, let's first of all take a look at the state of the parties at this moment.
There we have it, with 7 more results still to come. Labour at 362, almost certainly just going to miss by a hair's breadth the 365 seats, which the Tories had in 59 when the results were roughly the other way around. Although the Tories are a little weaker this time at 250 than Labour was at that election when Labour was 258. Because, of course, the Liberals are a bit stronger and so on. But the overall majority still somewhere likely just under 100, but we'll know better about that in a moment. Labour's 49 gains and the Conservative position, as you see. Now, Labour's lead over the Conservatives alone, 112, but remember, there are 11 to be knocked off that, Liberals and others, and, of course, we have a few more results still to come.
Well, now, let's talk about those few more results still to come. There are 7 results to come. One of them is Peterborough. Now, I've just had a report from the Press Association that on the recount of 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 the recount, the figure is under 10, as David Butler was saying it probably would be. But you know, with this in mind, remembering that we've got this one from Peterborough, could you and Ian tell us the other results that were still waiting to come in?
One from Ireland, for Manor and South Tyrone, which David was talking about.
I think it's fairly certain to stay a unionist.
Then there are the remaining 5 from Scotland. Inverness, Ross and Cromarty and Orkneys, all Liberal seats. The Western Isles, which is a Labour seat, which has been held by Malcolm Macmillan since 1935, and Argyll, which was a Conservative seat in the last Parliament, which we know isn't declaring for tomorrow. What about the Orkney?
The others, I think the others, except possibly Orkney and Shetland, where there have been storms which may have delayed the ballot boxes, are counting tonight, but some of them won't be until pretty late. Inverness, if I remember rightly, came in while we were on the show at 8 o'clock at night on the Friday last time. Ross and Cromarty and Inverness are ones which, after the loss of Caithness, the Liberals were a little uneasy about. Their margin was much bigger and the circumstances are different. They're both on current form, likely to stay Liberal. Western Isles is safe-ish Labour. So really, Labour should go up from that 362 to 363 with Western Isles. Peterborough will make the difference whether it's 364 or 363 in the final tally.
I've just got a statement from Joe Grimmond, who was asked about the future of the Liberal Party, whether he was confident of leading it at the next general election. He said, "I am not contemplating retirement." Joe Grimmond has said he is not contemplating retirement. After the rumours and a rather ambivalent statement he made a few months ago, that's quite interesting.
Yeah, Robin Day did ask him about this when he was talking with him, of course. And now I think it's time for us to go to Robin Day, because I think we've got more people to talk to. Robin?
And I have, in various parts of the country, 3 distinguished newspaper editors to give us their views on the campaign. First of all, Mr. David Hopkinson in Birmingham, editor of the Birmingham Post. And then in Bristol, Mr. Eric Price of the Western Daily Press. And number 3, Mr. Michael Finlay in Manchester, editor of the Sheffield Telegraph.
Morning Telegraph.
I'm so sorry. I apologise. Just a rough note I've got here. Gentlemen, and starting with Mr. Price in Bristol, what was the campaign like in the West Country?
Oh, I think it was reasonably vitriolic. We think in the West Country that we're a bit of a forgotten land, you know, that all the improvements we seek are constantly thrust aside at Whitehall, and that we're regarded as a sort of an area of green lands and winding country lanes for Midlanders to choke with holiday traffic in July and August.
What is the truth of the matter?
That is the truth.
Oh, you are? I see. What should you be?
We think we should have a trunk road from Bristol down into Cornwall, and we think that the A38, for example, from Bristol to the north through Gloucester should cease to be a suicidal 3-carriageway.
That's getting down to brass tacks, isn't it? What about the Liberal showing in your part of the world? That was interesting, wasn't it?
Yes, particularly down in Cornwall, in Devon and Cornwall.
Why do you think, do you have an idea yourself as to why Jeremy Thorpe didn't do quite so well?
I honestly wouldn't like to make any opinion on that at all.
No?
I'm sorry, no.
No, don't apologise, don't apologise. Could we go to Mr. Hopkinson in Birmingham? What about the racial question there? Has it, as everyone seems to be saying, died out of British politics as an election issue?
Well, it seems to have died out for the time being. I don't think it would be quite right to say, really, that it's died out as an issue. But certainly the 2 members of Parliament who in 1964 campaigned shall I say, on the point that immigration was perhaps more important than anything else, have both lost their seats. I think they probably owe this to Mr. Edward Heath, who was extremely courageous and made it pretty clear right at the outset of the campaign that he wasn't going to tolerate anything that savoured in the slightest degree of racialism. And I think it might be true to say that's cost him a couple of seats.
He claimed that to be so at his press conference just now. I don't know if you saw it.
Yes, I did. Yes.
Going to the question of the result at Smethwick, do you think Andrew Foulds, the Labour candidate, would have won had Labour not introduced a much stiffer immigration policy?
Well, it's a bit difficult to say. I would probably think not. But much depends, of course, on the personalities of the people concerned. And Andrew Foulds ran a very tough campaign. He issued a writ, I think, against his opponent almost as soon as he was adopted as prospective candidate. And this is the sort of tempo that he's kept up. And I've rather had the impression that, to some extent, he's run his opponent a little bit into the ground, quite frankly.
And what about Mr. Finlay up in Manchester, the editor of the Sheffield Morning Telegraph? What were the big moments for you in that area?
Well, the really big moment, of course, was that for the first time, I wasn't able to check this out exactly how long, but certainly for the first time in a very long time, a seat in Sheffield actually changed hands. Heeley, which in 1959 was a very safe Conservative seat with a majority of 10,000, is now a Labour seat 2 elections later with a majority approaching 5,000. And this, of course, for us in the immediate city, it was quite an event, although obviously not an unexpected one. I think the other big event in the region generally, which is, you know, a pretty static region politically, out of 36 seats which we would regard as being in our region, 29 are Labour, 7 Conservative, and almost always remain so. The big thing, of course, is that Heeley's changed hands. I heard on the car radio coming over this afternoon that High Peak had changed hands, again not unexpectedly, and of course Colne Valley provided this turn-up, again not an unexpected one, but nevertheless a turn-up for the Liberals with Richard Wainwright, well, not just, but quite handsomely defeating Pat Duffy. I for one was a little bit in two minds about that. Both Richard Wainwright and Pat Duffy earned my support and my paper's support because of the tremendous emphasis they both place on regionalism.
Could I ask all of you, thank you very much, could I ask each of you to give us your views on the impact or influence, if any, of political television programs, including the party political broadcasts, on the people of your area? Mr. Hopkinson in Birmingham.
A bit difficult to say, really, because I never watch television myself at night. I have the impression, and it is only an impression, that there are a lot of people are thinking that both the television organisations overdid it a little bit, and that people got a little bit fed up. In short, it lost its impact to some extent. I've heard people speak very highly of Mr. Heath's last speech. I think that had some considerable impact, and so I think of the speeches by Ludovic Kennedy and Joe Grimmond on television, but otherwise I think it's tended to flow over people's heads rather a lot.
What about Mr. Price in Bristol? What do you think there? What did the West Country think?
Well, my personal view is that it's completely wrong and almost antisocial to force people on 2 channels to listen to broadcasts which probably bore them to tears. I think one of the snags with this election has been that there's been far, far too much talk, and a lot of it, I'm sorry to say, on television. I like Mr. Hopkinson, I fortunately work at night, so I don't see much television, but on one Saturday night when I was at home, it did put my favourite programme back 10 minutes.
Well, was that too terrible for you?
Well, I was a bit upset about it, you see, because it was getting close to closing time.
But Mr. Heath said on this point during one of his press conferences, he said the political parties each only get during the whole 3 weeks an hour of their own. And he didn't see any reason why this should be so. And the other point he made, or the other point somebody has made, a lot of people have made, about whether you should have them both on the same channel. How do you deal with the problem of what programme is opposite a programme if you don't have it on both programmes at once?
Well, that's a problem for the television people, but obviously I don't think it should be both on both channels at once. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Well, you made it very clear. Mr. Findlay, Sheffield Morning Telegraph in Manchester, what do you think about television up there? And do please tell me you watched it, because it's getting very sad.
Well, you see, we're all morning paper men. The only time I can watch television is if I nip into my secretary's office where we have a set and watch it. I agree. I think from the comments that I got from home, people got tired of it. I think we all gave this election too much coverage. I think newspapers did. I think my own newspaper did. And I certainly think television did. And I think this has been reflected in the lower turnout. We all anticipated a bigger ballot, a bigger turnout. And what we got, I gather, if the figures of last night are still current, was in fact a smaller turnout. And I think this is a reaction. People just felt they'd had too much.
A couple of seconds each from you now. Can you tell me how your paper advised the people of your area to vote? Mr. Hopkinson in Birmingham.
We advised them to vote Conservative because we felt that the Conservative Party was really the only party that was really getting a grip on the most vital issue, which was one of modernisation.
Well, they didn't take much notice of you, did they?
They didn't.
Mr. Price in Bristol?
We gave no categoric advice, but we clearly pointed out that the Conservatives, with Mr. Ducan, the Taunton MP, as chairman of the Conservative Party, was a far better man to advocate advancement in the West than the socialists, who have been extremely timorous in our part of the country.
That doesn't seem to have made all that amount of impact, does it?
No, I'm afraid not.
Mr. Findlay, Sheffield Morning Telegraph?
Well, I don't think perhaps we're quite so absolutely obsessed about national government's activities in our region. We'd rather have more freedom to do it ourselves. We didn't advise our readers to vote in any particular direction. All we ever advised them to do over the last 2 elections, while I've been editor, is advise them to make a positive rather than negative vote. In other words, to vote for something that they believe in, for a party they believe in, and not negatively. And I think that's what's happened this time.
Isn't that sitting on the fence for a great newspaper?
In a region like mine, Mr. Day, I think you might sit on the fence.
Didn't you endorse individual candidates, say like the New York Times does and other papers?
No, though if I could just say this, one of the things that I think is going to happen in British politics is that the importance of the individual candidate is going to count for more. I think it's counted to a degree in this election. I think that, all right, if you have, as you might very well have, 10 years of Labour government, the two policies of the parties coming together, I think that the quality of the individual candidate is going to count for a lot more. I look forward to that, and then I think, of course, newspapers will be placed in a very favourable position.
Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. I don't think Mr. Butler will agree about the quality of individual candidates mattering. It's all a question of swing, they tell me.
They tell me that too, Robin, and I don't understand it. Can I ask someone if they can find out in the next few minutes how many women members there will be in the new House? We have had several requests to discover how many women members there will be in the new House. So if someone who's doing nothing around the tables can just pop and find out, we'll be all right. 2 things, David. First of all, I'm sure you will want to comment about what's just been said about the value of individual members. But the other point that I wanted to raise with you some time ago was when you said that the predictor had come to the point of no return. What we really wanted to find out was what it had finally come out with. But deal with the individual members first of all.
The individual members is one of the things that comes out of this. There really are virtually no results that one can point to that are outside the book in relation to the Conservative-Labour relationship. There are individual candidate results involving the Liberals which you really can point to, West Aberdeenshire, Cheadle and 1 or 2 others, where you really can say that this is a triumph of personality. I do think that personality counts far more for the Liberals who have to make the initial start of becoming a credible source Liberals want to make themselves credible. I mean, a little put off by Mr. Mackenzie not putting his cutout key down. But now, if we look at the actual computer output, it does seem that the Liberals have made very little impact on the share of the vote for the other 2 parties. In the seats where the Liberals withdrew, the swing is exactly the same as the seats in which the Liberals, if I may use the word, intervened. If you look at the overall national picture, you do find, as we suggested earlier, an extraordinary uniformity. Every one of the 6 regions and regional desks had a swing within 0.75% of the overall national swing. And even if you went into sub-regions, only the West Midlands diverged with a slightly higher one. In the big cities, you've got smaller sub-regions, you've got even bigger swings in Birmingham and in Newcastle and 1 or 2 other areas like that. turnout, this made very little difference. Whether the turnout went up or went down, it didn't seem to change the swing. They were kept up in the broad national and regional sweeps across the country. One other thing, what actually has caused, where has the movement been? Well, the opinion polls not only suggested there was actually a movement during the election slightly towards the Conservatives, but they do suggest that compared to 1959, the Labour Party gained most among the very young and among the old, less in the middle-aged. It gained most in the lower middle-class groups.
Can we interrupt you, because here's the Prime Minister leaving number 10 Downing Street.
And here's the Prime Minister about to leave for Transport House, where he'll be talking to party workers. We've been asked not to ask him any questions, as he is whipped away in a moment in his black Humber with Mrs. Wilson, driven by Bill Houseman, who used to be one of Mr. Macmillan's drivers. Off now to Transport House to talk to party workers, and doubtless you'll hear more about him in a few moments from there. A big crowd still waiting here, 2,000 or 3,000 people who've waited, I suppose, since about 10 o'clock this morning. Crowd's been the same size, although different people all the time. And they're very enthusiastic too. They come from all over Britain, quite a few people from the Commonwealth here, Australians and New Zealanders as well. Otherwise, in this last hour or so, not much has happened in Downing Street. Mr. Michael Stewart, the Foreign Secretary, was here about 10 to 3. And then around about 3:15, a parcel of caviar and nougat arrived from the Persian ambassador. And a few moments after that, Mr. Wilson's son Giles was seen peddling out of the front door of number 10 on his Moulton bicycle. That caused quite a stir. He was down the street before most of the crowd realized who he was. But not much activity in Downing Street, and there won't be much more until Mr. Wilson himself gets back here. Otherwise, things much the same. The constabulary still guard the gate. One of these constables here is called Twinkletoes. What have I done with him? He was a semi-finalist in the Come Dancing competition recently. Anyway, Michael Charles in Downing Street.
I'll tell you what you've done with him. You've upset him by discovering his secret. That's precisely what you've done with him. Now let's go back to where you were, David, before
I only had one more point that I was going to make from the computer findings, and that was the swing. One of the biggest differences in swings was in the very big cities, a 4% swing. In the most rural areas, only a 2% swing. One piece of news, and that is that Orkney and Shetland will be reporting tonight. We'll only wait for Argyll, which is a fairly safe seat, tomorrow. There are 3 Liberal returns still outstanding, which may put that Liberal total up from 9 to 12 before we go off the air tonight.
Now, Bob and Ian, can I raise a question with you? Now, here is the Prime Minister. He's been in number 10, as we've seen for some time. He's now on his way to Transport House. What really is in his mind now? Is it the formation of a new cabinet? Is it the long knife that Bob was talking about?
Obviously, he's got to consider whether to make any, whether and what degree to change the cabinet. He has 1 or 2 obvious problems. There is a vacancy due to the retirement of Sir Frank Soskis.
Whilst you're talking,
and here he is going to Transport House. I've got a
House.
note, in fact, that he's going to talk privately to party workers, and we shall not, I think, be hearing what he has to say. But
Peter Woon is there. Peter Woon may know more about it.
Mr. Harold Wilson, the Prime Minister, arriving here at Transport House, Labour Party headquarters. He looked in this morning briefly, had a chat with Len Williams, the General Secretary. Now he's going to talk to party workers. This was a great occasion last year, and there are many of them waiting for him here. Some slight confusion as to quite what his plans are. We understand that, in fact, rather than going into the hall, where there are a large number of people waiting for him, instead of the hall, he's likely to go up in the lift straight to the 8th floor, the executive suite, and talk to 60 or 70 key party workers. Seems that 1 or 2 others have crept into the hall. Right up to the top on the 8th floor, and there, quite privately, he will talk to the key party workers who've helped to enable this tremendous political campaign victory. And let's not underestimate what these party workers have in fact done. An historic moment in British politics. Up there, perhaps for 10 minutes or longer, then down again in the lift, and not, as we understand it, not intending to talk to the press or to television, but to go back to 10 Downing Street. And there in the hall, the crowd already thinned out, in fact, the platform where he talked last time, a great occasion, much cheering, a lot of singing, But this time, so different from 18 months ago, a private word for the party workers, a very professional body of men and women, only altogether 120 of them working in Transport House, and only adding to them during this election campaign just 20 extra workers. Not this time, these workers spending anything like the money they did last time, something like $500,000 last time. There wasn't time to go in for the heavy advertising that there was last time. This time, a very simple, very cheap campaign, cheaper than ever before probably, and yet so successful. And of course, for Harold Wilson, now inside Transport House, a very personal campaign.
Well, there we leave Transport House, but we shall certainly keep our eye on him.
Yes,
well, we will with you, Ian.
Yes, I will. What
really
mind one, obviously,
now
is the extent to which he will make change. I was saying that he had a vacancy for Lord Privy Seal. There is the question of what post that he will offer to Patrick Gordon Walker, and other changes. And then there are two quite urgent problems. One is for the whole cabinet, the Queen's speech, which has got to be ready by April the 21st for the opening of Parliament. The other thing we really must remember is we haven't had a budget this year yet, not a full budget. This, of course, is the Chancellor's problem, but this is something which will obviously engage the senior ministers and the Prime Minister himself.
Bob?
Well, I take it at his word when he said what was on his mind at the moment was the need to have a few days of complete rest. I'm sure that would be the first thing he'd want to have, but obviously then...
But he was unlikely to get it, isn't he?
Obviously, reconstruction, and certainly, too, the question of whether he'll include steel in the Queen's speech, because...
He doesn't have to do anything at this moment. This is one of the things we have to stress. He doesn't have to do anything.
Well, he has to produce a Queen's speech.
But not for another week or two. I mean, it's not like taking office.
Not tonight,
do something instantly.
But he's got to start thinking about it very quickly.
Well, we have to do something. We have to go across and join Kenneth Harris, who I see is joined, I think, by Mr. Woodcock.
Yes, it's George Woodcock, the General Secretary of the TUC. Mr. Woodcock, a number of people, rightly or wrongly, are hoping that a Labour government returned to power with a considerable majority will, as some people would put it, are going to deal with the problem of the trade unions. But a couple of days ago, you made a public statement which has been interpreted as a warning to both political parties to keep their hands off the trade unions.
No. A warning to all the political parties, if you like to call it a warning, that we wouldn't stand by and let them frame within themselves, without any consultation with us, without any knowledge of the dangers they were running into, formulate ill-thought-out schemes which, in our view, quite seriously in our view, would impede industrial relations rather than advance them. Now, let me say this. There's been a lot of things said during this election. I've sat there and listened to an awful lot of greatly exaggerated talk about trade unions. And I got the impression it wasn't fair to them to let them carry on in the belief that we were going to sit back supine with nothing to say for ourselves.
When you say them, Mr. Woodcock, do you mean Labour people?
I mean all of them. Every political party, at least the three main political parties, have uttered what I call these threats about dealing with the trade unions. Now, I am for trade union reform. I don't think many more people more so. I'm not here to say that trade unions ought not to bring themselves more up to date than they are. But the question is, how do you do it? And do you do it by isolating yourself from the people who have the experience and the knowledge and say, we of ourselves, this is the political parties, will deal with this lot?
You imply that there's a danger that this government might fall into that trap.
Well, I don't know. I'm merely saying that there's been a lot of talk during the election that would lead anyone to the view that they might do that.
Do you anticipate, do you fear that there might be real difficulty between the trade union movement and this Labour government because of this Labour government's attempts to, quote, deal, unquote, with the trade unions?
I don't anticipate that there will be. I don't think there will be, but there may be. After all, you see, if you get a government, and I'm not complaining of this at all, in fact, I welcome the fact that you have a government with now firmly established, anxious to get things done and anxious to get them done quickly. So am I. But I want the right things done, and I want the right time being taken. And it's in this respect, in the speed and the kind of things that they want to do, where there might be some difference of opinion. I hope there won't be clashes, but there will be differences of opinion.
You're not happy about the government's present incomes policy, are you?
The present incomes policy, yes, I am.
You are happy?
I'm not I'm not happy about the developments to which they are committed, only in the sense that I think it's the wrong line, not that the things in themselves to begin with.
Well, if they press forward with their idea of legislation for an early warning system, are you going to support that or oppose it?
We have agreed at least to acquiesce in it. This is the Trade Union Congress. What we shall do, what I hope we shall do, is continue to develop our voluntary system, and I would hope, though, with no confident belief that we can, by doing something, show the lack of need for.
Are you expecting this government to accept that point of view and develop the voluntary system?
Frankly, no, because I know what politicians do when they're under pressure, and I think external pressure will come on the pound again, and you will see the same kind of attitude as in September of last year when the idea of legislation was mooted. The pressure upon them compels them, and I don't complain of this, to think of getting speedy results.
So you do really fear that this government will try and get tough with the trade unions?
Well, I don't know what you mean by tough. I don't object to a government having a view. I like a government to have a view, and I like them to put it forward forcefully. But I don't think they should assume that we won't have a view too, and there may be very deep arguments about it, but I don't think of these things as clashes.
What was your attitude to the government when it established a Royal Commission to look into the trade unions soon after it came to power?
Well, I wanted the Royal Commission. I thought it was time that after 60 years, and with all the tremendous changes that have taken place in industry in my time, that it was time we had a cool, clear, calm look at the unions. I mean a cool, clear, calm look. Again, I say, not a few people thinking up a few ideas.
Are you hopeful that this Royal Commission is going to produce anything really worthwhile?
No, it's too large for one thing. I'm not very hopeful. I think it will produce, I think it's almost certain because of its size to produce 2 reports, and that is not really helpful.
What if the government want to take legislative action based on that report, based on the report of a Royal Commission in which you lost your place?
Well, it depends on the kind of legislation they want to take. See, the point with me is this. I don't exclude the possibility that legislation can contribute, but I have no real confident belief that it can, because I know the danger with legislation in all fields, in incomes policy and in the field of trade unionism. You start off with a simple, and you see it seems a reasonable legislative step, but in order to make it effective, you have to take another legislative step and another legislative step, until you're in danger of coming into a fascist or communist state. You say, we will make agreements enforceable. This is what the Conservatives say. Well, then, do you make it enforceable to have an agreement? Do you say, we'll have agreements enforceable, therefore we'll force people to make agreements? Then you have to define by law who can make the agreements. You have to define by law who is covered by the agreements. You're led on a whole series of legislation, though you start upon it simply, but not knowing what you're doing, you finish up where you have to abandon that line, and then you're worse off than you were before.
Mr. Woodcock, how can you still have faith in the working of a voluntary system to keep down prices, restrict incomes, in view of what's happened in the last year?
You have no option. It isn't altogether a question of faith. There is no alternative method in this country. It is this or nothing. You cannot superimpose upon our people, upon our society, our democracy. You cannot just simply superimpose and direct people to do certain things. They will do it by acquiescence, at least, I hope, by will at most. So you have to draw from people. You cannot rigidly confine negotiations, but you can hope to induce into the negotiations considerations that have so far been absent. Now, this is not a hopeful policy, I agree. It'll take time, it'll take patience to operate, but if you try any other way, I'm as certain as I'm sat here that it will come to grief.
But doesn't this really amount to a statement of despair?
No.
Because there isn't enough time to wait for the thing to develop.
I can't help that. If there isn't, well, that is just too bad. But since I know of no other way, I know that every other way will fail, you're left with this. Even if you have the fear that there may not be time for it, there's no option. It's like a man in a position where he sees 2 men drown and he can't save both of them. He's got to make up his mind.
But if a government simply won't accept your analysis of the situation and comes up with an alternative method, oughtn't they to have the chance to put it into effect?
Well, we'd have stopped them from putting it into effect if they went too far, quite frankly, but I'm not the lad to utter threats, I hope. But if they went too far, if they did infringe upon basic fundamental freedoms, then we would be entitled, I think, to take action against it. I don't think you see that a government in this country covers everything. It's got its responsibilities, and I hope I fully and freely recognise them, and indeed I want them to accept more responsibilities. But they cannot come, if you'd like to take perhaps a grotesque example, to the point at which they make it an offence for a man to decide that he doesn't want to work at that particular job.
Are you hopeful or unhopeful about TUC relations with this government in the course of the next year?
I'm hopeful. There will be troubles, there always are. We are an independent body. I believe we must retain our independence, but my whole object has been to use that independence to come into contact with and to work with governments, but by agreement, not by direction from them to us.
Thank you, Mr. Woodcock. And now, back to Cliff.
George Woodcock, and we... Did you want to say something?
I just got news that in Peterborough, 6th recount. They are taking the 6th recount at Peterborough at 5 o'clock. The result is clearly going to be a single-figure one.
I think it's probably going to be under 5. They've got up to 6 recounts. I think they're probably going to be less than 5 in it. And on the narrowest margin since 1931, when Ilkeston was won by the Conservatives or National Labour candidate by 2 votes, I believe.
Well, there they are. Well, so off they go counting again. I'm told this is a bad time to have an election because it's at the end of the financial year and all the bank clerks are usually employed at the end of March to start to do their own counting. Somebody told me it's very difficult to get them. This is what one of the returning officers said. Well, now let's go to one of our returning officers, Robert Mackenzie.
Well, in answer to that question a few moments ago about how many women MPs in the new House, I understand there'll be 27 compared to 28 in the last House. So women are not actually making much progress in taking over the House of Commons as yet. Could we look at the fate of some very well-known names among women in the House? Margaret Herbison is, of course, at the Ministry of Pensions and National Insurance and has been returned comfortably. Barbara Castle, the Minister of Transport, also been sitting for Blackburn since 1945. Majority this time only slightly up. Jenny Lee, of course, the widow of an Aaron Bevan, one of the great figures of the House, really. She came into the House of Commons in 1929 as the youngest woman MP in history at that time. She is, in effect, Minister for the Arts. Shirley Williams, the daughter of a professor, the husband of a professor, and one of the brilliant coming people on the Labour side, undoubtedly returned very comfortably at Hitchin. Shirley Summerskill, the member of a famous political family and daughter of Baroness Summerskill, returned comfortably again. Anne Kerr, one of the potential trouble spots in the Labour Party, as it were, very independently minded, very left-wing, is now joined in the House by her husband, one of 2 husband and wife teams in the House of Commons. Lady Megan Lloyd-George, again a very famous political name, daughter of the great Liberal Prime Minister of the First World War, returned also to the House. Then 2 defeats. Lady Tweedsmuir, who leaves the House of Commons, having lost by just under 1,800 votes at Aberdeen South, which she represented for 20 years, undoubtedly a serious loss on the Conservative side. And then Patricia Hornsby-Smith, again one of the famous names on the Conservative side, who might, as I said earlier, I think in a comment, might have been Conservatives' Barbara Castle, it was thought. They share not only their red hair, but a great deal of energy. Cliff.
Well, I think what we really ought to do is take a look at the State of the Parties board with you, Bob, because we haven't seen it for over half an hour.
Yes.
People are coming in at this time of night.
Well, things are just trickling, of course, nothing much happening now. 7 results still to come. You'll see Labour is at 362, just 3 short of the number of seats the Conservatives had in 59 in that mirror image election of that year. There are 49 gains, Tories 51 losses. Again, it's worth noting that the Tories couldn't pick up a single seat from Labour, despite the fact that the swing on average was only 3 points against them, yet it was uniform enough to produce that result. The 2 others at the bottom are the Speaker and the Irish Republican Labour candidate, MP. So Labour's lead over Conservatives alone, 112, but remember you have to deduct from that the 11 people who are in other opposition positions, or the Speaker, and so it means Labour's effective lead at the moment is 101, and we now expect it to be somewhere around 99 when the show is over.
Very briefly, we were talking about how many women in Parliament. I've now been handed from AFP that there are also 6 pairs of brothers, 2 husband and wife teams, and 1 father and son team. David Butler, how many of them can you... It's a quiz game. How many can you tell me?
Well, the father and son team is obviously the Noel Bakers. The brothers are... well, the husband and wife, we've talked about quite a lot. The Cars and the Cars. They both have come in this time. Then the others, the brothers, the Morris brothers in Manchester, the Foote brothers, the Silkin brothers, the Lever brothers, and the Mackeys who've been broken. There were two brothers, one Liberal and one Labour. But only, so we only get to 4.
Malleus.
You get to 4. Malleus, yes.
The Malleus. There, well,
I know, we're still one short.
That's the nice thing about sitting in the middle of this. Somebody always knows. And now, what of the man who has won such a massive vote of confidence from this nation? James Harold Wilson, the 50-year-old Yorkshireman who will be our Prime Minister for perhaps at least the next 5 years.
I can't talk about other people's politics or Conservative politics or even Liberal politics. For us, I said at the eve of the poll, the Labour Party is a crusade. Not just one side in a pendulum swing or the ins and the outs. And I think everybody who joined the Labour Party believes that they want to change Britain. Not merely in terms of efficiency, more of efficiency in administration, though that is needed. Not merely in terms of technical differences of policy. But I've said an awful lot in the campaign about compassion, about social justice, about a Britain that cares for its people, for its children, for its old people and so on. To me, that's what politics is about.
The dawn journey to Downing Street 17 months ago. A time for reflection for Harold Wilson. Huddersfield in Yorkshire. This was his birthplace 50 years ago. His house was in a lower middle-class district. The Wilson family was a small one. Harold had an older sister only, and it's always remained very close. When he was 8, his father took Harold Wilson to London and photographed him in front of number 10 Downing Street. He kept the photograph hidden for 40 years. Now in his 80s, Herbert Wilson lives in Cornwall. His family background of religious nonconformity and radical politics made a deep impression on the future Prime Minister. It's a mixture characteristic of the whole British Labour movement. From his father, too, Harold Wilson inherited a remarkable head for facts and figures, a North Country earnestness of purpose, and personal experience of the Depression.
In 1930, the world was somewhat shattered, mine in particular. Harold had a very severe attack of typhoid fever, which he was in critical condition for weeks. With careful nursing, he came round. Just when he recovered, I became unemployed at the works I was at, owing to political questions, national political questions, not personal, but national. And it became necessary for me to look around for another situation. I obtained one after some time in Cheshire. Went to chemical works there, and there the nearest secondary school, now called grammar school of course, was the Wirral School.
At school, he took up long-distance running, showing reserves of stamina he was to call on later. The Wirral School at that time was new, and Harold Wilson was the only boy in the sixth form. He was a keen scout, a troop leader, and eventually a King Scout. From the Wirral, he won a scholarship to Jesus College, Oxford, where he achieved brilliant academic successes. His fascination with political economy grew, as did his interest in social problems. During the war, he worked in the War Secretariat and the Ministry of Fuel and Power. When it was over, he became the Labour MP for Ormskirk, and at once, still in his 20s, he was given office in the new government, with Attlee as Prime Minister and many of his early heroes as colleagues. Promotion was quick. In 1947, he became President of the Board of Trade, the youngest cabinet minister for over 150 years. He was, as he says himself, a glutton for detail. In an austere period, he excelled rather than shone.
Derationing doesn't mean that all clothes will be available in abundant supply. The export drive must come first. And I'm appealing to the public not to buy more than they really need. And where there are difficulties, I know I can count on the trade to see that supplies are shared out fairly and equally.
Well, the reason why I appointed Harold Wilson was I had a large number of young Oxford and Cambridge men, and some of them were extremely promising. There was, of course, Hugh Gaitskell, he was ill at the time. Harold Wilson I put in as overseas trade, And he did very well there. And when Stafford Cripps went to the Exchequer, he was really the obvious successor of the Board of Trade. Of course, he was very young. That didn't matter. He had the qualifications, a very good economist.
In the 1950 election, Labour's majority crumbled. Some of its great figures were already ill. The pressures of career and rearmament led to deep divisions within the party on socialist principles. The young president of the Board of Trade was drawn into the debate. In 1951, with Aneurin Bevan, he resigned in protest against Hugh Gaitskell's budget.
Well, I thought it was a mistake, but he was young and he was influenced by Aneurin Bevan, who of course was a very attractive personality. I thought it showed a certain immaturity of judgment.
All facts and no bloody vision, Bevan reportedly said of Wilson. And indeed, the reasons Wilson gave for resigning were practical rather than idealistic. Yet he was now identified as a man of the left, and at annual conferences on windy seafronts, he was seen as a Bevanite. But when Bevan resigned from the shadow cabinet, Wilson took his place. Then he opposed Gaitskell, the leader of the party, who was fighting the left wing's campaign for unilateral disarmament.
Let me repeat what Manny Shinwell said. The place to decide the leadership of this party is not here, but in the Parliamentary Labour Party. A policy which, as far as the resolution is concerned, is still not here. You know, I have been the subject of some criticism and attack. I am entitled to reply.
Wilson opposed Gaitskell on the grounds that no Labour leader should openly defy the party conference. He was not himself a unilateralist. It was another sign of his practical approach to politics.
That the vast majority of Labour members of Parliament are utterly opposed to unilateralism and neutralism. But what do you expect them to do? To change their minds overnight? To betray? To go back on the pledges they gave to the people who elected them from their constituencies?
When Gaitskell suddenly died, Wilson was faced with one of the most critical moments of his life. Could he win the leadership, or would his Bevanite past tell against him? The party risked another bitter split. George Brown was the deputy leader of the party and supported by many. But Wilson defeated him and became undisputed leader.
We are a democratic party. Not every party would have gone willingly through what we have gone through in the last 3 weeks. Of course, a few things have been said. My two friends who were candidates with me and I have learned a number of things about ourselves that we didn't know before.
His first job was to restore unity to the party after its leadership struggle. By the time of the party conference, this was achieved.
Although I had my doubts, perhaps, about the way we reach our leadership decisions 6 months ago, I am very glad today, sincerely and honestly, to pay tribute to the way we are being led now.
And so this enigmatic, practically minded man stood poised for the general election 17 months ago. Whatever his intellectual attainments might be, his roots and consciousness were with the mass of the workers whose leader he now was. His great strength had always been his popularity in the constituencies. Now he showed that he had the common touch.
We're very hopeful in witness of improving very greatly on the majority of last time. But it's the Tory seats that we've got to win. We're on the attack now. It's like the second half of a cup final. You don't want all your half-backs and forwards in your own half. You've got to leave just the goalkeeper behind and put everybody now into the other half to score the goals. Because you don't win the match if you don't score. And that's about the position we've reached. Heaven knows we've had a long wait, and it's been very tiring and very frustrating. But we're there now.
The 1964 election had revealed more of his character than even his supporters had known existed. Humanity, wit, self-confidence. They were qualities he was to show increasingly during the next 17 months.
Does the prospect of being Prime Minister fill you with excitement or awe or fear or what should you say, with dominant emotion?
Well, a number of emotions. Certain excitement, yes. I mean, if this weren't exciting, one's the wrong man for the job if one didn't find it exciting. But I think above all a desire, a feeling that one hopes we can now get on with the sort of job that we were anxious to do.
Death had robbed Labour of two of its greatest leaders. Now the opportunity denied Gateskill and Bevan had come to Harold Wilson. We have never suffered from too much audacity, Bevan had said, and Wilson entered office determined to govern according to his own leader's precept.
I have just come from the palace where Her Majesty invited me to form an administration, and I should like to take this first opportunity of pledging my colleagues and myself to do everything we can to the fullest extent of our abilities in the interests of this country and our people.
His first problem was an economic crisis of staggering proportions. To an untried team of ministers, most of whom had little or no experience of office, it was a formidable challenge. Characteristically, Wilson appealed for national support.
This morning, the government have published emergency plans for dealing with the extremely serious economic situation the country is facing. And tonight I want to tell you what the position is and what we all need to do to put it right. First, the facts.
In the course of the next 17 months, he was to make 6 more such television broadcasts, all designed to project himself as a national, not a party leader. It was a technique which his opponents could never rival.
And perhaps getting on for £800 million. And the estimates for 1965 at this moment show a continuing deficit, not as large, but wholly unacceptable.
Within 2 months of taking office, Wilson flew to America. Constant activity was another characteristic of his premiership, and he traveled frequently, both to restore confidence in the British economy and to meet other world leaders.
Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Secretary of State, distinguished guests. Mr. Prime Minister, it's a pleasure to welcome you here today, both to this country and to this house. For you and for me as individuals, positions and responsibilities have changed somewhat since last you were a visitor in this city.
The burly figure of President Johnson dwarfed the chubbier British Prime Minister, but the relationship of interdependence within the alliance remained what it always had been.
Unchanged.
Wilson showed in his conduct of foreign affairs the same pragmatic sense as he had displayed at home. For all the objections of his own left wing, he continued with the policies of his predecessors. In March, it was the turn of the Germans, who had done much to support the pound. At the beginning of April, Paris, to face the formidable President de Gaulle. At the end of the month, Rome and an audience with the Pope. Britain's policies overseas had not changed, but foreign observers could not fail to notice that the leadership was different.
He's certainly an articulate person. I think we've seen him before. He's not new to us by any means. I think his approach to the alliance is everything that we have hoped for. I don't think there's disappointment at all. He's even rather well dressed.
He rather looks like a British bulldog, sort of square-faced and forthright and a little bit pugnacious, the way an Englishman ought to look, I think, pretty much.
Well, I could only reflect what I've heard President Johnson say. He says he gets on very well with Mr. Wilson. I think they're both political types, and the political types tend to understand each other very well.
But it was a different political type who gave him his severest test. Ian Smith had hoped that the change of government in October was the chance he needed for a quick deal with Britain on Rhodesian independence. Wilson resisted. Smith hoped public opinion, coupled with electoral uncertainties, would favor him. Wilson countered in another series of direct addresses to the nation.
I know I speak for everyone in these islands, all parties, all our people, when I say to Mr. Smith tonight, Prime Minister, think again.
Dramatically, he carried the message to Salisbury in person, hoping he could win enough support to persuade Smith and his colleagues against taking the last step. He was deliberately exposing himself, but no one could say he hadn't tried everything short of appeasement to avert the tragedy. And when it happened, he was able to speak of those he had met in personal terms.
The world has taken a step backwards today by the action of a group of small and frightened men. And it's now our task, without rancor, to take those measures which will bring the Rhodesian people back from this dangerous path into which they've been led.
Another dramatic flight followed, this time to the United Nations and Washington to secure international support for Britain's measures against Rhodesia. The Africans insulted him by walking out, and his opponents were quick to accuse him of gimmickry and evasiveness. His talk of the danger of the Red Army and Blue Berets seemed to them just another smokescreen. His travels, just diversions. Appearing on Panorama on his return, Wilson answered these points.
While you've been away, Prime Minister, you may have had time to hear about it. There's been criticism of you in the sense that you've been travelling about, like earlier British Prime Ministers, about the world, when you should have concentrated, so runs the argument, more on the crisis at home, namely Britain's economic recovery. Now, what about this?
When they stop criticising me, I'll think I'm not doing my job. But as far as that's concerned, well, where have I travelled? I travelled to Salisbury. Hasn't it been proved since that it was right? Indeed, it was my duty to do everything in my power to stop this illegal declaration with all the dangers that we've had. I didn't succeed in stopping it because we were dealing with men who were hell-bent on the course of action they ultimately pursued. It was right, surely, this week, to go to Washington and talk to President Johnson about the whole wide range of subjects. Vietnam, where you said there's great concern in this country, not only in my own party. The problems of the ultimate defense policy for the next 10 or 15 years that we're hammering out, we want to know their views on it, and many other problems that had to be discussed with him. But I assure you, I have not been neglecting the economic and the social policy. I reckon I've spent a good deal of time, and more time on that, even in the 2 months of the Rhodesia crisis, than I have on world affairs, certainly economic affairs.
The cartoonist saw in Wilson a prime minister who was all things to all men. The travels, the epic struggle over the economy, the cliffhanger of Rhodesia certainly helped keep public attention focused on him. But as happened with Macmillan, a politician whom Wilson studied and admired, these attacks seemed only to increase the public's response. The fun the satirist had with his television manner gave him a new, rather endearing quality.
This is the last ministerial broadcast I shall be able to make for some time, as my personal television network, BBC 3, will be off the air until January the 1st. During that time, I expect that several grave crises will arise, affecting the livelihoods of every man, woman and child in these islands. Young and old, rich and poor, Labour and Conservative, black and white, Morecambe and Wise, night and day, you are the one. As I shall not be able to refer to these grave crises at the time, I would like to say now that whatever form they may take, they will demand hard work and sacrifice from all of us. They will not be solved quickly or easily. They will necessitate drastic and perhaps even unpopular measures, and they will be the result of 13 years of Tory rule.
In his private life, the Prime Minister has simple tastes. He enjoys tinkering with mechanical objects with his 2 sons. He doesn't go to the theatre, and the only ballet he has seen has been in Moscow. Biographies and detective stories are his favorite reading after official papers. He prefers his home to a club. He goes to a mass-production tailor. He prefers tin to fresh salmon. He is the archetype of the new classless society he is dedicated to creating, and he owes nothing to any man or to any fixed idea. His own ideal of government is that it should be pragmatic. Politically, he remains a man of the centre, and he has not shrunk from taking measures unpopular with large sections of his own party. Wilson's cool, undoctrinaire approach has been the keynote of his election campaign, and the key to his success with the voters. With the opinion polls all giving him a clear lead, he could afford to conduct a calm, almost detached campaign. The wit and repartee were there, but the appeal was simple. A chance to continue with a reasonable majority. He remained always in command, despite interruptions.
Because now, Labour's Rent Act is the law of the land. Rent control has been restored. Creeping decontrol is ended. The rent officers are at work. And we have removed the last vestiges of Rachmanism. Now let me ask the Tories here, put your hands up again so I can see you. Who are the Tories? Tories over there, put your hands up. Were we right to introduce measures against Rachmanism or wrong? Right or wrong? I'm asking our young Tory friends, were we right or were we wrong? Then why didn't they do it before?
There you are, Mr. Harold Wilson. And now, let's go and join Robin Day, who I see has a very familiar figure confronting him.
Sir Gerald Nabarro, Worcestershire South, Conservative majority 11,084, correct?
Just about right.
And fruit growing?
Well, yes, a little. Horticulture and agriculture.
What somebody once called a plum seat?
Well, it's regarded as a fairly safe Tory seat, Cliff. But it's my own home constituency, do you see?
As you live at Broadway, don't you?
I live at Broadway in the constituency. I'm the local boy.
Sir Gerald, do you think the Tory campaign went wrong in any way? Because you're an expert campaigner and publicist yourself, aren't you?
I don't think the Tory campaign went wrong. I think the nation, in a majority, wanted a Labour government. It's got the government that it wanted, and Wilson's now got a clear majority, which ought to see him through 5 years.
But is it the people who are misguided, or the Tories were inadequate in putting their view across?
I never accuse the British electorate of being misguided. I try and persuade them onto the paths of righteousness, but if they don't accept my advice, well, that's their affair.
Would you give us the benefit of your knowledge and experience, Sir Gerald? Do you think there's likely to be a new Conservative Party chairman?
A new Conservative Party chairman? You're referring to Mr. Edward Buchanan?
That, I think, is his name.
I think there is bound to be a considerable redistribution of key posts at the top. In the Conservative Party, we've lost at least 4 major shadow ministers, and that will involve Mr. Heath, of course, in a substantial reshuffle. And in that reshuffle, it is not improbable that the party chairmanship may change, as so often it does change after a general election.
Do you think, Sir Gerald, that any Conservative leader could have done much better than Mr. Heath, whatever his oratorical and leadership qualities were?
No, I don't. I think he was in a very fine fettle, notably during the last 96 hours. I think his leadership was magnificent. I'm an Edward Heath man. I backed him strongly for the leadership. I wrote first in the halcyon days of Harold Macmillan 6 years ago that Edward Heath was a future leader of the party and a future Tory Prime Minister, and I've had no reason in the ensuing years to change my views.
You were known when you were in the House of Commons, before you had to take a little time off, you were very noted for your campaigns in the House of Commons, your backbench campaigns against purchase tax and so on. What are you going to campaign on now? What are you going to take?
Well, sir, that must depend on circumstance, I think, and what role I occupy in a reformed Conservative Party in the House of Commons. There are only 250 Conservative members. That is the likely figure. And as I've just said, there will be a considerable reshuffle of posts. It may well be that I shall continue as a private member. It may be that I shall drift into the party machine. It may well be that I shall speak on special affairs in which I have special knowledge, namely Treasury affairs, including finance and economic affairs and taxation. But that is all within the jurisdiction enjoyed by the leader of the party in the House, who will be Mr. Edward Heath.
May we deduce from those observations, Sir Gerald, that you would be available for front bench responsibility were it to be offered to you?
If I were asked, sir, yes, but I would not be so presumptuous as to think that my particular brand of Toryism might appeal to the party as a whole.
What is your particular brand of Toryism, Sir Gerald, in 15 seconds?
In 15 seconds, right of the party on economic and financial affairs, left of the party on social welfare matters.
That was about 9 seconds. Thank you very much, Sir Gerald.
Thank you, Robin.
I'm sure you want a word on that, Ian.
Yes, indeed.
There's a man you'll be looking at.
Sir Gerald Nabarro was one of the most forceful backbenchers, I think, of the post-war era. I'm sure he'll be welcome back, and all the signs are that he will continue to make his mark in no small way. Just one point, the party chairmanship was mentioned. Mr. Heath, in fact, was asked about this a little earlier in the afternoon, and he expressed confidence in Mr. Buchanan and said he was not going to make a change.
Now, can we take a quick look at the state of the parties board before we go up to Liverpool? State of the parties board, please.
there we are. Labour at 362, just 3 short of the figure the Conservatives had in 59 when they had a majority of 100. And Liberals at 9 with a net gain so far of 2, and some of their areas yet to be heard from. Looking now at the party lead board, this is of course Labour lead over Conservative, 112. You must deduct really 11 from that to get the actual lead at the moment, therefore 101, with the present expectation that Labour's overall lead will be about 99, but could be 101.
And now we're going up to Merseyside, someone who needs absolutely no introduction whatsoever, and here with him is Bob Perrin.
With me is one of the independent candidates who didn't do too well. What did you think of the election result?
Well, actually, I'm not really entitled to comment because I didn't vote because I'm not old enough. But I do think that it is appropriate that the result of this year's general election was declared at 12 o'clock on April the 1st.
Can you see any great changes coming in the economy, say nationalisation?
Yes, I think so. I think they'll definitely nationalise the toffee apple industry, and they'll probably jump on jujubes, which will be very disappointing for people like George Brown because he's very partial to a jujube.
I see. How did the poll go in Knotty Ash itself?
Oh, the poll, well, we're all right up it there. Actually, our member was returned. We got tuppence back on him, and he's, as you know, he's Jeremy Shufflebottom, the Diddy Man's MP. Sir Jeremy Shufflebottom, he kept his seat, and he's stands for the Loyal Order of Ticklists. He said that in future all ticklists will be very vigorous in one of these.
With Mr. Wilson's increased majority, do you think we'll be selling more overseas?
It's already started. Actually, during the past fiscal 6 months, we exported 24,000 bundles of firewood to Birkenhead.
That's very good.
And 40,000 gallons of thick pea soup to the Isle of Man. That is a fact.
You, sir, I presumably saw the politics on television. What did you think of them?
I think it's marvellous. I think it's better than the Munsters. And the people I feel sorry for are those commentators stuck in the studio, because they've been at it since last night. And whilst all the politicians are rabbiting on about millions of pounds involved in the national economy, all they want to do is spend a penny.
Have you any views, for instance, on the common market?
Yes, I think we'll have to be very careful about the common market, because I think unless we're careful, we'll all end up with German measles and Spanish fleas.
Now, what do you think the party leaders will be doing right at this moment?
At this moment, I can just imagine. I think Harold, I think Mr. Wilson will be hanging his dartboard back up, and I think Mr. Ted Heath will probably be going back on his one-night stands with his band again.
Now, is there one question you would like to put to the government?
There are several questions, actually important questions, which have been asked in this campaign. I did hear someone ask Mr. Wilson the other night what he would do, what he was going to do about the bomb.
Yeah.
And he said nuclear or stink. Yeah. But the one question I would like to ask everyone, Mr. Woodcock included, Mr. George Woodcock, as you know, the man who gets his eyebrows from Cyril Lord, there's one question I would like to ask all the governments that they've evaded for years and years. And this question is,
where's me shirt? Bob Perrin in Liverpool.
Well, let me tell Ken Dodd we've been. The next Chancellor won't be the first to put a tax on jujubes. That's already been done, I believe, by Selwyn Lloyd in his day. Well, now, let's start to have a survey of the situation. Let's begin with Robert Mackenzie.
Well, a recap, first of all, on the swingometer, which has stood up amazingly well, though its arm has been twisted and forced back and forth all through the day and through last night as well. It settled down finally just a fraction over 3%, and this is a rough guess at what 3% swing would lead to. Well, it's pretty close to the actual position as we're now getting it. 99 majority for Labour rather than the 101, which we'd extrapolated from a 3% swing. Quite a far cry from the 4.5% swing, which was the average prediction of the opinion polls, pointing to around 150 Labour lead. We are somewhere there, having had lurches in both directions continuously, but still half the results settling in right around 1 point either way from this position. Now, let's look at a cumulative view of the results. Total votes now brought up to date show a picture like this. 1964, Labour had 12.2 million, now 12.9 million. An increase of about 700,000 with a few seats still to come. The Conservatives are down, you'll notice, from 12 to 11.3, something like an 800,000 decline in their total popular vote. The Liberals are also down in total popular vote, although they're going to be slightly up in their seat strength if things go the way they appear to be at the moment. Now, the same figures put a different way, of course, are share of vote. Here's the way the party shared out in proportion the vote that they got in the last election and this one. Labour up about an even 4% on the figures we've got so far. The Conservatives down a fraction over 1%. Liberals losing a proportion of the vote, but still, as I say, perhaps coming back slightly stronger in the House. And a very important consideration, the turnout down from 77 to something like 75.8. This is the lowest turnout in 20 years, to some extent appearing to justify either the view that the public found the campaign boring, or it had already made up its mind and thought the opinion polls had predetermined the result. We're still going to be arguing about why the turnout was so low, and was it because the opinion polls were telling everybody that it was a foregone conclusion? And the differential abstentions of one side or another, Conservative or Labour, may be a very important point to discuss later on. Finally, let me just remind you of the way our post-war history now looks in terms of elections, looking at this chart on the majorities since 1945. The big Labour win in 1945, then the tiny majority, which lasted, in fact, only some 15 months here, then the steady comeback of the Conservatives from 17 majority, 57, 100 majority by 59, the only time in a century in which one party has gained strength in 3 successive elections. Now Labour, for the first time in its history, has gained strength in 2 successive elections. They've gone from a 4-seat lead at the last election to something like a 100-seat lead this time. The first time in Labour's history they've increased their strength in 2 elections running. And of course, the question mark should now be moved over there to ask what happens in the election of 1970 or 71.
That was Robert McKenzie. Now let's hear from Ian Trethewey. Ian?
Well, that picture adds up to a real watershed in post-war British politics. After living for 3 years in parliaments which always one felt were on the brink of an election, we can now, for the first time really since certainly 1963, possibly 1962, look forward to 4, even 5 years of settled government and of settled Labour government, because this is a massive win for Labour, the biggest single change of seats since their great victory of 1945. And of course it's a massive personal win for Mr. Wilson. He has been amply vindicated in his choice of the timing of the election, a decision which is peculiarly that of the Prime Minister of the day. He's in an extremely powerful personal position, both in his party and in the government. He is now free to make any changes which he wishes in the cabinet and in the government right down the line. As far as the Conservatives are concerned, they have lost several senior figures, Peter Thornycroft, Christopher Soames, Henry Brooke, Martin Redmayne, Julian Amery, and several former junior ministers like Peter Thomas and Christopher Chataway and Lady Treadsmere. Mr. Heath has held his own seat. All the signs are that in his personal campaign he has raised his own personal stature, but he now faces a major reconstruction of the Conservative Party. It really looks like this, that in 1964 the nation rather tentatively willed a changing of the political guard. Yesterday it very firmly willed the whole hog. Cliff.
Well, I will hand you on to David, who can take up precisely that point.
Well, it seems to me that this time, in the 17 months, the nation moved surprisingly uniformly one way, from one side to the other, carrying on with the movement that was shown between 59 to 64. And that this swing shows over half the constituents in the country within 1% of the national average. The only things that fluctuated a lot in these returns were the level of the turnout, which went up and down. On the whole, it stayed up in the marginal seats where the result was going to count. That fluctuated, and also the Liberal vote fluctuated, dropping 17% in some cases, jumping up in others. Some clash thing from...
Yes, I think we can interrupt and go to Transport House to see the Prime Minister coming out from Transport House. Peter Woon?
And the Prime Minister, Mr. Harold Wilson, leaving Transport House now after a chat to the party workers on the 8th floor in the privacy of the Executive Suite. A chat, I gather, a straight thank you for their hard work, and the emphasis on this time it's for 5 years. The toing and froing of the general election 1966 is over. The Prime Minister is back to Downing Street for 5 years of power, and there, as he leaves Smith Square, the centre of all this activity throughout this campaign, he leaves behind him at Transport House jubilation, a noisy, satisfactory 2 days.
And we go back to David Butler.
who is just trying to say that in this uniformity the most notable differences were the high swing in the big cities, most notably in Birmingham and the West Midlands, and the low swing in the rural areas. Peterborough. Here's the result.
No.
7-3 count. 7-3 count. I don't think we've ever heard of a 7-3 count before.
Well, you've heard of one now.
And on the result in Peterborough, it really depends whether Labour ends up with a majority, if you count the Speaker as non-Labour, as of 96 or 98 over all parties. That is the issue. I suspect those who have backed 90 to 100 majority at Ladbrokes are the people who are going to win their bets on this election.
How good, in fact, were the predictions that came out of the predictor early on, as against what it is now? Which
I think that we went up to about 125 on the very early results, the very early urban results. We had no evidence whatever what was happening in the rural seats. As soon as we began to get the rural seats, we pulled it down. I don't think we pulled it down quite as fast as we should have done to this final figure of just trembling on 100. But we did get by late last night to something just under 110. I don't think that ever the predictor, however much it advances its technique, will be able to get nearer than to about 10 seats, the final majority, on the basis of the early returns. There are too many chances, like Peterborough, which can't be foreseen. No computer will be able to tell us what would happen. Though the computer did, in fact, say there was a 47% chance of Labour winning Peterborough. It said that earlier this morning. Just about an even chance, and it's certainly proving that on the count.
Well, very, very briefly, could you tell us some of the distinguished heads that have rode, Ian?
Yes, I mentioned Peter Thornycroft, Christopher Soames, Henry Brooke, Martin Redmayne and Julian Amery. We should also mention one distinguished head which has reappeared, that of Patrick Gordon Walker, who has won back Leighton. This is a result which will give immense satisfaction to Labour. The other one, of course, will be the fact that they have recaptured Smethwick.
I'm keeping an eye now on number 10 Downing Street, because we think that by now, really, the Prime Minister's car ought to have swept around the corner there at number 10 Downing Street, but we've only got 1 minute of our programme time left. We can look down the road. Can we go to number 10? Is that the Prime Minister's car coming up there now?
There's him.
There we are. There's the Prime Minister arriving at number 10. And there's a very appropriate picture for us to end this very long, the longest of our election results programmes. The Prime Minister arriving back at number 10. There he is, Sir Harold Wilson, coming back from Transport House. And before we leave you, we shall show you a State of the Party's board. There's Mr. Wilson into number 10. There is the State of the Parties as it stands, with very little time to go. You'll be pleased to see the back of us, but we'll be back at 5:25. Until then, goodbye.